Welcome, everybody, to ProBox TV. We are on the DMV, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Just like the DMV, a long line here, but it's of talent in the boxing world. That's right, D.C., so many great fighters right now, like Lamont Roach Jr., Gervonta Davis. We talk about the history, like Sugar Ray Leonard, who is actually ringside right now. So much talent in D.C., including the people I am with right now. That's right, the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. When you look at George Short Dog White, his abilities off the chart. Great boxer with real power. But he has a real test tonight. When you look at Matias Romero, that guy has fought incredible talent. He's been there with some of the best fighters who bring a lot of physical pressure. Chris, is the boxing the key tonight for Short Dog?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, he's got some physical advantages. He's got a little bit of speed advantage. He can box. Like you said, he can punch as well. He's one of those guys, really got to be careful because he can knock you out early, or you got to deal with him for 10 rounds boxing because he can do both. And it's a rare combination that he has. So, for him, I want to see him box on the outside, but then also he's got that killer left hook. I want to see him try and land that as much as he can, especially early on. But listen, like you said, this is a very, very tough fight.
Yeah, when it comes to Matias Romero, Paulie, he's fought Robeisy Ramirez. He's fought Isaac Pitbull Cruz. That Pitbull Cruz fight on two judges' scorecards, it was this close. One judge had it real wide, but
one judge always misses the fight. You know how it is.
So they're sleeping, they make up numbers. But the one that had it close, or two of them that had it close, that fight could have gone either way. He's that close to being at the top of the game. That experience means a lot in the ring.
That experience means a lot, and also, if you look at Argentine fighters, typically they are durable. They're able to be in those grind out kind of fights, and I think that's the kind of success he's going to need to have against Short Dog. Is you see Short Dog can punch, Short Dog can box. So you want to be able to maybe grind out a little bit with him, take him to that place where you make him uncomfortable in different ways, and maybe you can also push the puncher back a little bit, and maybe he's not punching as hard either. Although we have seen yesterday, we were talking about Short Dog's left hook knockout going backwards with the hook, but typically if you're able to push a puncher back, they may lose a little bit of that confidence as well. So for Romero, especially that he has that confidence in the back of his mind, that he has been in the ring with some of these tough guys and gave them hell, I think he's confident in giving hell to Short Dog tonight.
When you look at it tonight, of course, we have our Contender Series, but first, it's the Future Stars. And in both instances, Contender Series, Future Stars, a lot of DC talent, Chris, but the question might be, who's going to lead the dance? Part of that DC style, when you look at Lamont Roach Jr., even Gervonta Davis, great counter punchers, they're not always comfortable leading. Could the fights tonight go to who leads the dance and maybe takes close rounds? Is that a question?
Well, you mentioned, Roach. I mean, Jordan Roach, his brother's on the card tonight. Right. He's been a fantastic prospect for ours on the Future Star Series. He's fighting tonight, too. Much more of a counterpuncher from what we've seen so far, but it's so early in his career, and he's so much experience in the amateurs. I want to see tonight how he does with a guy who's going to give him some different looks. He's not just going to come right at him. So, to your point, is he going to be able to lead? Because you're going to need that as you step up in class.
Yeah, when you look at it in the Romero fight, for example, Short Dog, a great counterpuncher. You talked about the check left hook, but Romero, a counterpuncher in his own right. Isaac Cruz came at him, and he landed some good counterpunches coming in. Who's going to throw the jab? Who's going to kind of take the space? Judges love that. You know that, Paulie.
Yeah, of course. We want to control that real estate in a lot of ways, too. And a lot of times that's what the judges will look at because, hey, man, listen, a lot of judges don't know what they're watching. So what they give you is what they really go for is what the naked eye sees, and that's who's controlling the ring, who's coming forward. A lot of times that will get you a win just in and of itself. But for Romero, yeah, he can box, he can counterpunch, but I think also that Argentine flavor, that Argentine durability, it will go a long way tonight if he is to be successful.
And also Romero, I mean, listen, he's not had great luck in the States. He's done very, very well in Argentina.
No wins in the States, right?
No wins in the States.
0-3.
He's going for his first win tonight, but also doing it in the guy's backyard. But I will have to say, though, he's actually fighting in his
shows
weight
up.
class. He always shows up. But he's fighting in his weight class. All of his losses were in other weight classes.
Yeah.
2 losses at 135. His loss to Robeisy Ramirez, which he blamed on making the weight, was at 126. Yeah. Now he's at 30, where he's most comfortable. Yeah, he hasn't had a win in the States, but he's
something's got to give. Either his first loss at 130 or his first win in the U.S. Something gives tonight.
That's the way to put it.
Well, it's all about step-ups tonight in the DMV. We talk about in the center of the boxing universe right now, but Jordan, Short Dog White, definitely at the top of the list. He is in our main event. One loss early on in his career. He's bounced back in amazing fashion, won 14 in a row since then. And he talked about not just winning, but putting on a show in front of the hometown crowd. That is what Short Dog is all about. But, as you said, a tough test tonight against an Argentine fighter who's known for throwing a ton of punches. What's his attitude? What's his motivation? How does he not get lost in all the talent in D.C.? Well, best thing to do is let the fighter talk. He'll tell you himself. Here is our main eventer in his own words.
as a kid, I was the smallest kid on the field, and I played middle linebacker, and I hit the hardest. Everybody. My dad kind of gave me the nickname from a kid, but that kind of solidified it. Being the smallest kid on the field, hitting the hardest, and I'm playing middle linebacker.
But you got that dog in you.
I got that dog in me. Everybody at home, they know what Short Dog brings, and they know what Short Dog is. This will be more of the statement for the world.
Mm-hmm.
Letting the world see what I possess. My power, my skills, my speed, my ring IQ. So it's definitely going to be something for the world, not for home, because everybody at home know what I'm bringing. I definitely have a very decorated amateur career. I probably fought maybe 165 fights. I probably lost 12. I was probably 19 years old. I had broken my left hand in sparring. We were sparring probably 6 to 8 months prior to that. We were sparring, and I broke my hand. We took some time, a little time off, but not enough. Al Heyman was kind of stalling us out a little bit. We wasn't really fighting as frequent as we would have want to. He gave us a fight on the table, Adam Lopez. I was still recovering from my left hand being broken. And if you guys rewatch the fight, you'll probably see it also. The first jab I threw with Adam Lopez, I broke my hand. So I fought that whole fight with a broken, all 6 rounds with a broken hand. That was my first 6-round fight. My first step-up fight. It was a storm that day. We wasn't really supposed to even be there. Me and my dad caught 2 trains and 2 buses to get up there. They told us it was impossible to even make it. We made it up there. Like I said, man, the first round, I broke my hand, and I fought the rest of the fight with a broken hand. I know the world probably don't know that. Adam probably don't know that, but I was definitely calling for Adam for that fight, to fight again, because I feel like without a broken hand, I would have won that fight, no question.
A theme tonight is going to be the weight of expectations, right? You know all about it, Paulie. Coming up through the amateurs, people expect something as you as a pro. You came from kickboxing where you were a world champion. Then you got to earn that again as a pro. People start paying attention. They expect something of you. May 10th, Erickson Luben taking on Ardrell Holmes. Was a guy, Chris, Erickson Luben, right there at the top. So much expectation coming from the amateurs.
He's a guy that we've been hearing about for so long, and to think that he's still under 30 years old is mind-blowing. He's still there. He's been to the top. He failed when he got there, but he's back to it. And then listen, that's what boxing is all about. We love the underdog story. We love the guy who comes back, but he's still there, man. He's still in his physical prime, and he has an opportunity here with that IBF #1 spot, man, at 154, which is a red-hot division. I mean, he's right on the cusp once again.
What Paulie likes in a fight is a little spice, right? Little flavor. Ardrell Holmes, little bit of this. Ardrell Holmes and Erickson, they got into a bit. When he was on Zoom, they were going back and forth. It seemed as though...
And even in person.
Even in person, right?
Scrum,
Right, but it's this idea that there's a little bit of an edge to this fight. Does that favor anyone to you? Or it just means a lot of action?
Listen, when we talked to both of these guys, we found out they also fought in the amateurs. Granted, it was a long time ago, but nonetheless, they fought at the National Golden Gloves, I believe, and so there's that Ardrell Holmes wants to get back. Luben was a major, big-time amateur. As a matter of fact, he's been a big-time pro. It's hard to believe he's never been a world champion, but he's been along in the top 10 for so long that it's really, really difficult to fathom how he's never been a world champion yet. So he's still got that hunger. He still has that chip on his shoulder. And I think that's where the bad blood came in with him and Ardrell. Obviously Ardrell wants to get that get back. Erickson's still chasing that world championship. The lights are going out over here. It's getting crazy.
The beautiful lights that are supposed to...
It really is wild, but May 10th I think is going to get even wild. Hopefully we got the lights on for May 10th.
Hopefully that fight is lights out as well, because that's where we're at right here.
I like that altogether. But another thing about the weight of expectations, gentlemen, is the ProBox team. A lot of them DC fighters, but a lot of the ProBox team, they help one another out in a way that is extremely rare in boxing, Chris. We're going to see that May 10th. So many guys, Blast Val Saint, when you talked about Najee Lopez, they're all pushing one another to be better.
Yeah, I mean, the whole card is full of the ProBox stable and all the prospects that are coming up. The prospects that are now turning into contenders very, very quickly, who are probably going to be world champions in the next year and a half. Yeah. We spoke to some of the guys about that. But yeah, it's odd. I mean, Paulie, we've been in countless gyms of our lives and careers. Rare do you see that all these guys support the way that they do over at the ProBox studios, the way that these guys show up and watch each other fight. fight. They're at every one of these events. They're sitting ringside. They're hanging out together. They're pushing each other. I mean, it really is something rare.
Erickson Luben looking for a second chance and enjoying it. May 10th has a tough fight in front of him. What do you have to say? Here he is.
I feel like this win is important to me because I'm coming off of a long layoff. I just beat an undefeated kid in Jesus Ramos, but, you know, coming back into the ring, fighting another undefeated guy, it'll catapult me back to the title contention, and that's the main goal, just getting to the world title and becoming champion. So I feel like this is very important, and I'm taking it like that. I'm training like that, and May 10th, it all show. I'm always motivated, you know. I'm a man of the sport, so, you know, every fight to me is important. Like, this kid, you know, he may not have the experience and he may not have been in the ring with the top guys, but he's hungry. So that keeps me motivated, that keeps me hungry, that keeps me always always on my game, always on my A game. So I'm taking this like I do every fight. It's no different, really.
You still love the sport?
Yeah, I still love it. I love it so much. I haven't reached my goal yet.
What is your goal?
To become world champion. You know, that to me is important. You know, I can't solidify my name into the Hall of Fame without winning a world title.
Paulie, that is a common denominator here. When you talk about hunger, you still want it badly. You talk about all the time when it starts becoming a job, when it starts becoming, you're kind of looking in the rearview mirror at your talent. This whole squad, May 10th, they are hungry. They want everything that they believe is in front of them. Erickson Luben, very much a part of that.
Very, very much a part of that. You know, he may be the old-timer in the group, but he's not that old. Yeah. Still in his 20s.
The 29-year-old old head.
It's a stable of young phenoms, and they're all hungry. You see what Erickson just said there. You know, what drives him is still to become a world champion. You know, he's beaten world champions, but not when they had world championship belts. You know, he's been in world title fights, came up short. He's been in with the likes of Fundora and Jermel Charlo. You know, came up short, but also has solid wins against guys like Jason Rosario and then that Ramos with the undefeated guy. Now he's going up against the undefeated Adria Holmes. Listen, Luben has been around in the top 10 for a long time because he's quality. But for him, it's a personal goal to become a world champion. And that's just for all of us, you know. So I think that that keeps him young and makes him want to strive. And then he's fighting. He's training with a young stable of phenoms who also obviously are chasing their first world championship. So he may be the older guy and he may be the elder statesman in terms of being a veteran in there. But all these guys are just as hungry as the other. Blas Valsain, Najee Lopez, Erickson Luben, because they're all chasing their first world championship.
Let's not forget
and
Valle
all
as well.
quality. All guys are quality. Valle is coming up the ladder right with them as well. And Valle is another. He's a destroyer, man. Don't let the good looks fool you. This kid does modeling on the side, and he's you know, he looks like very suave, but when he gets in there, there's not too many meaner than him in there. So you know, we've got a good young stable of phenoms, and I include Luben in that. In your 20s, is still young. He's still plenty of time there, and considering everything he's accomplished, there's still more he can, including that world championship.
Who are you looking, Chris, to break out May 10th? All these guys around that, 10, 12 fights, right? When it's like, we need a world title contender. Some guy dropped out. Hey, how about this kid? They could all get that call. Who's looking to break out to you in terms of record and performance come May 10th?
For me, it's Najee Lopez and Darrell Valsain. Blast. Those guys are neck and neck in terms of how far along they are. The thing is, they're in super tough weight classes, 175 and 154. Literally two of the toughest, deepest weight divisions in the world today. But they're ready for it, man. They're there. They want to get in with the best in the world. They feel like they're there. I say within the next year to 18 months, one or both of those guys will be in world title fights.
Well, we keep rolling right along May 10th in Kissimmee, Florida. But right now, we are that's right, just outside D.C. in Maryland. Jordan Short Dog White is our main event versus Matias Romero of our Challenger Series. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Do not miss it. Before that, of course, it is future stars. You can see the up-and-coming talent, some undefeated fighters from right here in D.C. So scream along with the crowd. Join us right here on ProBox TV. Future Stars starts now. Welcome outside the DMV. What does that mean? DC, Maryland, Virginia. Right now, the center of the boxing universe. Talent like Lamont Roach Jr., Gervonta Davis. Also, if you know your history, Sugar Ray Leonard, Winky Wright. So many great fighters from here in the DC area. Well, guess what? It continues tonight. Jimmy Smith ringside, as always, with two legends in their own right. Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. We have a great main event. Jordan Short Dog White, one loss in his professional career, but his opponent, Matias Romero, that's a guy who's been in with some of the best. Very, very tricky, and he knows how to win. Chris, is it about the boxing of Jordan White to you?
Absolutely. I mean, with Jordan White, you know, he's has some very quality wins on his record when you look through his resume, but this is a step-up fight. Matias Romero is very, very tough. He's been in with top-level competitors and been neck and neck with world champions. This guy is super legit. But for me, with Jordan White, man, he can punch and he can box. You got to watch out early. He's got some first-round KOs that you got to look up on YouTube that are brilliant. But also, he can go 10 rounds and use his boxing skills. He's got a lot of physical gifts. He's athletic. He's got that boxing skill set and boxing IQ. So he's a real tough task. But, man, Romero's one of those guys, man. He's a dog.
Yeah, well, you know, Argentina's a lot of time considered the Italy of South America, so you know all about that, Paulie, right? The Italians of South America.
This guy, Argentinian with an Italian last name? I guess that's why, right?
That's exactly what, Paulie. What does the Argentine bring in this fight? He's fought Isaac Pitbull Cruz, Robesi Ramirez. He's been there against top talent.
He brings exactly what you're talking about. He brings that experience against high-level opposition, against world championship-level opposition. Two guys you mentioned that he's been defeated against were both world championship fighters. So, you know, he's been up against guys like that. And he's given his share of tough fights, even though at that level. So I think for that, it allows him to have that confidence that he can compete here with a guy like Short Dog. He feels like, you know what, this guy hasn't fought the opposition I have. He's fought decent opposition, but not the opposition I have. I don't care if he can punch, he can box. If I can push him back or I can confuse him a little bit with the counter punching, I can maybe throw him off a little bit because I am battle tested. And that's what I think is going to be his main asset here tonight, is that self-belief and the experience factor against those kind of guys, that kind of opposition that Short Dog hasn't had.
And also the ace up his sleeve, Matias Romero, he's been out of his weight class when he took those losses. Yeah. Isaac Cruz is at 135. Michel Rivera is at 135.
And Robesi at 126.
Robesi Ramirez was at 126, and he said he really struggled to make that weight. So now he's in a weight class that he's most comfortable with. Yeah. So that's one of those caveats in this fight that make it that much more interesting.
You always say look behind the numbers. Look at what someone has taken out. Is this one of those fights, Paulie, we have to look underneath the hood a little bit and look at the physical character of these fighters and know it's going to be a great fight?
Yeah. And you know what? You also just got to look at what the ProBox TV motto is, right? 50-50 fights, good fighters and great fights. So you know when we put two guys together in a main event or in a co-main event, you know that, you know, we've done our homework and these guys are battle tested and they're gonna go at it pretty well. And I think this is gonna be a good fight to watch for the fans tonight.
Well, that's the main event of our Contender series. Remember, we started with the future stars, and now it's all about the future stars in the DMV area. We start out looking at our tail of the tape. Eric Hernandez versus Johnny Spell, 31-30. You see the height advantage for Johnny Spell. Also, a 2-inch reach advantage. Can he keep his opponent on the outside? Because one thing, Eric Hernandez in the fighter meeting, he talked about getting in, banging, making it a war. Could it be about the boxing of Johnny Spell? We are expecting a war in our opening fight of future stars. Lupe Contreras, get it going.
Casino and Hotel, Hanover, Maryland. This is another edition of ProBox TV, being presented in association with Lamont Roach Sr.'s No Excuse Promotions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 8 rounds or less in the lightweight division. Este duelo a una distancia de 8 vueltas, división peso ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Steve Rados, Nick Cementi, along with Bernard Bruni. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters the ring wearing black with silver trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos plateados. Su peso oficial, 134 libras y media. His official weight, 134.5 pounds. Esta noche entra al cuadrilátero en su 12º combate a nivel profesional, con 9 victorias, solo 2 derrotas, 4 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ring for the 12th time as a professional, with a record of 9 victories against only 2 losses, 4 of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Pittsburgh, PA, Johnny, trained to go, Spell. Across the ring in the red corner, Wearing red with black trim en la esquina roja, vestido de rojo con vivos negros. Detuvo la báscula a un peso idéntico de 134 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an identical 134.5 pounds. Tonight, this calm forward all-action fighter enters the ring with a record of 12 victories. Against 1 defeat, 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche, este peleador renuente entra al cuadrilátero con un récord de 12 victorias. Solo una derrota, 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing the DMV, Ashburn, Virginia, Eddie El Toro Hernandez. The final instructions referee, Eric Irizarry.
Hernandez, you're a little high over here, okay? So punches right here or not would be good. You're fine right there. You receive the instructions in the locker room. Obey my commands at all times and protect yourself at all times, all right?
On the tail of the tape, didn't look like there was a lot of difference between these guys, but Eric Hernandez and that face-off looked like the much shorter fighter. It says 2 inches. I don't know if I believe that from what I'm seeing, gentlemen.
Yeah, and he doesn't fight tall either, Hernandez. He really has to get inside. He fights out of a crouch position. But he's very good with his in and out. His footwork is good. We've had him on our air a few times before. Always an entertaining fighter.
We're underway. Future Stars round number 1. Eric Hernandez in the red and black. His opponent, Johnny Spell, in the black with the silver trim. We sat down and talked to Eric Hernandez. He had nothing to say about boxing necessarily. He talked about going in there, fighting on the inside. Knows he's fighting a taller, longer opponent.
You want to establish that range, getting close. You know, the taller man always wants to establish that long range. And you see Spell trying to use that jab a second ago. Hernandez is going to want to get inside and get to work, make him uncomfortable.
Took 6 years off the sport after the first and only loss of his career. Got back into the sport, got back in shape. He's been on a run, but as Chris, as you said when we were talking about this behind the scenes, like he's not a decent boxer, not a knockout puncher. Only 5 knockouts in his 12 wins.
No, he's a bit of an effort guy. He gets in your face. He outworks you. There we see him ripping combinations. He does that quite well. Really lets his hands go. Has a great gas tank too. We've seen him on our air, and he throws a ton of punches each and every round. Beautiful right hand over the top.
So far, doing very well with the timing on the outside.
Doing a good job dealing with a taller, longer man. You Spell. He's a sharpshooter. He wants to be on the outside. He wants to keep you on the end of his jab, and then hit you with those long, strafing right hands.
Spell himself started out 8-0. Lost 2 out of his last 3, both by decision. So close losses. Trying to right the ship here tonight. It's not easy to do on ProBox TV.
Yeah, he was the guy. I mean, he was telling us in the fighter meeting yesterday. He got shot 4 or 5 times, and then fought like 8 months later, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Said he wasn't fully recovered from that. He thought he was, but he found out that he wasn't. But now he says he's 100%.
And to quote a great man, 5 shots couldn't drop me. I took it and smiled. That's right. Tupac, just me? Just me? Anybody else a fan?
You're the West Coast.
All right, thank you. I'm the West Coaster, but he showed us on his hand where he was shot, and there's a huge lump there. He goes, yeah, I fought 9 months later. Because I said I was healed. I wasn't.
Yeah.
Coming in here, he said he's physically 100% ready to go. Finally had a nice long camp and some notice. Having trouble right now keeping Hernandez off of him.
Spell needs to be careful, man. Yeah, that right hand is coming. He needs to be careful pulling straight back with that lead hand down because Hernandez is looking to come over to the top.
Probably our main event, Romero, a loss to Isak Pitbull Cruz, but similar kind of style, compact, comes in throwing punches. You got to really be busy to keep a guy like that off of you.
Yeah, because they force you to be busy.
Talk about that endless gas tank, Chris. You want to fight Mexican style, you better have an endless gas tank.
That's for sure. You got to be durable, and you got to have a gas tank. Got to come in with those batteries charged.
One of the DC coaches, by the way, they said, hey, we fight Mexican too. It's not a place, it's a style. We teach that too. End of round 1, Hernandez certainly so far the busier fighter. Stop. Paul, you talk about when it comes to judging real estate. Hernandez controlled the real estate in that first round.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's going to want to keep trying to do. It looked like Spell was trying to establish a jab, but pushing it out a little bit too much. He needs to put some snap on it and put some mustard on that shot.
Hernandez looking fresh in between rounds 1 and 2. Talk about that endless gas tank. It kind of comes with not necessarily being a knockout puncher. Gone the distance in 7 of his 12 fights.
Don't tell him that, though. He fights like he can punch. He comes in, he's throwing bombs. He's letting those hands go. He goes high, goes to the head, goes to the body.
What I love about Lamont Roach is the idea that he told us, he said, I don't necessarily knock us out, but I hurt you. I hurt you. And I always keep that in mind when you look at somebody like Hernandez. Once again, not knockout power, but Paul, you say it all the time, punches don't tickle as we begin round number 2.
Nah, they still hurt.
I call that respectable power because you get respect from your opponent. They're not just going to rush in. And we're seeing already here in round number 2, the fight's getting a little bit closer in terms of real estate. Hernandez is starting out a couple inches closer than he did last round. And you hear the corner of Spell say, don't even let him come forward, because they're noticing that as well. Good body shot there from Hernandez.
Yeah, he's going to start getting too comfortable. You know, he puts you into flight. He puts you into a pattern of going backwards and not setting up your own shots.
But what is impressing me so far is Hernandez exploding off that back foot really, really well, covering distance.
Yeah. Jimmy, I'd mentioned the footwork. I'd seen that in the last couple of shows we had him on. And he's very good at getting in and out. For a shorter guy, closes the distance very adeptly.
And you notice he blades out very well. When he shoots that jab, notice his shoulder gets bladed right to the opponent. Good jab there by Spell. He's got to do more of that. He's got to do a better job establishing it.
Teddy Atlas, the guy we worked with a lot, told us, he said, Mike never lost his punching power. He lost his movement and his footwork that let him get inside and use it as he got older. And what we're seeing now is a shorter fighter who, once again, has that movement and footwork to get in.
It's good to have. Good
caught a shot coming in.
I was just going to say, I'm waiting for Spell to unfurl that right hand, because he can punch with that right hand.
Yeah, he started out with a check hook and he came back with that right hand and turned to a counter into a nice combination.
Nice sharp combo.
And Hernandez for the first time backing off.
Yeah, back to Hernandez all the way up.
See if Spell can capitalize on that. Another good stab jab down low. Spell needs to be careful chewing on that mouthpiece, though. He's pushing that mouthpiece in and out quite a bit.
There's a love cut there by Hernandez.
Let me go.
Man, this one's scheduled for 8. You guys have seen it a million times. You lose your mouthpiece, start opening your mouth, and bang, that jaw snaps.
I like that little right hand that Hernandez is landing to the hip. It's a great move against a guy, especially who's had a hand position the way that Spell has. Sets up the right hand upstairs that much better.
Hernandez once again taking the center. Trying to use that lead jab to set up the rest of his offense.
Hernandez also doing a nice job of doing various different feints. He's doing head feints, doing foot feints. He's going in and out. He's playing with that critical distance in and out. Gets smacked with a shot there.
In the meat. Oh, nice. We just talked about the stab jab to the belly.
Jab. You're seeing Spell's confidence grow this round.
Hernandez talked about taking away his opponent's strength in this fight, but right now, looks like Spell, as you said, gaining confidence.
And it was about establishing that jab. In the first round, it was like he was pushing it out. He wasn't really confident with it. Now you can see he's doubling it up. He's shooting upstairs, downstairs, and he's putting snap on it as well.
And I think he only threw one right hand this round, and it landed beautifully. I'd like to see some more from Spell.
Certainly a better round for Spell at the end of round 2. Late shot.
Good job by the ref. He caught that immediately. That was a late shot. Here we see that was that beautiful counter fighting off the back foot. That check hook right into a right hand. Both of them landed well for Spell. Hernandez was rushing in. Spell took a half step back, had good positioning, good balance in his feet. Was able to land 2 punches. Good 2 hard power shots.
Looks, Paulie, like he's starting to understand that he can catch Hernandez coming in and establish the jab. They're 2 keys to a shorter fighter.
Absolutely, and I think, if he can keep catching Hernandez trying to come in, he'll break the confidence of Hernandez's, the pressure that he wants to put on Hernandez.
That's the beautiful thing about being the taller, longer fighter. I don't think I ever fought anyone at a high level, at least, that was taller than me. So you always have that range advantage. So people have to cross that line, and that's when you can hit them on the way in. Good stab jab again, right off the start, round 3 here by Spell.
Yeah, round number 3 underway. It could be split on the scorecards. Good round 1 for Hernandez. Spell finding his rhythm in round 2. Hernandez had about a 2-3 month camp. Says his cardio is ready to go. Spell had 100 fights as an amateur. Fought Gervonta Davis, Joseph Adorno. Some great professionals in his amateur career.
Nice combination there from Spell.
And Paulie, you talk about the education of a good amateur, an experienced amateur. When he throws, you can see the educated punches.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's tight. He's well balanced. He knows how to be in and out.
Yeah, no question. Spell knows what he's doing in there.
Angles out well here, as you can see with that pivot move.
Doesn't waste anything either.
Oh, their left hook, right hand combo.
And off the check, catching Hernandez coming in. Hernandez has to be careful trying to come in through the front door like that, trying to force the pressure.
Same deal.
Body work. Good body work.
Oh, another good right hand.
That was a right hand over the top there.
I mentioned he doesn't waste anything. He's at like 100% land percentage early this round.
Power punch percentage must be off the chart high right now.
Still chewing on that mouthpiece, though. He's got to be careful.
Hernandez needs to pick up the pace here. At this pace, Spell is able to sharpshoot from the outside. He's walking him into shots.
You talk about the landing percentage. He doesn't have to throw very much to do damage. Doesn't have to overwhelm his opponent. Ooh. Another good check left hook.
He's got the rhythm of Hernandez now. He domesticated Hernandez just enough that he's not coming in and out and throwing tons of punches. And he figured out his timing, so he's able to time him on the way in and the way out.
And it has not been the left hook by itself. It's been throwing the right hand very effectively behind it.
I mean, he throws them like they cost him money, but he makes them count.
And you talked about his size advantage, and look at him in the ring. He's the much bigger fighter at 135 pounds. He said that. Not trying to be the physical bully necessarily, but certainly the bigger man.
Good counter over the top of Hernandez there, the right hand. Coming over the top of that stab jab, and there's a nice check hook.
Yeah, he's finding a home for that.
Spun off.
He's got a timing on Hernandez's step in. Does Spell with that check hook. He's caught him with it several times very well. And sometimes he even follows up with it.
Ooh, nice. Right back to the center of the ring. That's what you got to do with a younger fighter, a smaller fighter, who's rushing in. You got to keep cutting those angles so you can keep the ring big.
Yeah, also, it's almost like a matador. He keeps that pivot on that side. He uses that check hook to both land it and also to help him use that momentum to pivot. There it goes again.
Left hook has been money for Spell throughout this fight.
Yeah, great timing on that shot.
We were wondering what the answer would be for the physical pressure. It looks like it's the left hook.
Yeah, that check off and spin. He's either spinning out and creating him, getting around, staying invisible, or he's landing the right hand off of it.
And that right hand was nice too.
Yeah,
that shot, it would jab to the chest, get Hernandez looking down a little bit, and then the right hand over the top.
That was the hardest shot either fighter has landed tonight. You can see Spell in the corner. He looks very calm, very calm, relaxed.
He said he wants his ProBox opportunities on the undercard. He said, I want to go all the way with ProBox TV. I know this is my opportunity. He knows the stakes. So we begin round number 4, scheduled for 8.
If Spell wins this fight tonight, I'm going to buy him a new mouthpiece.
Make sure you choose on it. Make sure you don't chew on it.
We have it on record now. Chris is now legally obligated.
That's like next Friday. What, you been chewing on this shit, sport, bro? The CD.
That is an old one. Love that.
Yeah, we got the old movie references and new ones.
We got all of them.
We got mostly old, Jimmy.
Mostly old.
We mostly date ourselves.
We don't really see a lot of new movies. I mean, Jimmy, you do because
they suck.
Yeah, that too.
Nice. Good pressure here being put on by Hernandez. He's trying to establish a little bit more here in this round as he knows Spell has gotten comfortable. Trying to take away some of the momentum now is Hernandez.
A little bit of slip there.
No knockdown.
That kid movies, Chris. I want to make it abundantly clear. Kid movies.
Kid movies.
I've seen all the new ones. Hernandez now walking his man down, and even when he blocks it effectively, it just checks his pace. It just knocks him a little off track.
A roll shot by Spell with the right hand.
Champ, tell me, has Spell missed the right hand tonight?
I don't know.
He's only thrown 7.
But he makes him count.
A good right hand over the top from Hernandez.
See, this is the pace that Hernandez needs to fight at. He cannot let Spell sharpshoot at the mid-distance.
Oh, you missed the right hand there, champ.
There's the first one.
He comes up with different angles of it, too, and that's why it's hard to time as well, because he comes over the top, comes straight and underneath. Good little double hook by Hernandez. Doesn't partially lands, but nonetheless, it's enough to start getting the momentum of Spell back. And this is where Hernandez has to make the adjustment here and not run into punches like he just did there with a counter uppercut by Spell's left hand. Hernandez puts good pressure on, but sometimes he's running into the shots.
Yeah, he's turning up the heat, but he's got to take damage to get it to keep it up.
And he's got to do it behind the head movement, and the punches have to be off that rhythm so that he's hard to hit on the way in.
How about a jab, though, Chamis? You got a shorter guy. You can jab with the jabber.
Yeah.
I would like to see the shorter man. There it is, that chest jab. Blood from the nose
Also
of
feints.
Spell.
You know, he started out the fight. He came out feinting and stuff, but he's not really feinted now with that pressure. Good hook there. He's trying to cut the ring off and trying to establish some pressure now.
Also finishing strong, under a minute left in the round.
Got some blood, drawing some blood from Spell.
Yep, it's coming out the nose.
Jimmy, remember what I said about Hernandez? Don't let him hear that he's not a puncher, because he certainly acts like one.
Certainly has a style of a guy that can hurt you, and he's right now pursuing in round number 4. Trying to land the big punches.
You know, that's something that actually impressed me about Hernandez when I saw him in last fights. Even at this pace, he seems very calm. He's used to being in high contact situations. Spell looking much less comfortable this round than he has the last 3.
Don't let him catch up. There you go. Don't let him catch up. There you
Okay, I need that shit again. Hey, we need the rest of it. I want the rest of it. Okay? Keep pushing back. He's not in shape, right? He doesn't like that pace. You need to set that pace. Breathe it from his mouth. Stay behind the jab. Stay responsible. Keep working that body. Keep coming underneath. Go ahead. Let's go. Rubbing on your body? Hold on. I want no. I hold that.
I'm trying to. I'm looking at that. I'm pick up that. Yeah, I think.
The same way you did. I need that again. I need that again. Break it down.
Ready to go. Round number 5. We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 8.
Still a lot of fight left.
Now, this is about the point in the fight, Paulie, where you see what each guy can do. Like, we get what the strategy is from both guys. We're seeing what they do well. It's about who can use it effectively as Spell lands a right hand over the top.
And his walks right through that, man. That was a hard shot. Yeah, there it is again. Just missed that one.
That's all day.
Oh, just missed the counter right-handed Hernandez. A little long over the top. Gotta watch the head bust when you miss those, though. Hernandez doing his best to try to make it physical. He knows that's a
low blow. Referee saw it. He's on top of it.
See those moves Hernandez makes there, right there? But he's got to come up punching. He's got to throw the rhythm off of Spell.
Good slip off that right hand.
Again, with that pivot.
Ooh. Corner saying, don't let him come forward. Have punches ready for him there. When he does that, he's effective.
Yeah, but Hernandez is doing a good job of making Spell work very hard. Spell's doing great. He's landing good, clean shots. Oh, nice.
Good left hook.
Hernandez picking his head up right in the center line after he comes in. Ooh.
Yeah, the problem with Hernandez is it's not deceptive. He's coming, trying to pressure, trying to break through that front door, so Spell can see everything coming. And also catch him on the way in as well.
Well, you know, we've seen Spell be able to use the jab from the outside. We've seen him be able to hit Hernandez on the way in. Now we're seeing him hit him on the way out. Yeah. That's what you want. You want to hit a guy on the way in, and you want to hit him on the way out. And Spell's actually doing that great this round.
Spell talked about setting the pace. It's kind of been Hernandez setting the pace, but Spell hasn't backed down from that pace.
He's still staying in control.
Yeah, Hernandez is making him work hard, though. Exactly. Spell is doing some good boxing, catching. I think he's landing in cleaner punches.
Certainly.
But Hernandez is making it very uncomfortable with the constant pressure, constantly keeping him on his heels.
I was about to ask you about judging. It takes an educated eye to see that Spell is landing cleaner punches, but because Hernandez is the one coming forward.
Jimmy, it's not really that educated, but for the judges, it might have to be a little bit established, yeah, because it's not really that difficult to see who's landing punches and who's just walking forward. It's really it's boxing 101 essentially. But
a few moments ago, Spell landed another really good right hand.
But having said that, Jimmy, yes, with judges, the IQ isn't that high.
But you got to see how you had these early rounds. The first round, not a whole lot happened.
Yeah,
so
I thought Hernandez did okay in the first round.
Yeah, exactly. So then you give him the first round. The next 2 rounds of Spell, obviously. Round 4 was a better round for Hernandez last round, but here we got a round for Spell. These guys are very, very tightly contested.
Very competitive.
As Jimmy said, it's a round for Spell, but Hernandez, the body language was a lot for Hernandez. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't land a whole lot, but he's got Spell moving in all kinds of contorted directions, trying to slip punches and looking uncomfortable.
But I can't unsee some of the big right hands that Spell won that round.
Speaking of,
and left hands, right?
Yep.
What I like about Spell is he counters in combination a lot of times. He'll counter, but he doesn't. He puts 2 and 3s on the counter, which is very rare. You got to be talented to do that. A lot of times when counters are pretty much single shots off a miss and make you pay and then reset. But Spell does a pretty good job of putting punches together on the counter.
The best counter puncher in combination I've ever seen is our friend sitting right next to us, Juan Manuel Marquez.
I tell you, it was good too. Joan Guzman was good with counter combinations. He didn't like to make weight, but he would counter in combination a lot.
Joan Guzman was good at everything, though.
3 rounds
except
to go.
Stop staying away from the fridge.
Except for making weight.
The Riddick Bowe of under heavyweights, yes. Old heads, we make jokes like that. Round number 6.
Joan's actually a very good trainer now.
Yeah.
Training out of Gleason's in New York.
Yeah.
Eric Hernandez in the red and black, record of 12-1, 5 wins by knockout. His opponent, Johnny Spell, in the black with silver trim, 9-2 as a pro, 4 wins by knockout.
We got the pressure of Hernandez versus the sharp shooting of Spell, excuse me.
Good shot to the body there by Hernandez.
Spell throughout this fight has found a home for the left hook, right hand behind it.
And some stab jabs as well down low.
I feel like he could be busier with the jab because he's successful with it when he uses it, but a lot of times he's waiting on it.
That was a good jab on the way in. Haven't mentioned the nickname, Trained to Go, Spell. I like that, Trained to Go. I'd ask him, where'd that nickname come from? And pretty obvious where it came from.
Oh, good shot there by Hernandez.
Yep, good left hook.
Hernandez trying to increase the pressure here. Could make it interesting these last few rounds because, like we were saying last round, he forced Spell to make a lot of moves to make him miss. So I felt like Spell landed the cleaner shots, but we're talking about also Spell working harder, and that could catch up to him as Hernandez is now continuing to put this pressure on. And you're not able to work as hard to make these punches miss if you're Spell.
Yeah, Spell complaining a little bit to the referee about some shots to the hip from Hernandez.
And I thought the chewing on the mouthpiece and keeping the mouth open was a conditioning thing from Spell, but it doesn't seem like. He's actually kept it together pretty well. I think that's just more of a habit.
Could be an ill-fitting mouthpiece thing, which you will take care of should he win the fight. There you go.
One thing about Hernandez too, he throws everything hard, so you also see it coming, and that's also helps Spell a lot. He's under duress a lot of times, under pressure, but Hernandez doesn't throw any setup punches. Everything is hard, including the jab. He throws it like he's trying to knock down a door.
Well, when we talked about the difference between a great amateur and a great professional, one of the things you said is punch variation. You got to learn how to throw a lot of different kind of punches at different speeds.
Oh,
Hernandez right now kind of in one gear.
Another thing that Hernandez has been lacking is body work. If you're this kind of fighter and you're a kind of guy who has to work hard to get in the inside, and you got to fight, and you're a pace fighter, you got to be touching guys downstairs.
Yeah. I'll say though, we talk a lot about the difference in amateurs and pros. Anything that works in the pros will work in the amateurs. You just got to do it.
You got to do it well.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't pick it up until the pros, but whatever works in the pros works in the amateurs.
Hernandez again coming in, looping right hand over the top for Hernandez.
Hernandez took some shots, but again, walking right through them. Has shown a very solid chin tonight.
Kind of fight we thought we would see. Neither guy a knockout punch, but they are workers as we begin the last 2 rounds.
man. You're gonna have to get green. You're gonna stay inside. Work that free hand. And you have to get green this time, okay? Stay behind the jab. You're still with your feet first. And when you're there, work, man. Stop pulling out. Right? Dale, vamos. Come on. You need these moves, okay? Pick it up and stop doing the jab, okay?
Outbox, inbox.
Beautiful fight.
He can't hit you. He's boxing it just the right way. But you're right there. Okay, man.
Let us out! Let us out!
Round number 7 underway, scheduled for 8. And what to any neutral observer would be a very close fight so far, gentlemen. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the aggression of Hernandez, and it's the clean, effective punches like that one from Johnny Spell.
Good timing shot there again. Stops Hernandez's pressure right in his tracks. As Hernandez now is just wondering how he's going to continue to come forward. You see, he's made him stop. And that's where Spell has to take advantage. When you land a shot like that,
another good left hook.
You make now you got Hernandez thinking. You got to establish your jab here. You can't be waiting. You see how Spell is kind of waiting. Yeah, Hernandez going backwards. Got to establish that jab.
And gentlemen, even when he blocks it, Hernandez's whole body moves from that left hook. You know, just takes him complete. You can see it from a mile away.
Spell said it in the fighter meeting yesterday. You know, he doesn't have a lot of KO. He's got 4 knockouts in his 9 wins, but he said he's like, I can punch, and you can see that he's a physically strong guy.
Good slipping on the outside from Spell.
And Spell, he's not the busiest guy, but he varies up his offense very well. Mixes up those punches, throws some different angles.
Little Emmanuel Augustus lean there before the uppercut. Y'all remember him.
Little drunken master.
Yeah, a bit awkward. See, again, he's got this counter left uppercut. He keeps trying now. He's landed pretty successfully with it.
And this round, Hernandez's offense derailed early.
He found a home for that left uppercut.
Nice move there by Spell to change position in the ring, and now he's back at center ring where he can establish that jab.
But gentlemen, it's like he never stays with one strategy very long. It's like a jab, then goes back to the power hook. It's hard to adjust to him in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, he's got some awkwardness. Then he goes to the body with 2 hands like that. Hernandez still pressing though. Again, that weird left cross counter. He stepped under the southpaw stance for a second, and counter with a left cross there.
Now, Spell doing a good job of staying nice and long. Just flicking out those shots.
And also, Hernandez has no creativity on the attack. You know, he's trying to force his way in the whole time. You know, everything he's throwing is hard. Everything he's trying to step in hard, forcefully. And you see, Spell kind of just sees it. You know, uses some of that athleticism, awkwardness, and times him. Good up jab there again.
Some blood out of the right nostril of Hernandez.
But even under pressure, Spell has stayed very controlled, very calm.
Because all the pressure is at the same speed, champ. So he's kind of comfortable with the way he's dealing with it. Hernandez is not changing gears at all.
And this is a very frustrating round for Eric Hernandez, a fighter from Ashburn, Virginia.
Very clever round for Spell.
Very good. Got a 10-second clapper. Frustrating round for Hernandez. One round to go. Good chance that Spell pulled ahead with that last round. He's looked very good with his counter punching.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of Live Casino and Hotel, they have one more to go. This is the 8th and final round.
You just heard it from Lupe Contreras, 8th and final round. Very entertaining fight. But it seems as though Johnny Trained to Go Spell has made the proper adjustments to the physical pressure of Eric Hernandez throughout this fight. Neither fighter can feel that they are ahead in round number 8. A lot of drama and a competitive, entertaining fight so far.
Yeah, these guys need to go for it this round, both of them. You know, if your Spell, they seem pretty confident in the corner. You want to stay confident, keep ahead, get this round. If you're Hernandez, you got to at least think you're down, and you got to go for it.
Well, he's been going for it the whole time, Champ. It's just he's got to go for it in a bit more creative ways. Because, you know, see right there, you know, Spell has a timing on that pressure already. So again, he's got that up jab on automatic pilot now as soon as Hernandez steps in.
Well, there's not a lot of time left, so I don't think he's going to get creative in the 8th round.
At this point, if we didn't see any creativity, we're not going to see any creativity. But at least cut off the ring. Nice uppercut.
That uppercut, that hurt him.
I rocked him.
Hernandez is hurt. His legs just went.
Yeah, he's still hurt.
Nice left hooks. A series of them from Spell.
So much for going for it, Champ.
Things just went from bad to worse, Paulie, for Hernandez.
Spell found that lead uppercut in the last round, went right to it, finally one hurt him. It looked like it hit him on the side of the temple.
Yeah, and he walked him into it.
Yep.
You know, Hernandez was trying to press, trying to go for that broke pressure, and walked into the uppercut.
Hernandez's legs froze completely after that left hook. Credit that he's still on his feet. He's a tough customer.
Oh, absolutely. He's tough. He's in shape, durable, but that was a wicked shot.
Coach, who's right next to me, he's heard him. He said you got him surviving out there.
You know what else is surviving? That mouthpiece in Spell's mouth. Holding on for dear life. Don't worry about this guy, man. He right now with a hook in any of these fights, even if it's not tonight.
And he can fight. I mean, it's wild that he's shooting on that mouthpiece like that.
Well, right now, after this fight, assuming it goes the way of Johnny Spell, we don't know how it will go. Chris Algieri Googling mouth guards. I'm sure you got the hook up somewhere.
I got some guys in Florida.
You got a guy, all right. Then Johnny Spell down to get one fitted. He has done a great job with his boxing, his countering. Check hook has been there, effective with the jab and the right hand.
He's looked sharp tonight. Very, very smooth. Good boxing from the outside. Nice counters, setting traps all night long. And he's against a guy that Hernandez, that, you know, he can make it very uncomfortable in there. He can make it for a tough night. And Spell has done a great job of being able to stem some of that aggression.
That shovel uppercut, last couple rounds, it's been a great punch. Hernandez comes back with the left hook.
See how he sets it up there, too. He kind of paused with the right hand. And
10 seconds left in the final round. And Spell looking like he has it in the bag, and he just might. After a great performance tonight. Johnny Spell, at least to us at ringside, looks like he did enough to pull this fight out.
He couldn't wait to get that mouthpiece out of his mouth. He took it out as soon as the bell rang.
Oh, mouthpiece, no mouthpiece. He did a fantastic job countering the physical aggression of Eric Hernandez. The question is, how will the judges see it? As you said, Paulie, controlled a lot of the real estate in certain close rounds, which might have been enough for him. We gave Spell those rounds, but we will see.
I think finishing strong was important for Spell, too. The 7th and 8th round were good rounds for him. He found that left uppercut. He found that left uppercut in the 7th round. He was able to hurt Hernandez in the 8th. You know, it was a pretty competitive fight for the first 5-6 rounds. But to me, it looked like Spell pulled it away those last two.
All of you joining us on our YouTube channel, thank you so much. We are just the Future Stars show. Great fight you just saw between Eric Hernandez and Johnny Spell. We will give you the decision right after this. That's right. Stay tuned. Go to ProBox TV. Check it out. The Future Stars portion of our show. The main event of our Contender Series, Jordan White, Matias Romero. Stay with us. We'll see you on the other side. just outside Washington, D.C., the center of the boxing universe right now. Talent like Lamont Roach Jr., Devontae Davis, you know your history. It's, of course, the guys like, Pernell Whitaker, Sugar Ray Leonard, some of the best. Tonight, William Foster III taking on Brandon Bonitez. Foster has only lost to the best, but Bonitez promises to make it a war tonight in the super featherweight division. And it's said all the time in boxing, as goes the heavyweight division, so goes boxing. We have two great heavyweights, Stephan Shaw taking on Rafael Apeori, a three-sport athlete at Miami, 6'8". Stephan Shaw, a guy coming up, got a lot of attention. He has a mountain of an opportunity and opponent tonight in our co-main event. And in our main event, you talk about local talent. Jordan Short Dog White, 18-1 in his pro career. He can box, he can fight, he can hurt you. His opponent, Matias Romero, outstanding fighter who's taken on some of the best in the division. Can he overcome once again against a hometown crowd tonight? Jimmy Smith ringside alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. When you talk about, of course, the Future Stars show, it goes Future Stars, then Contender Series. I don't know which is which. We have so many future stars all over our card tonight, especially when it comes to the DMV talent. You look at the main event, Jordan Short Dog White, his ability, he has knockouts that, whoa, you're looking at him, you can't believe the power in his hands, but he can fight and he can box, and they're all different things. He can do all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be careful early, because he's got some highlight reel left hook knockouts that in the first round you're like, wow, like you said, you put those like on YouTube and you're like, good God, this guy can punch. But then also he can box.
Don't get caught cold.
Don't get caught cold with him. You got to come out raring to go and be sharp. But also he can box. He can go out there and box for 10 rounds. He's athletic. He's got a long, sharp jab. He's got hand speed. He's got power in both hands. He's a difficult guy to deal with.
Yeah, but when you look at Matias Romero, when you talk about starting cold, he doesn't start cold. He's the kind of guy you come at him. He has good counter-punching ability. His fight with Isaac Pitbull Cruz, 2 scorecards this close. He could have been the guy. Yeah. When he's come to America, he's 0-3, but it's been against the elite of the elite.
Been against the elite, and he's performed well. You know, you're talking about his fight with Pitbull Cruz. He performed respectably. He's gritty. He's durable, and so I think he can also, bring a level of experience to the table, having fought that level of opposition that maybe can bother Short Dog a little bit. Short Dog can box, he can punch, as the champ was saying, but at the end of the day, Romero can pull back on his experience and say, you know what, I've been in with this guy and this guy. If I can match wits with this guy a little bit and maybe confuse him with some awkwardness, or maybe push him a little bit, or use some of that Argentine grittiness that these fighters are known for down in South America, maybe you start to make Short Dog question himself a little bit. It's a worthy main event.
Yeah, when it comes to the co-main, as we said, the heavyweight boxing here at ProBox TV, what are we looking for? That next heavyweight to kind of carry the band. We have so many great fighters in so many divisions. What about the heavyweights? When it comes to Shaw versus Apeori, Shaw is one of those guys, he's been on the radar for a long time. A lot of people looking at him. He's looking to reset his career tonight, but a big test.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally big.
Yeah. I mean, Apeori, they don't come too much bigger than Apeori, even by today's heavyweight standards at 6'8". But Shaw, he's a talented guy. He's spent a lot of time in Deontay Wilder's training camp, and if you can spend a lot of time in that camp, that means you're lasting and you're giving good work to a guy who was a champ for a long time. Obviously, he's got that reputation. Even Apeori, when he sat down with us, was talking about Shaw's reputation. Lost a razor-thin decision to a Jagba champ, a fight you worked, and a lot of people thought he won. So Shaw, a guy who's been right there, hasn't quite put the full package together, but a guy you look at it and say, wow, if he could just put it just together, and he's only got a little bit to put together, he can be that guy. While Apeori, on the other hand, tall task, like you said.
Yeah, but when you look at it, Apeori, one of those guys, 3-sport athlete at the University of Miami. Chris, you said it when we were at lunch. You go, you don't have to be a great athlete in boxing, but it helps. This guy's got it all.
You see me smiling? First of all, I love heavyweights. I love heavyweights, but I love big heavyweights. I love guys who can punch. Apeori, I love when we get real athletes in the heavyweight boxing. We got a guy who played football and basketball, and now he's boxing, and guess what? He can punch, too. So I'm excited for this fight.
Yeah, but when it comes to future stars, with the show starting now, it's all about the DMV talent. You know about the style, gentlemen. When it comes to Lamont Roach, Devontae Davis, slick, counter-punching, great footwork, great offense, great combinations. We have some up-and-comers that you've seen on ProBox TV before, and man, they have absolutely shined. But when you're on a card full of talent, what can you do to take the next step? That's the question. Well, let's get it started. Our first tale of the tape to start our Future Stars section of the show. Benjamin Johnson versus Brandon Mendoza. You see, 20 years old to 29. The height advantage for Johnson, also a significant reach advantage, 9 inches. The question is, can he use it? Lupe Contreras, get us started here in the DMV.
We continue with the action here at Live Casino and Hotel, Hanover, Maryland. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach's No Excuse Promotions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest set for a limit of 6 rounds in the welterweight division. Este duelo pactado a 6 vueltas en la división peso welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Bernard Bruni, Nick Commenti, along with Steve Rados. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with white and gold trim, presentando la esquina azul. Vestido de negro con vivos blancos y dorados. Su peso oficial, 148 libras y 3 cuartos. His official weight, 148 3/4 pounds tonight. This heavy hitter enters the ProBox TV ring with a record of 6 victories against 3 losses. All 6 victories coming by way of KO esta noche. Este peleador con golpe de grueso calibre entra al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord de 6 victorias, 3 derrotas, todas sus 6 victorias por la vía del knockout. From Panorama City, California, Brandon El Fino Mendoza. En la esquina roja, in the red corner, vestido de blanco con plateado, he steps in wearing white with silver trim. His official weight, 149 3/4 pounds. Su peso oficial, 149 libras y 3 cuartos. Tonight, against his toughest opposition to date, he puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 3 victories. All 3 victories coming by way of KO esta noche. Ante su rival más experimentado, pone en juego su récord invicto de 3 victorias. Todas sus victorias por la vía del knockout. From Springdale, Maryland, Benjamin Johnson. A referee, David Braslow.
All right, gentlemen. Given the rules in the dressing room, protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch him up. Good luck.
First time we saw him, Chris, if he can fight, he's going to be a star. This kid has it all.
Ben Johnson does have it all. He's got the look. He can talk the talk. He can punch. He's big for the weight class. He stays in shape, stays in the gym.
If only he had an amateur pedigree.
Yeah,
12-time national champion. Has that as well as we begin round number 1.
Only thing missing for me is I want to see him get into the second round.
Yeah.
Just so I can see more of what he can do in there. Because I'm excited to see what this young man brings to the table.
By the time you're warmed up, his fights are usually over. Ben Johnson in the white. His opponent, Brandon Mendoza, in the black, white, and gold.
Stiff jab for Ben Johnson along the ropes. And I don't know if I'm going to get what I was hoping for tonight in a second round appearance, but Ben Johnson has the mentality. We don't get paid for overtime, so going right to work.
Get these suckers out of the way, and he is big for this weight class.
Oh, yeah. Says he makes weight easy, too. Oh, good counter right hand.
Oh, to be young, right, Chris?
Beautiful.
Oh, to be young again.
Yeah, right over the top with that, timed that perfectly.
Of course, trained by Lamont Roach Sr. out of that very, very talented camp. They speak so highly of one another. Mendoza waving him in. Saying, I can take your punches. So far, no one has been able to. 3-0, 3 knockouts. All early, that's how he does it.
Good right hand to the body that got the attention of Mendoza.
Sharp right hands.
And Mendoza's given some good, tricky head movement, but Ben's finding him. Mixing up those right hands very nicely. Over the top, up the middle.
Not quite into the halfway mark of round 1, and Johnson just unloading.
Ooh.
Referee taking a real close look now.
You can hear those shots ringside, man.
Mendoza, though, smile, letting him know he's in it. Letting the referee know he's in it.
That's smart. That's a veteran tactic. Let the referee know that you're still in the fight, even though I'm getting hit with shots, but he's starting to get hurt now.
It's the most experienced fighter Ben Johnson has fought at 6-3.
Oof.
Johnson right now, right in front of us, unloading.
And Mendoza, obviously, you know, a pretty durable guy, but he's taking a lot of leather here.
Love a big breath from Johnson. He's just getting guys out of there with combinations like that.
Johnson looks like he's hitting a heavy bag at this point. There's nothing coming back.
That is a knockdown. Count is up to 8. Mendoza on his feet. Oh, do you want to fight? Nope. Shook his head. Well, you wanted to see a round number 2. We did not see one.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Don't get up for your drinks and it's over.
Ben Johnson once again impressive.
4 first-round knockouts for Ben Johnson.
Not the time to go use the restroom, get something to drink. What'd you get there, Paulie?
Well, whatever it was, I missed the knockout first.
It happens. But that's what happens when you're watching Ben Johnson. That kid can hit. Mendoza, you know, slippery with the head move, was doing some veteran things, but as soon as he got knocked down, Chris, he looked at the ref and went, I have better.
He was smiling, but he was like, I got nothing for this guy. Because he stopped throwing back, too. That was another thing. He wasn't really defending himself. He was trying to avoid, still getting hit with a bunch of shots, but he wasn't punching back with Ben Johnson. So I understand, the referee calling the knockdown also, he did quit, so he didn't want to fight.
Now look at this. Beautiful combinations from Johnson. That right hand over the top to the temple. This was in the corner.
Yeah, that's full defensive mode too. It's not, and you're not looking for a spot to punch in between.
No, not at all.
Hold it down with the left hand through the right hand over the top of it.
And champ, it looked like Ben Johnson was hitting the heavy bag. He was walking in.
Yeah.
He didn't have to be deceptive. Yeah. He didn't have to set anything up. He had a guy in front of him that was not punching back.
Yeah. When a guy's trying to, unload heavy shots on you when you're on the ropes, it's best to look for the pot shot spot, and you can see Fino wasn't doing that.
Well, he's averaged exactly 1 round in his pro career, and he's under 1 now, so what can you do?
That might have been the longest fight of his career, though.
Could have been.
They've ended pretty short.
Those are rookie numbers. Got to get those rookie
numbers. Got to bring those numbers up. Lupe Contreras. It's a washout, but make it official, my friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, referee David Braslow determines that the blue corner can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest with an official time of 2 minutes 24 seconds of the opening round. Damas y caballeros, dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, el referee David Braslow determina que la esquina azul no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 24 segundos del primer episodio, declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout. And still undefeated, Benjamin Johnson.
I got news for you. Brandon Mendoza decided that he could not continue that fight. The referee had little to do with it. He shook his head. He wanted nothing to do with it. Took some blistering punches.
And Jimmy, officially, that is the longest fight of Benjamin Johnson's career. 2 minutes, 24 seconds. The prior winner was 2 minutes, 23 seconds. So he went 1 second longer than usual.
Well, that's right. Well, you slowly move up is the way it goes in this business. And right now, Ben Johnson, when you look at what this guy can do, I would say he is near the top of his game. Doing absolutely outstanding work. You see him there with Lamont Roach Sr. Looked absolutely fantastic. But it's not just about Lamont Roach. It's not just about Lamont Roach Sr. It is about that entire team out here in D.C. They don't just train together. They lift one another up. It's a mentality where they want everyone to get better. Chris, you say it all the time, a rising tide raises all the ships. That's what they believe. They're all going to be champions together. Well, we have one tonight. And it is Jordan Roach, younger brother of Lamont Roach Jr., looking to take another step forward in his future, his quest for gold. Learn a little bit about him right now.
I'm looking forward to keep elevating and keep showing my skills. I know that my opponent has a lot of experience. I've seen him fight for a world title before, actually. So that'd be a good name on my resume to get him out of there or just beat him up regularly,
What makes you ready for a 16-fight veteran who's been in title fights in just your 4th pro fight?
I have 7 nationals and an international medal boxing on Team USA. So I've been in the ring with the best since I've started boxing. I don't even have that many fights because most of my fights are in nationals. I don't get show bouts. I have about 60-something fights, and let's say 50 of them are against the people of the national level. When I was at Team USA and we sparred the international camps, all those people were old. Like, all those people were spanning from 18 to like 30. I fought a Ukrainian that's been amateur since like 2011. Like, he's been fighting at international tournaments since like 2011. I feel like I got to step it up. But as far as the outside noise, no, I don't really pay attention to them or give their opinions any credence. I don't give their opinions too much weight. Because, you know, they switch up on you every day. They switched up on Tank after my brother touched them up. They switched up on my brother. Now they like him. So I can't give them too much weight. But for me, yeah, like to get to that level, I know I gotta work hard. So it put more of that idea in my head.
In the fighter meetings we had with him yesterday, we're like, hey, does it bring pressure when your brother's in the gym? He goes, my brother's always in the gym. Right. I don't know anything different than being part of this stable. That's how confident he is.
Just cool, calm, and collected. That's what that man is all about, Jordan Roach.
Young, talented fighter here in the D.C. area, part of course, the Mont Roach team. He's his little brother, but you'll see so many great fighters. We just saw one in Ben Johnson getting another first-round knockout. I see the legend Sugar Ray Leonard across the ring from me. He's there cheering on these young fighters. When we come back, David Whitmire, known as the Body Snatcher, taking on Roberto Gomez. Stay with us here on ProBox TV. The future stars shine on.
Kissimmee, Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th in the main event. The war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Luben, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those two bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
We keep right on rolling, this time to North Florida. May 10th, Kissimmee is going to showcase a lot of the young, hungry ProBox talent. Well, that's also what we're doing right now. Future stars here in Maryland, just outside Washington, D.C. An area absolutely packed with talent. I call it the center of the boxing universe right now. The D.C. fighter, you can hear him, ready to make his entrance. David, the Body Snatcher Whitmire. 9-0, 6 of those wins by knockout. And one of the things, man, you can only sense the energy of the crowd as he dances his way in. They've been behind their guys tonight, Chris.
Yeah,
it's been loud in here.
The crowd is starting to spill in. There's a lot of ticket sales in this fight tonight, so I expect there to be a packed house.
That's right. David Whitmire from Washington, D.C., just 20 years old. His opponent from Mexico, 34. Whitmire has the height advantage, the reach advantage, weighed in about the same. Lupe Contreras, get us going.
We continue inside of Live Casino and Hotel Hanover, Maryland. This is ProBox TV. Being presented in association with Lamont Roach Seniors. No Excuses Promotions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest. 6 rounds, welterweight division, este duelo. 6 vueltas, división peso welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Nick Commenti, Bernard Bruni, and Eric Irizarry. Presenting first, in the blue corner, wearing black with silver trim, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos plateados, su peso oficial, 148 libras y media, his official weight, 148.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 10th time as a pro, with a record of 5 victories against 4 losses, all 5 victories by way of KO. Esta noche, entra en su 10º combate a nivel profesional, con 5 victorias, 4 derrotas, todas sus 5 victorias por la vía del knockout. De la Ciudad de México, Roberto Sarinana Gómez. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de plateado con multicolor, he enters wearing silver with multicolored trim. He weighed in at 148.25 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 148 libras y un cuarto. Tonight, this vicious body attacker enters the ring ready to show up and show out for his people, as well as put his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 9 victories, 6 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche pone en juego su récord invicto. Dentro de la zona del peligro, el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, con 9 victorias, 6 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Ripping Washington, D.C., the body snatcher, David Whitmire. Our referee, Jamal Brown. Lou.
Gentlemen, belt line here is good. Belt line here is good. Protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. Touch him up.
Another DC fighter ready to go. Here in Maryland, David Whitmire undefeated, 9-0, 6 wins by knockout.
Said in the fight, you're 20 years old, your nickname's the Body Snatcher. And then I see him as he comes out. I'm like, oh, he looks like Mike McCallum. He literally fights the same way.
People remember him. Round number 1, we are underway. He says, my opponent throws a loopy punches. I'm ready to outbox him tonight. Roberto Gomez.
McCallum made body punching look beautiful.
Oh,
yeah.
So good.
Sometimes the body punchers make it, it's violent. But McCallum made it look all that, but also he made it look beautiful. So
violent.
Smooth.
It was beautiful and it was vicious.
Gomez in the black and gold from Mexico. Whitmire in the silver with the multicolored crosses on him.
Gomez is another guy. You got to look past the numbers. He's got 5 KOs in his 5 wins. He's never been stopped. 3 of his 4 losses were majority decisions. Fighting on the road. This is a sneaky tough guy.
We're talking a co-main event. Apeori, his coach, a guy named Glenn Johnson, known as the Road Warrior. Similar kind of path for Gomez. He says, I'm always, in somebody else's hometown. I'm always getting robbed of these close decisions. He goes, I'm not letting that happen now. I'm always looking for the knockout. So he has 5 in 5 wins. Got to respect the power.
He has KO'd a 6-0 fighter recently. So very, very dangerous guy here in Gomez. Don't let the record fool you.
You're coming in with some confidence there, right?
Oh, he was very confident in the fight meeting yesterday.
So far, Whitmire boxing like he respects the power, staying very, very tight.
He also, touching with that lead hand, trying to establish some distance, but I think he's also looking to set up something powerful. See, when you touch with that lead hand, you're usually looking to set something up. You don't want the guy to go too far away with a hard jab. So you're touching and measuring a little bit. Let's see what he ends up coming out with. But I like how Gomez is also giving him a moving target, changing levels, trying to see right there, changing distance, changing levels.
Whitmire's giving me the look like he's got other gears he's not trying to show him yet.
Yeah.
Well, he had 3 months to get ready for this fight. He said, I only knew my opponent for 1 month. So a lot of the camp was just, sharpening up my skills.
Is Gomez the one that said he was training for 4 months for the fight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
It's a long time.
Training since before Christmas.
Yep. For a 6-rounder. So he's in shape. I mean, he looks fit. Very, very fit.
Hey, man, you knocked out a 6-0 guy, so you know what? You got confidence. Stay in the gym, right?
Confident in his power. This one's scheduled for 6 rounds in the welterweight division.
Gomez having a lot of trouble getting past the length of Whitmire here early on.
And Whitmire starting to put a little more snap on that lead hand now. He's not just measuring with it. He's starting to snap it out there, trying to
But you see the redness on the face of
Already
Gomez
lumping him. I was about to say it. Already lumping him up.
Knots on his forehead. He doesn't look like he's throwing anything hard either.
Hey man, you're the one who said he got some gears there. There's some gears. He's starting to slowly up the gears here. Is Whitmire.
Also, look at the way he hand fights. The way he's able to move his opponent around, grab his elbow. So
Crafty young fighter.
Very crafty.
Little McCallum, little B-hop. We're seeing good things so far from the undefeated fighter.
And a big crowd, too. DC was chanting when he came out.
Yeah.
Whitmire so far looking like a fresh fighter after round number 1. Saw just about everything go his way tactically in that round, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, his defense was sharp. His distance control was great. Very, very confident, very, very smooth out there. But again, like I said, there's a lot of gears I think he's going to start unveiling as we move on.
Gomez, we know about his fight-stopping power. Keep saying it. 5 wins, 5 knockouts, but you got to be in position to hit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fists can't hit what your eyes can't see. Famous quote from Muhammad Ali as we begin round number 2. So far, Gomez not able to see Whitmire. Certainly not able to keep him in range.
You can have heavy artillery in those mitts, but if you can't get into position, it doesn't matter.
Whitmire so far staying behind the jab again.
I love the speed change and the way he used that elbow to frame and then step around.
And he said, I'm going to see what he's got in round number 1. I'm not going to give him everything I have. And he's pretty one-sided first round. Considering wasn't doing everything he could. Beautiful uppercut.
Again, he comes off as effortless, and then all of a sudden he goes into like straight to 3rd gear. And then 1 first gear, 4th gear, you know? So he's still, most of the time in that 1st gear, just relaxed, parrying, making Gomez work harder than he wants to.
Push with the elbow, but no warning from the referee about it.
He's a very, very savvy young fighter, man. He's only 20 years old.
Yeah, 20 years old.
You know, when they tell you, you're in the average and you're like, oh, you got a pro style. I mean, this kid's 20 years old. He's just very, very savvy. Like he's experienced in the pros.
Very slick.
He turned pro at 17. They said.
That's what it is. He's already got 3 years experience.
Doesn't matter. I got T-shirts older than this kid. He's fighting like a seasoned pro.
And he's huge for the weight. This is welterweight. Yeah, he's huge.
Nice to be young.
Yeah. Wow. And his balance is great. He doesn't overthrow any of those shots. So even though Gomez had some nice head movement there, is making him miss. Whitmire didn't fall off balance at all.
He doesn't fall out of position when he does miss. Exactly.
He predicted a late finish in this fight. He says, I'm going to work him over and maybe turn it up late. Try and get this guy out of here.
I like that little right hand. He keeps digging underneath the elbow and that front side.
Also, you see how he slips on both sides as well. Works on both sides, slips on both sides.
Champ, see that knuckle punch?
Yeah.
Here, turn that over. Oh.
Clearly not afraid of an inside fight.
No, he's fighting quite well on the inside, even though he's a long, tall guy with long arms.
Gomez is tough, man. He's sitting there, he's in this inside. He rubbernecked a few seconds ago, one of the shots with Whitmire 3.
Oh, nice sharp right hand.
Wasn't quick enough to rubberneck that one, though.
Yeah, we could hear that one landed solid. Gomez just missed with a big overhand right.
Again, you see the hand fighting, like you said, champ.
Very, very good at controlling the guy on the inside. 1-2.
Effortless 1-2 on the counter, no less. As Gomez had just missed a shot.
Ooh, nice feint. Hard head feint there.
And remember, your feints are always more effective when your jab is good.
Another old school guy he's reminding me of right now with the way he's throwing is Michael Nunn, who's just throwing the outside really smoothly.
Yeah, it's true. And he's built like him a little bit, too.
Built like him a bit, yeah.
Michael Nunn was tall and long as well.
Well, with the names we're throwing out there, you know who's winning this fight at the end of round 2.
Did they just put Michael Nunn in the Hall of Fame?
Yes,
they did.
Yeah, yes. Who had I think, greatest nickname of all time, Michael Second to None, is the greatest nickname. And there it is. I mean, you've seen version 2 here, Whitmire. Great control from the outside, gentlemen.
Right uppercut. What a nice timing.
That was early in the round. Later on, we had some right hands over the top. Really good use of a right hand from the inside position, even though he's a tall guy. Gomez is hanging tough, though. Very much still in this fight. Doesn't look discouraged yet. Actually landed a few shots at the end of that round. Nice little body shot with the right hand and a little overhand right.
Question is, can he do more to get the respect of Whitmire, who right now is having his way?
You don't get too many new kids in the block references on ProBox TV. We just got one. Hanging tough.
Hanging tough, dude. You know?
It
was from Chris, by the way. I just want to make that abundantly clear. It was from Chris, round number 3.
Normally it's Jimmy making it weird.
Big fan. Big fan, Chris.
Today it's me.
Step into the realm.
On the block. All right. We begin round number 3.
Oh, nice jab, but it's a level change. You see, he stepped down with his level, and then shot up with the jab.
That uptown jab, we call that.
Yeah.
This is around the time when you start to see a guy like Gomez wilt. Just nothing's working.
Not able to make his power a factor, which is kind of his equalizer in fights.
Whitmire is effortlessly in control. You see him, he's thinking, he's setting up shots.
Yeah. And Gomez is not for lack of trying, he's just
been turned off.
It's not will, it's skill here, really.
And probably one of the things you talked about, and the coaching of Buddy McGirt he worked with, you can be comfortable at close range, and right now Whitmire's totally comfortable in close range.
Yeah, and it's not always common for a guy with long arms to be comfortable at close range. But
especially with a puncher.
Yeah.
Gomez is a puncher.
Yeah, Whitmire's really showing some good dimensions to his boxing. I mean, at different ranges. Even now he's showing it at close range here. At long range, he showed a good jab and good change of gears and speed.
But also defensively sound as well.
Yep. Defensively sound, alert, good instincts. Tell you, this is a good-looking prospect, bro. Tell you.
Comfortable everywhere.
Not sure how this guy got under our radar this far, but man, we're happy to have him here. Oh, good counter there from Gomez.
Gomez is trying that little headbutt after it as well. The old one too.
I was going to say, I mean, if nothing else is working, at least make it rough.
It didn't bother Whitmire either, you know?
Yep, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Well, Gomez, at this point, has to try something. He's getting outboxed by the undefeated fighter from D.C.
He's getting outworked on the inside as well. It's not even just the box.
And again, what you like about Whitmire, the craftiness, savviness, looks years beyond older than what he is as far as the way he boxes in his comfort zone. Gomez trying to make it uncomfortable, trying to make it rough. It's still poker face on the part of Whitmire, still doing his work. Still great punch selection like you saw right there with the right hand.
I got to imagine Juan Manuel Marquez is loving this style of fight right here. These guys are in the pocket, trading with really high-level infighting.
Punching in between Gomez as well. Yeah, now lack of trying.
Gomez looks really good here as well. He's good at this.
No lack of trying on Gomez's part.
Well, gentlemen, when we're talking about your will and your effort, it means you're losing the fight. And that's Whitmire right now technically and tactically controlling this fight.
Yeah, he's just better. It's both guys want to win. Both guys are showing a lot of will, but you can see the dimensions of Whitmire.
Hey.
Wait, look at that, but counter right here.
Ready for round number 4 to begin. You're in the corner of Roberto Gomez, who has yet to find a way to make his power felt. My David Whitmire has had his way on the inside and the outside. That's impressive.
Well, he had a nice idea at the end of that last round. He rode a jab back of Whitmire, landed a good right hand over the top. Probably the best punch that Gomez has landed thus far. Didn't seem to have much of an effect on Whitmire, but it's something.
Well, round number 4 underway. This one's scheduled for 6. And this is where Whitmire said he would turn it up and look for the finish late in the fight. He said he'd respect the power of Gomez early, but as we said so far, power not a factor for Gomez.
Gomez is a hell of a chin, though, too. He's taking these shots quite well so far, but never been stopped, Gomez.
Whitmire, 66% finish rate, 6 out of 9.
Never been stopped, but also never won a decision. So
he's not going to win one here the way it's going.
Not going to win one here.
Good shot again by Whitmire. You see Gomez coming right back.
Back with good body shots. And I would imagine that would be the place that Gomez should be looking the most. You got a guy in front of you, tall, a lot of real estate with that body, long torso. And he's young.
But you speaking of long torso, you see what Whitmire does when Gomez goes to the body. He bends down, so he shortens his torso up a little bit as well. So while holding punch position, because now when you bend down, he's got his hands in proper position, he's got his balance, but he shortens up his torso. It takes away a lot of the space for the body punching of Gomez.
And very disciplined with his elbows. Another DC fighter, winky right. He would keep those elbows so tight.
And then from there, he fires, you know, because he's in position to punch, because he holds that balance. He holds that position well.
It's not a passive high guard. Nothing about Whitmire's defense is passive. Everything is
even
active hands, active feet, and he's answering.
Yeah, you saw there even when he used that change range defense and guard. You know, he changed range and then he stepped right back in.
Nice right hand. Not overly aggressive. Doesn't throw 3, 4, 5 punch combinations.
I still can't believe I'm watching a 20-year-old here with this kid. This is impressive. Again, he's got a guy in front of him who's not a world beater, but he's a guy who's trying, and a guy, you know, and a guy who can give you problems and has given guys problems. You just said Gomez has beaten an undefeated guy, you know. This is, you know, and the way his whole approach to this fight, his mental and physical approach to this fight, I tell poised beyond the years. Again, another headbutt he took, doesn't even bother him.
Yep,
No, not even looking at the referee, nothing.
Oh, short uppercut.
Selection. You saw that again.
Yeah, super short.
The body shot there by Gomez.
Yeah, you mentioned Paulie Gomez was the guy in the fighter meeting who said he trained for 4 months. It looks like it. He's in shape.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not planning on stopping anytime soon.
No, he's very active. He's still twitchy. Good body shot again from Gomez.
No, he hasn't mentally or physically checked out of this fight.
Body shot by Whitmire.
Yeah, just hasn't had any tactical answers.
Oh,
back with Whitmire, another
Nice
good right hand.
Again on the roll.
Unbelievable stuff, but it continues. That's right, with our Contender Series. Jordan Short Dog White in the main event here in the DC area, 18-1, 12 wins by knockout. Matias Romero from Argentina, 29-3. All 3 of those losses in the United States. All 3 of those losses to outstanding talent. So a step up for Jordan Short Dog White in his promising young career. Speaking of promising fighters, there's one now. David, the body snatcher, Whitmire. From here in DC, and Paul, you said it. He's looked wise beyond his years, schooled certainly beyond his years. Before we get in round number 5, referee giving a warning about the headbutts from Gomez. Seen him land a couple of them. Round number 5 underway. 2 more to go. It's up to Gomez to find a way to get back into this fight. Whitmire just has not given him a path to victory.
No, I mean he's been very dialed in all night long, and showing that kind of. I mean, obviously the ability, but at this age, the ability is impressive, but the poise is even more impressive.
It's almost what he doesn't do, which is, you know, as you said, you guys always talk about 5-6 punch combinations. This guy has time to come back.
Yeah.
He shortens them up, so there's really no way back.
Yeah, there's no daylight in between.
Right. That is a very schooled thing to do.
And Gomez, you know, again, he's not looking discouraged. The fight is still in him, but he's walking back to the corner like, damn, this is a long day at the office. Nice feint there, hard feint upstairs. And see how he changes the range. He steps in, he steps out, doesn't get hit with anything. Oh, good shot there from Gomez over the top.
Gomez with times those jabs with the right hands. He's come back with a few of those. At the end of the previous round, he tried one that Whitmire rolled with very nicely, but nonetheless, Gomez does get those counter right hands off. But then you see Whitmire changes the pace a little bit on the jabs. Like, prevents you from getting the full timing on it. And he mixes it in with their 1-2s like he just did a few seconds ago.
And Gomez shows some nice fancy head movement as well.
Yeah, that he mixes with a couple of headbutts.
Ooh, good right hands from Whitmire on the inside.
Good body shot there from Gomez. There is a chance, though, to catch and shoot for Whitmire, because the body shot that Gomez throws is a little bit wide with the left hook to the body.
And it's a single shot. He ends on it.
Short right hands there by Whitmire. Good double right hand there.
Yeah, one thing Gomez does not do with that left hook, he doesn't double it up. He doesn't go body head.
Yeah, so there's a chance for a catch and shoot with the right uppercut for Whitmire. That's the only thing I probably haven't seen from Whitmire, because I've pretty much seen everything in terms of the punch selection.
See that parry where he slipped out, push the jab over, rolls with
nice,
that.
that roll uppercut to the body, beautiful. He does counter with the uppercut when the overhand right comes, when he rolls with it.
And even the little push-off.
Yeah.
Push-off with the forearm.
Yeah, his ability to understand positioning is excellent. Excellent. I mean, it takes, usually takes a lot of experience to understand that.
Most frustrating thing is football is your team moves the ball all the way down the field and can't score any points. It's a similar kind of thing here. It's like Gomez has a little bit of success, and then boom, it's Whitmire right back with the punches.
I've got so many questions about this kid. How many amateur fights did this kid have? I feel like this kid's born inside a boxing ring, dude. Because again, there's prospects that'll dazzle you more, but it's not that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the entire package put together. Decision making, savviness, poise.
Even that, he knew he was walking in the corner with the belt.
Inside of Live Casino and Hotel we go to the 6th and final round.
The 6th and final round in what has been a shutout for that man, David Whitmire, from here in Washington, D.C., trying to go to 10-0. Roberto Gomez, his opponent, a power puncher. Well, that has not been a factor in this fight. Couple good right hands, but not enough to stem the tide. Round number 6, final round. Does Gomez go for broke, and does Whitmire look for the finish in a fight in which he is comfortably ahead?
I mean, that's the only thing missing in this fight from Whitmire is to get the stoppage. But he still has a dangerous guy in front of him, a guy who's very durable. I don't, as dominant as he's been, I don't feel like he's beaten Gomez down to the point where it's like, all right, now I'm going to go for it and get him out of here.
Yeah, and so that's why he's staying smart. He has an understanding. I think if he saw that he was ready to get him out of there, I think he would step on the gas a little bit. But I think he understands, again, talk about a savvy fighter. Being savvy, he's also understanding when your opponent's ready to go and when you're still cooking and marinating them. And I think this has been a good 6 rounds of experience for Whitmire to get against a durable kind of opponent. I feel like Gomez earns his money. You get this kind of opponent, you want your guy to get some rounds and get some experience and spend some time in the ring, and that's what Whitmire's done tonight. He got to work on a lot of things in the process.
Yeah, Mama didn't raise no fools, right?
No.
He's not going to be dumb, let his guard down against a power puncher.
Oh, champ, we got cut off last round. You're talking about how aware Whitmire is
at the corner,
and he's walking to the corner because he knows the bell's coming, and could have stepped back into engagement. No, he knew the round was over. Bell rings and sat down. I mean, that kind of awareness for a 20-year-old in a pro fighter with less than 10 fights. I mean, it's very.
I was wondering how many amateur fights he had. He's got.
Big right hand.
Counter.
Down goes Gomez.
Counter with the right hand.
Yeah, ran him into it.
Perfect timing on that shot. Marinating, gentlemen, I think is finished. He's looking to put this one to bed in round 6. Another good left. He's a sitting duck. The towel is in. That's it. Wow. A knockout in round number 6.
Wow.
For David Whitmire in a fight once again he had in the bag.
He bounced his mouthpiece off the ground. I don't know. I guess it's not that important. I don't know. My mouthpiece was always expensive. I wanted my team to make sure they got my mouthpiece.
Hopefully somebody caught it.
That was the cherry on top of a fantastic performance.
Yeah, we were talking about he doesn't have his guy ready to go. You know what? As soon as he noticed he was ready to go after the knockdown, he went up the gears. Great finishing instincts. Forced the towel to get thrown.
So, Champ, you telling me he's a finisher too?
You saw that, man. I mean, that killer instinct. That's also something natural, you know.
Talk us through the perfully timed
let's see the roll here. I think it was a roll right hand here. Let's see. No, it was actually not. Not even. He threw at the same time. He threw at the. He actually slipped the jab, but then he didn't counter on it, and then sort of waited for Gomez to throw that right hand. Then he timed him with a right uppercut himself.
But right before they threw in the towel there, I actually saw his corner get it. He was getting hit with some really big shots.
Yeah, that was the end where they were
missing. That was not in that replay.
Yeah.
That was where they actually were throwing in the corner.
Yeah.
But he was getting hit with some very big punches. And then his corner immediately grabbed the towel. They care about their guy.
Yeah, because Gomez there, he has to hold. He didn't hold, so he was, get yourself stopped there. You get yourself overwhelmed.
Just over a minute left in the 6th and final round.
You get a stoppage like that in front of Sugar Ray Leonard. Yeah. Another excellent welterweight in boxing history. What a good night for a young 20-year-old phenom.
Goes out and finishes. Yeah. Wow, what a wipeout for David Whitmire. Remember the name on this kid.
When you're a young guy, a last round stoppage is the best thing that can happen. You get the rounds in, and you get the KO. I mean, that's a perfect night for a young fighter.
Everyone knows you're dangerous all the time.
I'm glad he got the rounds because we got to really see and enjoy the craftiness and the savvy boxing that of a young 20-year-old phenom.
Once again, keep the name in mind. Lupe Contreras, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the blue corner throws in the towel, obligating referee Jamal Brown to stop this contest with an official time of 1 minute 56 seconds of the final round. Damas y caballeros, la esquina azul tira la toalla, obligando al referee Jamal Brown a parar la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 56 segundos del sexto y último asalto. Declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout. Reppin' DC, the body snatcher, David Whitmire.
David Whitmire moves to 10-0, 7th knockout of his career. But, gentlemen, when you see that young talent, you go, I'm going to remember this kid. This is one of those nights.
Oh, yeah. And I hope we have him back on our air very soon because he is a super talent. Very impressed with what I saw tonight. And, I mean, man, just to get the cherry on top with the KO at the end, I mean, what a performance.
Finishing is not a skill, it's an instinct, right? It's knowing when to turn it on. And Paulie, he knew when to turn it on to get this fight over.
He sure did, and he turned it up quick when he needed to.
Yeah. Absolutely outstanding performance, but that's what it's all about here in our Future Stars portion of the show. See the challengers of the upcoming years. David Whitmire looking in the back of his head right now, an incredible fighter. He moves to 10-0, but we got another one coming up. That's right, the Roach family. Maybe you've heard of them. Jordan Iceman Roach coming up, taking on a very tough fighter from the Philippines after this break.
Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th. In the main event, the war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Luben, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those two bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
Not only is it an important fight, not only is Erickson Luben looking to get things back on track, Paulie, got a little spice. It's got a little flavor. Two guys who do not like one another. A little payback from the amateurs. There's a story here.
A little picante.
A little picante. It's getting a little hot here.
I always like to say, everybody speaks beef. That's going to get more eyes on that one. And especially if you make a little bit of spicy beef.
Yeah,
okay.
A little spicy beef.
Spicy beef.
Little spicy beef. Sitting next to the Argentine fighter, Chris Algier. He knows about spice, right? You know all about it. And right now, making his walk, Jordan Iceman Roach. Now, when you look at, we just had the 20-year-old David Whitmire, who looked like he was about 30, right? Looking like he's getting ready for a second divorce. Jordan Roach, the other way around. Young kid, looks like a young kid, but man, he has incredible skills. 22 years old. His opponent, 29. He has a 4-inch height advantage. Reach, exactly the same. The famous Roach family. His brother, of course, Lamont Roach Jr. His father, Lamont Roach Sr. What can the young man accomplish? Lupe, let us know.
We continue inside a live casino and hotel, Hanover, Maryland. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Seniors. No Excuse Promotions are being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 6 rounds. En the Super Flyweight Division, este duelo, 6 vueltas, División Peso Super Mosca. Los jueces son, the judges are Jamal Brown, Bernard Bruni, and Nick Comenti. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing Pinoy red, white, blue, and gold, presentando de la esquina azul, vestido de dorado con vivos azules, rojos y blancos. Su peso oficial, 116 libras, his official weight, 116 pounds. In 16 bouts as a pro, he maintains a record of 10 victories against 6 losses, 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout. A nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 10 victorias, con 6 derrotas, 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. From General Santos City, Cotabato del Sur, the Philippines, Hail Boy, got it! In the red corner, wearing black with white en la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con negro. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 115 libras y 3 cuartos. He took the scales at an official 115 3/4 pounds. Tonight, this fighter with boxing in his blood follows the footsteps of his world champion sibling and enters the ProBox TV ring an undefeated pro with 3 victories. One of his victories coming by way of KO. Este peleador, con el deporte en la sangre, sigue los pasos de su hermano y campeón mundial. Y entra al cuadrilátero del ProBox TV con un récord invicto de 3 victorias y 1 knockout. From Upper Marlboro, Maryland, Jordan Iceman Roach. Our referee, Eric Irizarry.
Gentlemen, you receive the instructions in the dressing room. Obey my commands at all times and protect yourself at all times.
Here comes a DC talent, Jordan Roach. Young, hungry, near the top of the list, but just getting started in his pro career at 3-0. Ready to take on his stiffest test, 16-fight veteran, Diagon from the Philippines. We're underway, round number 1.
Yeah, Jimmy, you said Roach looks young. Both these guys look young.
Diagon has fought 11 undefeated fighters in his career. This is his 5th in a row.
And he beat 6 of them. Yep. He's another guy, you got to look past the numbers. Look into the record. Good hard shot to the body there from Diagon.
Lamont Roach told us in the fighter meeting, something strange. He goes, I'm injured almost every fight. Every camp, I heard something.
And he was like, so far I'm good. I was good this camp, I think.
Yeah. This is the first one I haven't. A very technical boxer.
And Diagon can be tricky also, that southpaw style. Ironically, he didn't mention Pacquiao as
not once.
Fighter.
I baited him. You heard me. I baited him. I was like,
and he's a southpaw. And he's a southpaw. I mean, southpaw in the Philippines, and you don't mention Manny Pacquiao as one of your favorites.
He showed love for Juan Manuel Marquez on our Spanish team.
I fully baited him and expected the Pacquiao.
Maybe he was shy because Marquez was at the table.
The Filipino people are some of the nicest people on the planet, so very, very respectful. But man, the Filipinos, man, look at the legs. They always got powerful legs.
Yeah. And he commits that left hand like, you know, a la Pacquiao. Obviously not as sharp, but he still fully commits to it with the power.
He doesn't fly in like Pacquiao does. But yeah, he landed it again. Nice straight left hand down to the body. And we can hear these ringside. They're solid.
Yeah. Well, like Jimmy said, man, the biggest difference being ringside is the body shots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point.
We can feel him in a way you can't really at home, but it's one of those things where Diagon said, he goes, you know, Roach isn't a huge puncher. He's a good boxer. I'm not worried about his power necessarily.
But you see the Roach boxing style. His brother has it too, that position style. You know, that position, you get good shots there, punch selection. He mentally pressures you, continues to, you know, stay in position, patiently stalks you, doesn't waste shots, looks to position you for his attack, stays balanced on defense as you just saw there.
And similar to Lamont, he's not quote-unquote a power puncher, but he punches to hurt you.
Yeah.
Another good straight left hand down low from Diagon.
And that's the thing about the DC counterpunching style. You talk about counterpunchers, a lot of times they're back foot fighters. A lot of DC fighters, you remember even the Petersons, they come forward. Yeah. Their counterpunching is to draw you to punch at them because they're stalking you constantly. So they bait shots out of you, and then they make you pay when you throw. So it's almost like a pressure counterpunching style. And you've seen from the Petersons to Lamont Roach to now his brother here, Jordan, using the same mentality. He did step in.
That was a beautiful move. He stepped into the wide hook.
Nice right hand.
The body shots there. Talked about the body shots of Diagon, but Roach starting to get to the body well. Good
nice
left hook
as well.
And that check hook is a great weapon for a southpaw.
Getting the timing of the Filipino fighter. We knew about the boxing ability of Jordan Roach. That was on display in round number 1. Very patient first round, gentlemen.
Something that really stood out for me in the fighter meeting yesterday with young Jordan. I asked him, "What do you know about your opponent?" He goes, "I know he quits." He's seen him quit in a fight before. He said, "I know he quits."
Yeah, and he did say, he goes, "I know he quits, and I'm gonna be one to try to make him quit."
Well, two fighters will have no quit in them come May 10th. Erickson the Hammer Luben taking on Ardriel Bossman Holmes, undefeated 17-0. They faced one another as amateurs. Luben won those fights, and Holmes said he wants payback. They got into it. When they saw one another, they got into it on our air. IBF title eliminator, May 10th, right here, ProBox TV. Kissimmee, Florida. Come see us. Get your tickets now. We get ready for round number 2. Here in Maryland. Jordan Roach, Iceman, in the black and white trunks.
I don't know, funny thing about yesterday with the fighter meetings with these two, Diagon barely speaks English, so it's hard to talk to him. And Roach trying to speak to us in Spanish because he's looking to learn Spanish, trying to talk to Marquez in Spanish because he's trying to learn the extra language.
That's funny. We kind of got a little bit of everything. Diagon, of course, in the trunks with the Filipino flag.
Yeah, Roach has an approach. If you see him outside the ring, he speaks and has a demeanor almost like a scholar instead of a fighter.
He's a thinker.
Yeah.
He's a thinker in the ring as well.
Speaks slowly, thinks out his sentences. You never assume he's a fighter. You think he's like a student of some university.
And he's a chef too.
Yeah,
loves to cook.
Yeah,
which
mentioned you got your book, right?
Yeah. Well, I gifted him and his brother books last time we saw them because he was asking me about recipes.
What did he catch a thumb with it?
Nice
made like he's walking away and then catches Diagon with the right hand.
I think it was a headbutt. I got that southpaw orthodox.
Good counter left hand there by Diagon.
Yeah, Diagon's dangerous, man. He puts that left hand in the middle.
He fights. He's another one you wouldn't think is like a fighter. You know the way Diagon was talking.
He was so nice. Well, that's a Filipino personality. Like the culture is there. Everyone's so nice and respectful.
Nice combinations from Roach.
Combination, beautifully timed.
Yeah, Diagon said the fights I lost, I didn't have full camps for those fights. Wasn't ready to go. He said I'm fully ready for this fight. Had time to train, right?
2 months, right?
Yep. Had 8 weeks to prepare for Jordan Roach.
Yeah, and a couple of those losses that he took recently, he was fighting as high as 126. You know, he's at weight. He's where he belongs.
And he's small for super flyweight.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys like this. They got to take fight the last minute. So they got to take them on whatever weight they get them.
That was a very Pacquiao-esque combination there. Diving in, firing 4 straight right, left, right, left, right.
I think he watches Pacquiao.
He
certainly does. Winging that left hand over the top from the southpaw stance.
And following you straight in with those fast cup speed straight combinations.
He was just being respectful because Marquez was there, I think. How are you from the Philippines and you're a southpaw? And Pacquiao, man, he's
and you do some of the copycat stuff. You pour me in copycat stuff anyway. Oh, another good left hand.
Gordon Roach, of course, you know, a decorated amateur gold medalist 2018, 2019 USA Boxing Junior Olympics. National youth champion. The guy's won just about everything you can win in the amateurs.
Just missed that left hand. Diagon got underneath the left hook. Jordan throwing in with some me intentions.
Loaded up on that one.
Got to watch the headbutts, though. They're coming awfully close now.
Yeah, Diagon's first stoppage loss was to a body shot. So you got to think, Roach, you see him digging down to the body here and there. That's got to be on his mind as well.
Trying to reach it, ending round number 2. Diagon showing that he will wing that power shot. Jordan Roach so far showing those boxing skills.
Beautiful combination there. Well-timed left hook, right hand combination as Diagon stepped in, but he stepped in with a level change. But Roach is ready.
Who do you want to look impressive in front of? Sugar Ray Leonard. That's who you want to look impressive in front of. One of the greatest of all time, the king of the 4 kings, only one to beat all of them.
Just saying, ProBox TV is coming up in the world. You know, we got Sugar Ray ringside. You know,
yeah, when living legends come out,
yeah. You know, there's a welterweight world title fight a couple hours away from here, but he's at our show.
Yes. Very, very true. The legend from here in the DC area. Jordan Roach trying to become one of those, just like his brother, Lamont Roach Jr. Round number 3 underway. This one, of course, scheduled for 6. We talked about a little bit, Crystal. Straight blast punches, comes in with 3 or 4.
Yes. Oh, good little counter body shot.
Yeah.
Uppercut to the body.
And a good right hand upstairs. Right on the temple.
Roach learned to punch in the middle.
I'm telling you, there's some headbutts that are coming really close. It could be a clash of heads this fight, guys.
Well, it seemed like there was last round.
Yeah, but I'm talking about cut style. I mean, it's coming really close. Again, just close. Just missed.
When you got a guy who flies in like that.
Yeah. Diagon trying to make it rough.
Ooh, body shot there from Diagon and a double left hand. Oh, there it is again. These guys are going body shot for body shot.
It's the kind of fight Diagon talked about in the fighter meeting. He's going to make it a brawl. This guy's a great boxer, but he can't hit like I can hit. He hasn't been through what I've been through.
You know, Jimmy, Diagon's doing a good job of making Roach fight this kind of fight. Because this is the only way that Diagon can win. If you're going to go, if you try and match wits, you know, you got a superb boxer in front of you.
A tough opponent for a kid who's only 3-0.
Absolutely.
10-6. Did fight for a world title. Was stopped in that fight. Round number 6, corner stoppage.
Very straight left hand from Diagon.
Oh, good right hand coming in from Roach.
Yeah, we mentioned this is Diagon's 11th undefeated fighter that he's fought.
Yeah, so he's not really in awe of what Roach is going to bring. Roach is trying to still break in with the mental pressure, but Diagon answering physically.
But also it's one of those things where Paulie, you talk about it, where, you know, guys, if you're a high-level amateur, you're fighting with great pros, you're not used to these loopy lines, this guy. So it's kind of this awkward flinging these power punches is pretty rare in the gym he comes from.
Yeah. So you got to be worried about the head. You got a guy who's flying in like that. Yeah. It does change the way you fight. I fought a couple of quote-unquote billy goats in my career, and it affected my style.
Roach trying to touch the body anytime he can. I think he wants that stoppage to the body. I think he feels like if he can hurt Diagon to the body, he may get him to quit. Good counter left hand there by Diagon. I sort of get from the way Roach was talking to us yesterday that he feels like he can make Diagon quit. Maybe and seeing his approach to the body, maybe he does think he quit with that body shot stoppage he had.
Yeah, but you got to quit. You got to get the fight out of him first.
Yeah.
Diagon's here to win.
Yeah.
Good round for Diagon.
Oh, nice check right hand. Trying to catch the timing of the Filipino fighter.
These guys are scrapping.
10 seconds left in round number 3. And halfway through, one thing we know, Diagon certainly came to fight, gentlemen.
Not only did he come to fight, he came to win.
Hey, don't put so much Vaseline this time, okay? Don't put so much Vaseline on the face. Too much Vaseline on the face. Don't put too much Vaseline on the face. At the beginning of the round. Go on in. Inside, all right? Keep his hand up. Yeah, keep his hand up. Okay. You backing up? Then you roll over. Beat him over there to that spot. We'll set up the loop. All right?
We're halfway through this 6-rounder, looking in the corner of Jordan Roach. And he's been boxing well, but Diagon hasn't made it easy for him.
No, not at all. Not at all. That flying in style, you know, sometimes catch you with the head. You see a little head contact there at the beginning of this last replay.
That was a pretty good round for Diagon. That last round. He was pretty effective with the in and out, you know, the flying in. He doubled
like
the
you
left
said, Champ,
good.
the headbutts affect the way you fight. You know, you start thinking and you start maybe to hesitate a little bit on the way you're going to commit. I don't know what's going on over here in the corner. There was some shenanigans going on in the corner between rounds. I don't know what the referee.
A little much too much Vaseline. Yeah. This corner said, "I just don't want him to get cut."
Yeah, I mean he's got a point. There's some head contact. You know what? So you're trying to avoid that. Ooh, good left hand there by Diagon.
So, Chris, how do you adjust to somebody throwing kind of awkward? You're used to clean lines, you're used to DC style. This is not Diagon's style. It's kind of coming in a little bit awkward. What do you change?
I mean, you can do what Roach is doing here and just make it a dogfight and just understand that your fundamentals are going to get there quicker with the shorter lines like you're speaking about, but you're going to get hit. Or you take it outside and you make it a distance fight. You use that push-pull. You make them over-punch, fall over their skis, and then you counter. But Roach looks like he just wants to go and bring it to him.
Let him go.
Yeah, and Roach has a good poker face here. You know, he's not showing any frustration because this is a bit of a frustrating style in Diagon. You know, it's one of those.
It's not a fun fight.
He lands some shots and gets out. You know, it's kind of pesky.
Let him go. Let him go.
See, again, even there, Diagon got some shots off and he punched last as well. You know, he's trying to out hustle you in there.
And you're seeing Roach now getting physical back, trying to say, you know what, I'm the bigger guy. I hit harder than you.
He's complaining about the low blows. He gave one back.
Oh, he just got cracked with 2 hard shots, a right hand, then a left hook.
High short punches again by Roach.
Hey, Diagon telling him to bring it. Also Pacquiao-esque.
Yep.
The same mentality with 2 hands.
I cannot forget Roach saying, I know he quits. So it looks like he's going to be like, all right, you know, we're going to have a fight. We're going to dog fight. You're going to quit. I don't have quit in me.
Yeah, but that idea that I know you're going to mentally break, therefore I'm going to take this opportunity to kind of make this more of a dogfight than he normally would. We haven't seen him fight like this before.
The problem is it's only a 6-rounder, though. So a lot of guys, you know, that quit doesn't show up until
later on. And I don't know if Diagon is going to, you know, get to that point. Again, good shots by Diagon. I'll tell you, man, this thing's kind of competitive because it's a really tricky fight here.
Oh, Diagon's landing very eye-catching shots.
Clearly the kind of fight they wanted, the challenge they wanted.
Good combination there by Roach.
Yeah, 16-fight veteran fighting a fighter who's having his 4th fight.
That's what you want to do too. You want to get those numbers up there, you know, so that the judges, you know, he catches their eyes. Regardless if Diagon tells you to come back and fight, either way, you land those shots. Because Diagon, he gets those little pesky shots. He gets in, he gets out.
He also he explodes across the line. He comes in, he fires shots.
That's those big legs, right? He gets that explosion. And the counter right hand there from Roach on top of the left hand attempt to the body by Diagon.
Little mouse under the eye of Diagon from that combination that Roach threw a couple moments ago.
It's under the left eye of the Filipino fighter.
Roach is in a fight, man. Roach is in a fight. He just got clipped with another right hook.
Oh, goes back and catches another one.
Diagon, tricky, man.
Not showing it, but a little frustration perhaps for Jordan Roach. He's caught some clean overhand punches. Now, Chris, is it bad in a sense to also say, I think this guy's going to quit and he's not quitting, right? He may have set himself up for an easier fight than he's getting.
Well, it's exactly like you asked me, you know, Jimmy, like, what do you do with a guy like this? And there's 1 or 2 things you can do. And Roach decided to do the one that I said first, that he's going to come and beat you up and make you quit and test your mettle. But you're going to get hit, and we're seeing that. We're seeing these replays right now, walking into shots, being overly aggressive, getting in front of your skis a little bit, getting ahead of your skis a little bit. And Jordan is getting hit with some punches that we're not used to seeing him get hit with, but you know, he's choosing to fight this style of fight.
2 rounds to go, and this fight's scheduled for 6.
Come on, seconds out.
Garan Diagon, nickname is Hellboy.
I like that nickname.
I like it too. I love those movies, by the way. Hellboy.
I've never seen any of them, but I like the name.
First two, really good. Therefore,
worse.
Yeah, the remakes were not great. I love the first two. Anyway, round number 4. Jordan Roach in the black and white trunks. Garan Diagon, the yellow trunks, the Filipino flag on them.
Very much in this fight, making this a competitive scrap. Roach doing a good job controlling the center.
You see Diagon kind of shifts his weight on his back leg as he's being stalked and then tries to surprise you with explosion left hand. Rolls with that counter right hand from Roach.
Well, Jordan Roach thought he was going to have a guy in front of him who would quit. So far, that has not happened. Diagon been mentally fit and physically in this fight.
I mean, bro, you're talking about you're fighting a former world title challenger in your 4th pro fight. That's
big.
A lot of expectation.
I mean, we're seeing these high-level amateurs turning pro and moving very quickly. Roach, Jordan here is one of those guys. I mean, like you said, champ, fighting this level of opposition in your 4th pro fight is wild.
Yeah, and it's a southpaw, and it's a tricky southpaw, and
he can punch.
Tough, and he can punch a little bit.
Most guys, in their first 3 fights or 4 fights, are not fighting guys with 5 KOs.
Yeah.
With any KOs.
And this guy fought outside his weight class, too. So if he'd have fought in his own weight class, he'd probably have more stoppages.
Good shot hand, or right hands, excuse me, from Roach.
Yeah, Roach.
Full shake of the head from Diagon.
Again, Diagon always, that's his go-to. He shifts his weight to his back foot when he's attacked and tries to fire left hand. There it goes again, right there.
Got a nice rocker step on that. Oh! Big overhand.
And you see how he mixes it. He throws the left hand straight and he throws the left hand around the top as well. Again, something taken from Pacquiao. Pacquiao was very good at
changing
those left hands.
Yep.
Overhand left, same time was a check left hook from Jordan Roach. This is the kind of fight Diagon wanted.
Yeah, Diagon takes away the space from you as well. If you notice, he flies in with his head, so you will look to avoid the headbutt, and you're not punching. So you end up in a clinch, or you end up losing position, and you got to reset. So then it winds up that he's the only one punching, and he's able to get out. See, there he did it again.
The question is, Diagon done enough to win rounds? He's looked okay in certain stretches.
Well, that's the thing, man. It's tricky because Roach is good counter uppercut there by Roach. Roach has brought the pressure, so the optics look like Roach has
controlled the center.
Controlled the center of the ring, which can get a lot of judges. Plus, it's a hometown fight, right? But
and he's landed some sharp punches.
Absolutely.
Diagon has had a lot of success.
But he's been hit with some eye-catching shots from Diagon. Diagon's punches, because he explodes and changes speeds, you see his
punches last.
land.
A lot of times Diagon punches first time last.
Smiles at the end of round number 5. One more to go. One thing about that Lamont Roach senior team, man, they are conditioned. Jordan Roach looking fresh, getting ready for round number 6.
That's another DC thing, exactly to the point that the champ you were making earlier, the DC fighters who put a lot of pressure on you, even though they're counter fighters.
Inside of Live Casino and Hotel, this is the 6th and final round.
Go to work this round, you hear me? Under control. Big breath.
Seconds out. Come on, seconds out. Let's go. Let's go. Go back. Go back. Box.
Round number 6 underway. Jordan Roach, the fighter from here in DC, taking on Garan Diagon from the Philippines. Diagon has certainly made it a fight. Jordan Roach said before the fight he's going to quit. And that has not been the case.
Well, he said he knows he does quit. Yes. So, but
implying that he will quit in this fight, and he has not.
No, Diagon's been very much in this fight. He's very competitive. He's in good shape. Landing big shots like that, big left hand over the top, partially blocked but partially landed. And Roach is being tested. You know, this is what you want early in your pro career. As long as you come out with the victory. scraping body shot from Diagon, and then back comes Roach with a nice left hook. There's a nice double left hook, body head combination.
But Paulie, if you're Lamont Roach Sr., is this the kind of fight you wanted, booking your guy with a 16-fight veteran?
I mean,
tough,
you know what it is, man. You fight on ProBox, so you're not going to get any gimmies, right? Over here, even the prospects, they don't really get given gimmies. It's close. I think it's close because, you know, Diagon has a tricky style. He lands pretty cleanly. He gets out. And also Roach sometimes is too fundamental to the point where he won't punch unless he's perfectly set. And sometimes Diagon is stealing moments. You saw in the last 10 seconds, he's stolen a few different moments on it. You see where Roach punches, his space is taken away. So it's kind of a tricky fight because the position battle is definitely being won by Roach, but I don't know if the punching battle is being won by Diagon. That's the thing. And if the punching and the punching battle to me is more important.
I don't know. I see a little frustration from him.
Oh, again, good shot there. Good body shot by Diagon and then a headshot. You're putting in a kid in his 4th pro fight against a former world title challenger, though. That's also asking a lot. Good shots again by Diagon. He's getting better as the rounds progress, I'll tell you guys.
Roach got hit with some good body shots. I think he's hitting on those shots here.
And he just looked up at the clock.
Yeah, deep, big breaths in. Look back at the clock again.
And keep in mind, Diagon's using headbutts. He's mixing headbutts in there. You know what I mean? I don't think he's looking to avoid them. You know, maybe he's not doing them totally on purpose, but he's also not looking to not use his head either.
Oh, if it happens, it happens, right?
Yeah. And southpaws, you know, they have more experience with those headbutts. Roach may be feeling these body shots.
Yeah,
guys.
Roach is sucking wind here. He got caught like 3 or 4 scraping left hands.
I remember, with left hand, it's not a left hook like a right-handed fighter, but it's still that side of the body where the liver's at.
Side. Exactly. Even the shots that hit your elbow that dig into your side, you can feel those to the liver.
Under 30 seconds to go in round number 6.
Roach tries to punch after it, but Diagon punches last. You see, Diagon a lot of times makes the effort to be first and last, which again makes it tricky to score.
Round number 6 going the way of Diagon so far, but Lamont Roach may have built up an insurmountable lead. Under 10 seconds left.
Good left hand.
This fight now in the hands of the judges.
Very scrappy fight. Very scrappy.
Very tricky. Could it even be a draw?
Diagon very happy with his performance, all smiles.
But I don't know, Diagon, it's hard to make a case for Roach in 5 and 6. I don't know. Can you make a case for Roach in 5, 6? For sure, Diagon won. I don't know. Then you get the first 4, and Diagon also did decent. You may have a draw here, but you're in the hometown, so let's see where the judges go.
We will see how it goes. That man right here, Jordan Roach from the D.C. area, very hot prospect.
And Jimmy, it's not even a criticism of Roach.
Yeah, no.
He's a very solid prospect. This is a big ask of a kid who's in his 4th pro fight, you know?
Here we see some of those shots in that last round. It was a high contact round. You know, it was one of the more high contact rounds of the fight. It's also tough to fight this kind of opponent in a 6-rounder.
Yeah.
You know, like, you need more rounds for separation a lot of times than you fight guys that are this experienced.
It's now in the hands of the judges, which are now in the hands of Lupe Contreras. Did the Filipino fighter do enough? We're going to find out. Or does Jordan Roach stay undefeated? Lupe, let us know.
After completing the distance of 6 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, judges Bruni and Chimenti turn in identical scores of 59 to 55. Después de completar las 6 vueltas, los jueces Bruni y Chimenti entregan tarjetas idénticas de 59 a 55. Y el juez Brown también anotó 59 a 55. Judge Brown also scores it 59 to 55. In favor of the winner, by way of unanimous decision a favor del vencedor, por decisión unánime, the Iceman, Jordan Roach.
Paulie, let's scorecard.
Of course, bro. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But you know what? We don't control the commissions. I say it, but I will say, since we started traveling outside of Florida, upsets are out the window, man. Well, A-sides are always going to get the decisions with these commissions. And I'm not saying
the wrong guy won.
The wrong guy won necessarily. Right. But a draw is probably closer to the real result here. And, you know, to give Diagon 1 round, really? 1 round?
Definitely won round number 6. But it's the idea that we thought the Filipino fighter overperformed, Chris. Is that fair to say? That Jordan Roach has some trouble?
I don't even say
overperformed.
I was going to say, I don't really agree with that. I think
tough guy.
I think that he's a very tough guy. I think it's a big ask to fight a 16-fight veteran, former title challenger, the guy who was actually in his weight class this time, where he's been above. It's a big ask.
It was a big step up.
For a fourth fight as a professional for Jordan Roach.
Yeah, man. He's got a rough schedule. I mean, he's got to win over a guy 20-6. He's got to win over a guy 6-0. He's a rough character, man. Big ass for a guy, prospect with just 4 fights, but still, if you're gonna rob the kid, then, or at least, again, I'm not saying it's a total robbery, but 59-55 means
closer than that.
59-55 means you never even thought about the fact that this was actually a fight.
Yeah, well, it is certainly Jordan Roach, though. His night moving to 4-0, still undefeated in his young career. Well, in our co-main event of our Contender Series, the heavyweights are going to get it on. Stephan Big Shot Shaw comes in with so much hype, had his setbacks, looking to basically reestablish himself as an elite heavyweight. Tonight in our co-main event, we're able to talk to him. This is what the big man had to say.
Everything's firing on all cylinders. I'm in San Diego, California for my training camp. I've been getting great sparring. I've been looking great, and I've been feeling great, and then I'm ready to perform great April 12th. I'm ready to shine. It starts with the higher up. It starts with God. Long as I keep my relationship with God intact, I feel like none of these guys can do anything with me. And I'm ready to show what I can do April 12th. I've been doing this all my life. So the adjustments really was just get back focused, get back dialed in, and continue to love the sport. Don't overlook no opponent. Don't overlook no one. Don't take no one for granted. And, April 12th, I'll show everything that I've been working on. You're definitely going to see boxing skills, and you're definitely going to see power shots, especially from me. I'm not coming to play. I'm coming to make a statement. And I feel like this is a great opponent to show everything that I have, all of my ability. And to be honest, no disrespect to my opponent, but this is the truth. Most of those guys, it looked like they laid down for him. They're not really a lot of tomato cans. So, we'll see. April 12th, I can't wait.
This is a fighter, Chris, well. Stephan Shaw is one of those guys people were really looking at early on in his career. A couple back-to-back losses derailed things, but still a talented fighter.
No, superb talent. That's why there was so much hype around him coming up. We're on the top-ranked stable. He's tall. He's athletic. He can punch. He's big for the weight class. And listen, everyone gets excited about heavyweights. There's big money in the heavyweight division. So when you got a guy who's got talent and he's got boxing skills, of course you're going to want to put everything behind him. And that's what we saw with Stephan Shaw. But now he's with us. He's over here at ProBox TV. We love heavyweights. We're finally stepping into the heavyweight division. Stephan Shaw is an excellent addition.
When you look at it, Jimmy Smith, obviously ringside alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. When he said, Rafael Apeori, his opponents kind of laid down for him. 6'8". You can see why guys step in, Paulie, intimidated.
Yeah, big guy. I mean, that's a big presence. That's the thing about the heavyweights, man. I mean, once you're over 200 pounds, everything goes. So you can have some of these big guys, these physically imposing guys, sometimes can be very, very intimidating. Apeori, also a very, very good athlete. Maybe not the longest amateur career, but comes from a background of a ton of sports and good at all of them. And you know what? He's working with Glenn Johnson. He's been constantly improving in his boxing game. And you know what? He's ready for a good tussle with Shaw tonight. We're looking forward to this one.
4-year letterman in basketball at the University of Miami. Then he transitions to football, was a standout there on their team, and now into boxing, has an 18-1 record. We were able to sit down with him, and this is what the big fighter from Miami had to say.
It's all of the above. It's work, it's God, it's prayers, it's favor, it's everything. God-given talent. I don't believe in talent. I believe in hard work. I think the only thing God gave me is He just made me tall. Everything else I had to work and add. I added speed, I added strength, I added conditioning. I found myself a coach in Glenn Johnson to add skills. So it's all of the above. Every day you wake up in the morning, like the champs know, you wake up at 5 a.m., you say your prayers, God acknowledge Him, go into your run at 6 o'clock and do your workouts. You'll then come back again at night and do the work in boxing. So it's work, it's blessings, it's favor, it's everything. It's not one thing. It's every dimension that you can possibly think about that God is on your side. The truth is that boxing started out of a necessity to be something or to do something. And while I was in the gym, the coach told me that, hey, listen, man, you're athletic, you're big, you're strong, and you seem dedicated. And I think you should pursue this. And I started pursuing it, and this is where it got me. Had a few. He gave me a dedicated amateur coach that guided me through my amateur career. I think I had about 14 amateur fights in 1 year. Then after that, I met Glenn Johnson. Glenn kind of stopped me from fighting an amateur bout because the United States amateur thing was not really as popping as the British ones or the things that I knew. So he just took me to start sparring the Hrgoviches, the Zalalovs, the real guys.
Baptism by fire.
Yeah. So basically, I just went through the fire every Saturday. Every Saturday was just a session where my head would just get beat up. Those guys lighted me up. Hrgovic, Jalolov, every amateur fighter that just came back from the Olympics.
You heard it. Didn't have a huge amateur career. He's had to learn on the job. Well, 6'8", he's learned pretty well. 18-1, 17 of those 18 wins by knockout. That's our co-main event of our Contender Series show. But Future Stars rolls on. That's right. Frankie Scarro Jr. taking on Victor Gala. You see the man making his walk now from Sonora, Mexico, 6-1-1. 3 of those wins by knockout. Coming in ready to go here in D.C. He knows it is stacked against him tonight, taking on a very talented, undefeated fighter from Maryland when we come back.
Kissimmee, Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th. In the main event, the war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Luben, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blastmouth Saints, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those 2 bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
A night of incredible talent, May 10th, Kissimmee, Florida, right here on ProBox TV. Our future star tonight in D.C. rolls on with another undefeated fighter from here in Maryland, Frankie Scarro, 9-0. Victor Gala, though, ready to add to his 6-1-1 record. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. What do the numbers say about this fight in the super featherweight division? 9 years older is Frankie Scarro Jr. Gala with the height advantage, also a slight reach advantage as well. Lupe Contreras get us ready to go as this Future Stars night rolls on.
We continue inside of Live Casino and Hotel Hanover, Maryland. This is ProBox ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Senior's No Excuse Promotions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 8 rounds in the super featherweight division. Este duelo, 8 vueltas, división peso super pluma. Los jueces son, the judges are Eric Irizarry, Bernard Bruni y Nick Clementi. Presentando la esquina azul, vestido de blanco con azul y rojo, introducing the blue corner. Wearing white with blue and red, he weighed in at 134.5 pounds. Su peso oficial, 134 libras y media. Esta noche, sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con la meta de marcarle la primera derrota al récord de su oponente. Con su propio récord de 6 victorias, solo una derrota, un empate, 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout tonight. He enters the ProBox TV ring looking to mark the first L on his opponent's record. With his very own record of 6 victories, against 1 defeat, 1 bout even, 3 of his victories coming by way of KO. De Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, Mexico, Víctor Big Man Peñuñuri Lopez. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing white with red trim en la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con vivos rojos. Detuvo la báscula a un peso idéntico de 134 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an identical 134.5 pounds tonight. He enters professional boxing's newest proving ground. Risks it all, puts his undefeated record on the line of 9 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche entra a la zona de peligro el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV y pone en juego su récord invicto de 9 victorias, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing the DMV, Cheverly, Maryland, Frankie, the franchise, Scarborough Jr. Our referee, David Braslow.
All right, gentlemen, given the rules in the dressing room, protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. These are a little high, let you work into here. These are a little high, let you work into here. Touch them up. Good luck.
One thing Scarborough is not lacking in the fighting meetings, confidence.
Neither one of these guys were, actually. Neither one of these guys were. I mean, Gala was extremely confident in the fighter meeting as well. He's fought on our air before. He knows how tough these fights are.
Turned pro at age 17.
Which is old for Mexicans.
Oh, yeah, no, he's an old head. Only had 20 amateur fights. Both guys said they were willing to do anything it takes to get the win tonight. As you said, very, very confident, both of them.
Gala already switched southpaw. Just 15 seconds into round 1.
Scarborough had a 7-week camp for this fight. 68-7 as an amateur.
Scarborough, very impressive young man in the fighter meetings yesterday. Went to school for business marketing. Came up. Got a lot of intelligence. His father was looking after him.
Smiling.
Oh, just smiling the whole time. Smiling the walk-in. Also 5th in state in wrestling. And how difficult that can be, Chris.
Ooh, yeah. Big swing and a miss there from Frankie franchise.
There's so much physical talent to excel in both sports at the same time.
These two young guys, looking to start fast, as young guys tend to do, right?
Ooh, good uppercut there on the inside from Gala, but then got knocked off balance.
Gala has a little bit of that learned in the pros kind of awkward style.
Yeah, and he's a little bit wiry, a bit like Gumby in some ways. He's just kind of wiry, stringy, but I don't know if he knows how to control it yet. See, on the inside he's a little bit awkward, as Scarborough able to throw some more compact, short speed punches.
That frame, Paulie, guys like that can punch.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, you see guys like Eric Morales wasn't the most muscular guy, but could punch. Good right hand there by Gala.
Good right hand he caught. Scarborough exiting with that hand down. Get tip with a left hook there again.
Scarborough trying to force some of this pressure. He's got to be a bit more creative at that time. He's getting hit on the way in.
Oh, good right hand from Gala.
Oh, and a body shot.
Gala certainly bringing the volume in round number 1. This one's scheduled for 8.
As usual with ProBox TV fights, you got to look past the numbers. No easy fights for anyone.
I tell you, man, from past experience, when you let a Mexican start getting that self-belief, even if they're in the blue corner, it doesn't even matter anymore, bro. Now they're fighting, and that's it. Yeah, you got to fight on your hands, and you can't convince them otherwise.
And Gala said, he goes, I'm bigger, I'm stronger, I can muscle this guy.
No, we had Gala on our air a year ago.
Good right hand, Scarborough.
Robert Merriweather III. And it seems like he's grown quite a bit since then. He looks much more mature, much more physical. Really good work on the inside.
So far, some good work from the fighter from Mexico in round 1.
Yep.
Wiry, awkward, but a lot of volume, and that can be so frustrating.
Nice chippy round 1 between these two guys. Two young guys, very, very hungry to perform. There we saw that double left hook from Gala for the body shot. He landed a few. Back came Scarro, but like you said, Champ, forcing a lot of his exchanges rather than letting his athleticism get him there.
Gala excited about this opportunity. Looks excited now in the corner.
Yeah, for real. This is an 8-rounder, so long way to go. You don't want to expend too much energy.
He talked about distance, combinations, touch, range. Basically, every element of the sport he wants to dominate. As he said, a strong round number 1. Fighter
both these guys got the fringe.
Yeah,
I like that, the throwback. And you got Sugar Ray Leonard around, so that's a good guy to be having some fringe trunks around.
Scarro with the white and red. His opponent, Victor Lopez Gala, in the red, white, and blue.
Nice combination. Finish with a good body shot, guys.
Heavy shots for Gala, man. And a shoulder roll.
And Scarborough's trying to, again, he's fighting. He's looking to fight in there, which, again, nothing wrong with it, but, you know, if you don't get creative with the way you're fighting, you just make it all effort, it's going to get physically taxing on you. Especially with a Mexican.
But also, especially when you have the athleticism to do this differently.
Yeah.
Another thing about Scarborough, 7 knockouts in his 9 wins. Not used to going the distance.
The young Mexican fighter, Gala, is fighting very intelligently. Using a lot of the physical tools. He's got a bloody nose, but both guys high contact here.
Scarborough beat 2 undefeated fighters in his last 2 fights. Brought up tough.
I like how Lopez Gala consistently goes down to the body with that left hand.
Oh, he's Mexican.
I mean,
does the sun come up in the morning? Does the Mexican go to the body?
Blood from the nose of Lopez Gala here. Getting backed up now, though.
Yeah,
Scarborough
Gala
putting a lot of pressure.
Scarborough continuously bringing that pressure. He's a mentally strong fighter. Good body shots at
good one.
Oh, he's hurt.
Yeah.
That's called a knockdown. He's complaining he was pushed down, but that body shot hurt him.
No, I saw him squint. He squinted when he was down there.
I tell you, Scarborough likes to make things tough on himself, though. He's doing good work, but he's forcing his way through the front door, throwing all power shots. He's got natural speed, but he's looking to take your head off with every single shot.
But Champ, he's a wrestler.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of that. It's a lot of hard-nosed mentality.
Intensity.
Yep.
Yeah,
a lot of intensity. He's in shape, I'm sure. Cuts a lot of weight, I'm sure.
Okay, look, he catches in the glove and shakes his head. He actually enjoys the contact.
Yep. And he's smiling all the way through.
Scarborough right now in round 2, ice skating uphill.
No jabs.
Kind of taking the hard road.
There's a Scarborough jab. Just for shoulder.
Yeah, he wants a fight.
Yeah, both guys talked about boxing. This has been a brawl from the beginning. Yeah.
There's no boxing between these two.
Good timing right hand over the top of Gala's jab there by Scarborough, though.
Yeah, blood out of the nose of Gala.
Lopez Gala is one of those guys. If he recovers from this body shot, he'll be back in the fight.
Yeah.
But right now, he's still really hurting.
Yeah,
Seconds left to go in round 2.
Big 2-point round here for Scarborough. Oh, good right hand there by Gala.
Short shot. Oh, the body shot got him again. Got him again.
Almost took another knee at the end of the round.
He's uncomfortable. Look at how he bends over in the corner.
Gala is hurt in the corner, gentlemen.
That's a gut shot. That's like right there, literally like right in the solar plexus, right? I feel I'm uncomfortable just seeing his reaction because I know how it feels.
My pants just got tighter watching that.
There's a knockdown, two-fisted attack to the body by Scarborough. He did push him down a little bit.
He was completely shoved to the ground, but yes.
But he was looking for, he was looking to take a knee already. You know?
Actually, two left. It was a left hook to the liver and then a right hook to the solar plexus, like you said, Champ. That first knockdown, those two hands to the body, a nice combination. This is right at the end of the round.
This one, he's already holding his chest. He already got to.
That was the end of the round.
Yeah, he already took it by that point. He's double clutching his chest. By that point, he'd already taken the shot to the body.
Head punches and fights, body shots make you quit.
Yeah.
They go, I can't do this anymore. It's the worst. Guess what? It's scheduled for 8 rounds. Okay,
I'm breathing.
Is it coming up?
I'm breathing heavy. I'm just glad I didn't take that body shot.
We're all feeling nauseous here at ringside.
Scarborough getting the crowd into it. He's a fan favorite here.
No, Scarborough is from Cheverly, Maryland. He's around the corner. He said he's going to have a ton of people here. He said everybody was going to be wearing white.
And they're entertained.
Knockdown in round number 2. As you said, Chris, a lot of fight left to go. Scheduled for 8.
Scarborough is used to putting on for his people. I'm sure he's wrestled in front of big crowds. He said he was a state-level guy, so.
Took 5th. Only wrestled 3 years.
And that's what I mean about the athleticism. Yeah, he's making this a fight, but he could probably make this a lot easier.
Yeah. Can't change someone's mentality, though.
You see, he's very twitchy. He's explosive. Physically strong.
It's quick.
Very quick.
Good right hand there.
Yeah, he had to walk through some fire. He got hit with some big shots in the first round.
Yeah. No, early on, it looked uncomfortable for him. Like he was trying too hard, and he was getting walked into shots. But now
he looks like he's
very comfortable. Yeah, this fight is settled in, and both guys are settling in nicely. As even Gala looks like he's recovered from last round, the previous round's body shot shenanigans.
Nice double pump feint there, just missed with the right hand.
It has certainly slowed down the offense of Gala eating those body shots.
He's also not willing to stand right in front anymore.
Scarborough trying to dig to the body. He's throwing to the body with mean intentions.
I mean, you got the guy compromised. Yeah. You put him down, you hurt him at the end of the round. Nothing like hitting a guy to the body at the end of the round. Send him back to his corner thinking about something. Yeah. Oh, both feet left the ground on that one.
I'll tell you, if Gala doesn't start catching and shooting and making Scarborough pay for loading up so much to the body, he's going to wind up getting hurt again to the body. You got to start taking the confidence of somebody's ability to do that if they're hurting you. And the way you do that is to counter that shot with some sharp shots. But Gala is not catching and shooting off the elbow, off catching those shots on the elbow. So Scarborough is going to continue to throw those body shots violently, right, just like that.
I like how Scarborough goes to the center of the body. He's not looking for the liver shot. He goes right to the solar plexus, right in the middle. Those shots suck.
Last fight, Scarborough fought an undefeated 5-0 Ferris Dixon. Knocked him out in round number 4.
But you know where it's also easier to get to the center when the guy's so squared up. I mean, Gala's not really bladed off either with his stance.
Not to mention he's 6'2", 135 pounds. There's a lot of torso.
Yeah, he's not covering his body like Whitmire.
Nice combination from Gala.
Double left hand there from Gala. Left hook and then left uppercut split the guard up the middle.
But again, Scarborough undaunted. He has that bully mentality. Like, I'm going to take what you got, and I don't care. I'm going to break your will. It's like he's out Mexicaning the Mexican.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, body shot hurt him again. Lopez Gala's tough, man. He'll be hurt. He'll still try and hit you.
Yeah.
Oh, good right hand. Pez dispenser shot at him looking at the lights.
And again, Scarborough, the intensity starting to overwhelm Gala more and more.
But also consistently getting hurt to the body is Lopez Gala.
Attacking the body again.
Vas a ver a la distancia, pero no le está metiendo golpes al cuerpo. Si estás en corte, no estás tirando el upper. Baja las manos. Como haciendo la pelea. ¡Que rompa!
Welcome back. About to begin round number 4 in what has been a very entertaining fight. That aggression with that body shot.
That was the one where both his feet left the ground to get hit with a body shot.
I think he was trying to ride with it, and instead he just took it anyway.
That was that nice combination from Gala. The left hook to the liver, then it split the guard with the lead uppercut.
Foreman Frazier, lift Frazier off the ground, both feet.
Let's go, coach.
Rest in peace, champ. As we begin round number 4. Young fighter from here in Cheverly, Maryland, Frankie Scarro Jr. Having a good time in there so far, although Gala has given him a tough fight.
Yeah, you can see it. Scarborough is an intensity guy. He's going to walk through your fire, get to you, and he's going to step up notch by notch each and every round.
Gala trying to walk Scarborough down now, trying to change the momentum of the fight a little bit. I don't know how long it's going to last. It's because Scarborough may not allow himself to get backed up, but he's fighting his way back and going back to the body just like that.
Good combination to the head.
Yeah, moving those hands. When you got hand speed, why not? Let those hands go in combination like that. Ooh, very Mildred Taylor-esque there.
I was about to say that, a body head.
Fast hands.
Chris and I is one of our all-time favorite fighters. He would rip to the body and then just move his way up.
And a little similar to, Scarborough here, he's willing to be in there because just how Meldrick was. Meldrick was there. He would get hit. Even though he had incredible athleticism and hand speed, he would stay in the pocket because he wanted to do damage, and that's how Scarborough is as well.
Philly fighter.
Oof.
Both these guys talked about their preparation, their conditioning. They were physically ready for a long fight, and so they're both willing to test that in the other fighter. Oh, good short shots once again from Scarborough.
Scarborough always comes back into it. Gala will land a couple of shots here and there, just because Scarborough comes in face first, but his intensity will ultimately overwhelm Gala every time.
Nice right hand.
Not for lack of trying from Gala, but Scarborough has another gear to him that Gala just hasn't been able to reach.
And Scarborough really believes in his chin. He's walking through shots. He's willing to land one, to give one.
There are things Scarborough's going to have to adjust and sort of polish up as he goes up the ladder if he's going to go far. But it does make him fun to watch in the way he fights right now.
Gala fighting his 3rd undefeated fighter in his last 4 fights. I mean, he's been brought up tough as well.
You know what? You get brought up tough, you fight on ProBox.
Yeah.
I guess we find you.
Continues on ProBox.
Oh, good hook there from Scarborough.
I don't think you say yes to ProBox unless you've been brought up tough.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Unless you just have no idea what ProBox is.
Right.
I always ask the fight back, how familiar are you with this?
Yeah.
That's why you
asked that question.
Yeah. How familiar? Because this is going to be a tough fight.
There's a 10-second clapper for round number 4.
There we go, the southpaw position again from Lopez Gala.
Crowd so far getting their money's worth here in DC. We haven't even started our Contender Series show yet. Jordan Short Dog White, main event against Matias Romero. Jordan White from here in DC. Matias Romero all the way from Argentina. 0-3 in the United States, undefeated outside of it. But a big step up for Jordan White. Romero has faced some incredible talent. Robesi, Ramirez, Isaac Pitbull Cruz. In the corner right now, another DC fighter, Frankie Scarro Jr. DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia. Kind of lumping all those areas together.
Apparently the fans came out.
Yeah, they did, man. It was packed in here.
Packed to the ceiling. The Raptors
are underway. Round number 5. This one's scheduled for 8.
A couple of jabs straight from both guys. You don't see too many of those tonight with this fight.
Victor Lopez Gala from Mexico.
They figured we're halfway through the fight. Might as well start jamming.
Yeah. Well, didn't last long. Back at phone booth style.
Remember, round number 2, Lopez Gala dropped with a body shot.
Wow, Gala just missed with a big left hook.
Oh, finding a spot for some
Gala
big
from the
punches.
southpaw stance. Now he turns back right-handed.
But when Gala has his feet underneath him, you can hear he's got some heavy hands.
Yeah, he gets some leverage on that without those lanky shots.
Especially that left hand, he lets that thing whip.
But again, Scarborough undaunted.
Put it to the Atlas in. Never let my guys take on lanky, skinny guys because they can punch.
Yeah, well, you know what Scarborough's doing? He's trying to take away the range from him, so he's going to take away that punching power from him.
Yeah, because Gala needs to be coming forward. He doesn't fight. He doesn't hit his heart off the back foot the same way.
They're both ripping body shots.
Punch for punch. And you said, Champ, that bully mentality from Scarborough. He answers everything. He starts and finishes.
Yep. Yeah, he doesn't want to let you get away with, something he didn't answer back at least. Well, he does there. Gala throws a couple of punches, and Scarborough first clinch of the fight, right? I mean,
used to body locking.
Hasn't been to many clinches.
And then Scarborough, 5th in state in wrestling his senior year in high school.
Oh,
good straight right to the body.
Right to the pit of the stomach. That was
Gala's bending down. He's trying to play it off now. He's trying to rest.
He went right back to it.
Gala's been hurt a lot to the body. One of the things he might take out of this fight is go do some more sit-ups during camp, right?
Yeah, but Scarborough's smart. He knows when he hurt him.
Good left hook.
Oh.
And also, Paulie, how much can you do? You're 6'2".
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Yeah, get a big torso.
You're going to be lanky. Another good left hook from Scarborough.
Gala has shown a good chin, but when you're getting hurt to the body consistently, the chin starts to go too.
Yeah. Funny how it's all connected, right?
Yeah.
Well, they call your gut your second brain, so.
That's why it hurts so much.
Well, then Gala's getting his brains beat in because constant body shots here.
From the,
oh, my God, what a right hand! Down goes Lopez Gala.
He sold it to the head, he sold it to the body, and then threw it to the head.
Count is up to 7.
Gala's tough, man. He went down hard.
Yeah, right in front of us.
Both hands were up. I thought this fight was over.
Scarborough sold it well to the body. Only 10 seconds left
in the round.
The corner's trying to get the attention to stop the fight. It's over anyway. What a great performance from Frankie Scarro Jr.
Hopefully he gets some medical attention with Gala.
That was a scary
It's
stop.
been a high contact fight. It's lasted some rounds and it ends in a knockout. That's always when it's most dangerous, when it lasts a little while before the contact ends in a knockout. So I
didn't like the way he went down or the way his body's
reacting. This is why I wish we in the United States we did like the UK with the oxygen mask. Because this is a situation where you'd want Gala to have an oxygen mask.
You should also probably lay him down here.
Well, the referee did a good job of keeping the celebrating Scarborough and his team away from that corner. So he can be attended to. We'll take a look at it again. To my left, by the way, the right next to me, the corner was trying to get to the towel.
There it is right there. You saw how he bent down looking like he was going to go to the body. Sold it very well. Great look at it right there. You saw that. Sells it very well with the knee dip, with the leg dip. And then so Gala's looking for the body shot because Gala's been hurt to the body, guys. So as soon as it looks like Scarborough's going to the body, Gala's entire attention goes to his body, and he gets surprised with the big headshot.
Seeing all the fans wearing white in the corner of Scarborough, all celebrating, all standing up.
The kit, they have it head to toe, red and white.
So you really look at it, that body shot, that knockout has been being set up throughout the whole fight because of the body attack of Scarborough. It gets Gala overthinking the attack to the body. This is a final salvo there for Scarborough.
Corner of Gala was trying to get on the apron to get the towel thrown in, but the referee stepped in prior to that. But yeah, I didn't like the way that Gala went down. That was a scary knockout.
And the referee was on it pretty quick.
He was.
A couple good ones. He wasn't out of position.
The referee did a good job in this fight.
Yeah. When you're taking on a fast-handed power puncher, it's just...
it's hard to step in.
But right on cue, I was saying, the chin looked good all night, but when you're getting hurt to the body consistently, the chin just tends to go.
And the shots you don't see hurt you more. And again, why didn't he see the overhand right in the knockdown? Because he's overthinking to the body. The feint was sold well. He's been hurt to the body earlier, so as soon as Scarborough sells the body, Gala's buying. And so the headshot, he never saw it coming.
He certainly bought it.
Frankie Scarro Jr. still undefeated in his young career. His 10th win, his 8th by knockout.
And he's a fun fighter to watch. You can see why he's a fan favorite. I think there's still some things he's going to have to adjust and polish if he's going to keep moving up the ladder, but certainly a fun local fighter, and you can see why he's so popular. This guy's always in a fun fight.
To get past being a local hero, you gotta be, you gotta have defense. You gotta find defense.
Yeah.
What do you say? Defense wins championships.
Right.
It's true in every sport. But he is on his stool. Looks like Lopez Gala is all right.
Entertainer right there. That's Scarborough. I like this kid,
and he knows it.
Oh yeah. He's
got a wrestling background.
He told us at the fighter meeting, man.
Yeah, I got wrestling. I can see MMA, even bare knuckle. This kid the way he attacks, he could be successful in some other combat sports.
This kid can do it all. It was vicious at the end. Lupe Contreras, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout concludes with an official time of 2 minutes, 59 seconds of round number 5. Damas y caballeros, este combate concluye con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos, 59 segundos del quinto asalto. El vencedor por knockout, your winner by way of KO. Repping the DMV, the franchise, Frankie Scarro Jr.
Frankie Scarro Jr. keeps his undefeated record intact with a vicious knockout over Victor Lopez Gala, who did everything he could. But a great performance from Scarro Jr. Not just that, the man is an entertainer. Chris, he got this crowd going from start to finish and capped it off the right way.
Nah, like you said, he's an entertainer. He's here to put on a show. And guess what? He takes no prisoners. 10-0. He's 8 KOs now. He had a tough guy in front of him. He was giving as good as he could get, and he finished him in devastating fashion. That's what you want to do when you fill the house.
And Paulie, as you said, took some punches, right?
Yeah.
Needs to work on things.
But you know what? That also makes him a fan favorite. Maybe that's why he sells the house too. You know, like I said, I think if he's going to reach the top of the boxing ladder, he's going to have to polish up some things, but he's got a base of entertainment, you know? And I think with this aggressive type of fighting style, again, being a former wrestler, he could do boxing, he could do bare knuckle, and he could do MMA. I'm telling you, this kid may be an all-around fighter, yeah.
But so far, boxing doing well for him. Undefeated, great performance as he comes over to shake our hands. Told us he would do it. He got it done. Vicious knockout from Frankie Scarro Jr. That is the end of the Future Stars portion of our show. Man, did they deliver 100%? So many of the fighters on this Future Stars card, came out and said, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I want to do. And did that. Frankie Scarro Jr. came out and said, I'm going to make this a physical fight. I'm in shape. I hit harder than he does. That's how I'm going to get it done. Chris, that's exactly what he did.
No, absolutely. I mean, he put on for his people. Everybody came out, said it. Everybody was wearing their white. We could see him all in the crowd. He had everybody up and out of their seats. It was an exciting fight.
Yeah.
And then he ends it in devastating fashion. I mean, it's exactly how a performer should do.
And he's fun enough to where, when you watch him fight, he's going to gain more fans. I'm entertained. I want to see him again, So he's got that style where, regardless of how far he's going to go, he's going to be fun to watch on the way. And, he makes new fans every time he fights, I think.
I was the local favorite. I needed a platform. Well, he found a platform right now, so here he is.
Yeah, but I got to say, on the way up, David Whitmire moved to 10-0. He looks smooth, slick, professional. Paulie.
Whitmire is, you see good prospects, especially on ProBox. You see a lot of good prospects. Whitmire is one of those that really, and that's not to say all the other prospects ain't going anywhere, because we got some really good prospects that are going places. But Whitmire, for such a young kid, and all the wrinkles to his style that I saw was really, really impressive for me.
Yeah, when you looked at, for example, you look at Scarro Jr., he can clean up a couple things. When I saw Whitmire, I was like,
because you got a lot to live up to if you're going to call yourself the body snatcher. Because McCallum,
the first thing I said.
McCallum was a guy who, you think his body's okay, he goes to the body. I don't think he's going to have the wrinkles that I'm going to start looking at him like, oh man, he kind of is like a McCallum. McCallum had so many dimensions and wrinkles to his style. He was a nightmare.
He had a body punch.
The top guys, so many top guys avoided McCallum for that reason. Whitmire has so many wrinkles for just a 20-year-old kid. Yeah, and he goes to the body well, so the body snatcher moniker does work. But man, he's really a guy who you're looking forward to really watching and seeing his development as the years are going to come by.
And the build and the smoothness. We brought up Michael Nunn, that ability to throw those loose, fast combinations. Great stuff. And also in the pocket, hard to hit. Another guy, Nicholas Flaz, on our air has that ability. To see him May 10th. That ability to just kind of move and not really perturbed no matter where the fight went. And a lot of that, Jordan Roach, a big step up for him in terms of opposition. Fought a 16-fight veteran.
Not only that, I got a text from the matchmaker, Daniel Rubin. He said that guy was a world champion at minimum weight. So the 6-0 fighter that he beat was for a WBA championship. So I don't know if it was the main one or the secondary one, because the BA likes to make about 40 world titles, but you got to make sure you have the main one. But nonetheless, because that's the one that counts. Nonetheless, still 12-rounder, been in championship fights, has won, at a very high level, and you could see nothing was really bothering him. It was interesting how Roach went into the fight saying this guy's a quitter. Main event here, guys.
That's right, Jordan Short Dog White. Contender Series about to roll on. Mateus Romero from Argentina, 29-3. But those 3 losses to some of the best of the best. That is our main event. Co-main event is in the heavyweight division. It's going to be absolutely outstanding. Stephan Shaw versus Rafael Apeori. We are looking forward to it tonight. ProBox TV, stay with us right here. Contender Series about to roll on. It's Saturday night. We're at the Live Casino Hotel in Hanover, Maryland for ProBox TV's Contender Series. Tonight, in our main event, Washington, D.C.'s Jordan Short Dog White tries to make it 15 victories in a row when he takes on the pride of Cordoba, Argentina, Jose Matias Romero. In our co-main, Stephan Big Shot Shaw takes on the 305's Rafael Apeori in a battle of seismic proportions. Plus, DC's very own Gary Antoine Russell battles Baltimore's Dominic Dimes Russell in a battle for more than just local bragging rights. 50-50 fights all night. It's ProBox TV's Contender Series, and it starts now. Welcome into ProBox TV. It is nighttime here at the DMV, and that's right, DC, Maryland, Virginia, the center of the boxing universe right now. Talent like Gervonta Davis, Lamont Roach Jr., and the legends like Sugar Ray Leonard. Ready to go with our Contender Series. We start out with William Foster III versus Brandon Bonitez. William Foster III has fought some of the best in his weight class. Only 2 losses. He's looking to dominate tonight. Bonitez says, I'm going to come in and make it a brawl. And the co-main event, the heavyweights. That's right, Stephan Shaw versus Rafael Apeori. Apeori, 6'8", but Stephan Shaw, a heavyweight prospect, 2 losses in a row, said I'm looking to get my career back on track. I'm not scared of this guy. His other opponents have broken. I'm not going to break tonight. We'll see what heavyweight stands out at the end in our co-main events. And in our main event of the evening, Jordan Short Dog White from here in DC, 18-1, 12 knockouts. And his opponent, Jose Matias Romero, 29-3. 0-3 in the U.S., undefeated in his home Argentina, but his losses here have been to the best of the best in the division. It is Jimmy Smith ringside, as always, with the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. That's the story of the main event. Short Dog White has incredible talent, can do almost everything in the ring, but his opponent has taken on the better talent. And against Isak Pitbull Cruz, it was this close. He could have been the man on 2 judges' scorecard, which are all you need. He's fought the best. That's what gives him confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan White, we're talking about him. You know, he can punch, he can box, he's athletic, he's got fast hands, he's got heavy hands. But this is a step up. You know, he's had some good wins in the past, but this is by far the toughest fight of his career. And of course, it's on ProBox TV. What else is new? So we got a great main event on our hands with 2 guys who are looking to make their bones at this weight class and set the tone for the rest of their career.
Yeah, and Matías Romero, he doesn't make it easy on you. Good counter punching, good jab, a long kind of style, and also that Argentine slickness a little bit. You talk about the grit in Argentine fighters. I'm standing next to one right now, but like they're the Italy of South America. So I'll ask you about it, Paulie.
Well, you know what? A lot of times Argentine fighters can, you know, they have a little bit of that awkward boxing to them, but they're also gritty, and then they're durable, and you know they can make your life miserable in multiple ways, right? So it's not a hotbed like Mexico for boxing, but the fighters that come out of there typically can be very, very rugged. Even like you got your Marcos Maidanas, who's just full rugged, right? Yeah. But in terms of Romero, yeah, he's a bit on the crafty side, and he can probably do some things that can possibly not upset. We'll see tonight,
yeah, exactly,
but for sure, trouble the style of Short Dog. You know, he's a puncher. He can sit back on his boxing, but remember, you know, when you're a puncher, a lot of times you prefer to get that big knockout. What if he can't get that knockout? Is he going to have the discipline to stay boxing and stay boxing well against a Romero? You know, also you're going to be compared to the guys that did beat Romero, right? So you got Pitbull and you got Rubesi Ramirez. Romero, like a champ was saying earlier tonight, has never lost at 130 pounds. So this is a fight at 130 pounds, but he's also never won when he came to the United States. But he's fought competitively. He's, against Pitbull Cruz, it could have went, his way with a break here, a break there. So you're looking at Short Dog and you're saying, okay, can he put himself in the room and be compared to the guys that have beaten Romero, or is Romero finally going to break through with a big win in the United States?
Well, a question in the co-main event that's very, very similar. Stephan Shaw, a heavyweight prospect that a lot of people were looking at, extremely talented, derailed a little bit, looking to get back into it. That idea of, man, I was right there, a heavyweight prospect. He's looking to kind of recapture that magic. Can he do it?
All right, he's talented. You know, you want to make sure I'm not kissing Nat King Cole over here, but I get it. He's talented. Here's what I'm going to tell you about Shaw. He's the goods. He's got a vast boxing knowledge. Yesterday, speaking to him at the fighter meetings, he lives and breathes this stuff. He has a big passion for boxing. He's right there. Talent-wise, you look at the guy and he's like you're saying, he's talented. He's right there. He just has to put it together in the ring. And tonight goes a long way if he can beat a big giant like Apeori. Because Apeori, you know, he's an IQ guy himself, a multiple sport guy. He's got a lot of athleticism, and he's got Glenn Johnson in his corner, who really pushes you to fill those empty spots in the fight, and that's why Shaw can't just be relying on his talent.
Yeah, but one of the things when we talk about physical talent, Apeori, 4-time letterman when it came to basketball at the University of Miami, switched to football his senior year, started on the team there, and then goes to boxing, Chris.
University of Miami is not a small school when it comes to sports either, so this guy is a top-level athlete, bringing his skill set to the ring here. 6'8", and he's a puncher. Of course he's a puncher. You know, so now we got Stephan Shaw, who, as you said, champ, all talent in the world, talks the talk, looks the look, has been in the camps, but can he do it underneath those lights? And Apeori is one of those guys. He's been doing it under those lights in multiple sports across many years. And as you said, champ, very, very smart guy, very cerebral, and we could see that in the fighter meetings yesterday.
You sit down with Apeori, you think you're talking to like a scientist, a scholar, you know, just like we talked about Jordan Roach earlier tonight. Same kind of energy from Apeori. You know, you think about the athletes from the U. You think about goons. You know, and you're like, this guy's huge.
Catholics versus convicts. We all remember it, right?
Of course, that was a great documentary. You look at this guy who steps in the room at 6'8", you're like, all right, this guy's the U, and then you hear him talk, you're like, okay, interesting. It's very scholarly.
They are
but
teaching these athletes over there, too.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Right. So it's one of those things where in the co-main event, 2 massive heavyweights, and then, of course, in our main event, Short Dog White, who will have the support of this D.C. crowd. It has been packed in here all night, and that is the question is, can anyone deal with the boxing ability of White? If anyone can, it's Romero, but we're getting started now. That's right, William, the silent assassin Foster III, 32 years old. His opponent, 27. Foster has a slight height advantage, also 2 inches of reach. How will he use it in this super featherweight fight scheduled for 10 rounds. Foster knows this is a big platform, and he needs a big win tonight. The pressure is on him. Lupe, get us started in the Contender Series.
We continue inside of Live Casino and Hotel Hanover, Maryland. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Lamont Roach Seniors, No Excuses Promotions, and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds. On the line, the WBA America Gold Super Featherweight title. Este duelo, pactado a 10 vueltas. En juego, el título peso Super Pluma Dorado América de la AMB. WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, supervisor, 4-time world champion Jorge Linares scoring the action. We have Eric Grisarri, Nick Commenti, and Bernard Bruni. Presentando al retador, introducing the challenger in the blue corner, en la esquina azul. Vestido de blanco con azul marino, he steps in wearing white with teal trim. He weighed in at 129.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 129 libras y media. Esta noche, en su 25º combate a nivel profesional, con un récord de 21 victorias, solo 3 derrotas, 9 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ring in his 25th professional bout with 21 victories against only 3 losses, 9 of those victories coming by way of KO. Representando a Querétaro, México, Brandon Leoncito Benítez. In the red corner, the defending champion, wearing blue with black trim. En la esquina roja, el campeón reinante vestido de azul con vivos negros. Su peso oficial, 129 libras y un cuarto. His official weight, 129.25 pounds. En 20 combates, mantiene un récord de 18 victorias, con solo 2 derrotas, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout in 20 bouts as a pro. He maintains an outstanding record of 18 victories against only 2 losses, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Tonight, defending his WBA America Gold title from New Haven, Connecticut, the silent assassin, William Foster III. With final instructions, referee Jamal Brown.
Gentlemen, belt line here is good. Belt line here is good. Protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. Touch him up.
Ready to go, the silent assassin. Ready to go, William Foster III. Only 2 losses in his career, 15 big wins by knockout. Brandon Bonitez, 21-3, 9 wins by knockout, and we are ready to go. Round number 1.
Foster coming out with that trademark smile. One of the most confident guys you're ever going to see on fight night.
His 2 losses, those fighters, a combined 39-1. Legitimate losses. You always say, Chris, look beyond the numbers. Foster's numbers are legit.
Yeah, his numbers are legit. He's fought tough fighters. He's got great wins.
Oh, but Benitez don't slouch himself, man.
Yeah, Benitez coming to bring the pressure.
Been with some good fighters, has beaten some good fighters, and really has that intense Mexican style. Good snap to his punches as well. He's backing up Foster early here.
Yeah, looking to bring physical pressure. This one's scheduled for 10.
You know, that's a smart move. You got a guy like Foster. You know, he's a tactician. You know, especially once he finds his rhythm, he can be a really dangerous fighter. So you want to get in his grill right away.
There's a cut on the nose of Benitez.
Oh, already. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, clash of heads or an uppercut or something.
I don't know if you noticed in the fighter meeting yesterday, he did have a little knot on that nose.
It's true. Yeah, from sparring. Yeah, it's true. Opened up
immediately.
Hey, he talked about his loss to Robeisy Ramirez. He goes, "I wasn't at my normal weight class." As you said, Chris, and all these guys have to, move up and down in weight. Aren't always at their best. He said, "That wasn't at my normal weight class."
Robeisy, though, is also a super talent, and especially when you catch him on the right
look
night.
At that.
See, this is what I mean about him being a tactician. You give him a little bit of range, that mid-distance. Foster's really, really dangerous. Nice body shot there from Benitez.
Incredible boxing ability.
Foster keeps looking for that little short uppercut. Hasn't landed it cleanly, but you can see he's looking for something there because he really maybe sees Bonitez has a tendency to
be over
bend.
that front foot. Yep. And if you notice, Foster's using the left hook to drag it into that uppercut.
So drag that reaction out of him.
In our fighter meetings, Benitez has talked about getting inside. He says, my opponent is tall. He controls distance. He's smart. I want to fight in close and work the body. So he certainly has the right strategy in mind. Was the fighter from Mexico. Wants to get in, basically make it a Mexican-style fight.
Yeah.
He knows he's facing an excellent boxer tonight. His father and brother both box. His brother, a standout light heavyweight. I believe 22-1 is his record.
Oh, nice stiff jab from Bonitez there.
Yeah, Bonitez is not going to be bothered by the blood. As a matter of fact, if anything, the blood tells you that because he came with that scab, he tells you he's been sparring very hard for this fight.
Right. Very aggressive here in round 1, Bonitez.
Listen for the bell.
Good boxing so far from the silent assassin.
Oh, good right hand.
Nice.
We are back, round number 2, ready to begin. There's that cut on the nose of Bonitez. As we said, it may have been, a lump in sparring.
Yeah.
Got opened up.
I had forgotten until the champ Chris mentioned it. Yesterday he had that scab on his nose, on the top of his nose there, where exactly where he's bleeding.
Fortunately, not a bad spot. Doesn't affect the vision.
Nah, I don't make it bloody, but that's not a career. I mean, excuse me, a fight.
Fight jeopardizing.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice jab there by Foster. He's got to start establishing that a little bit more here in round 2.
So far, flicky, quick combinations. Nice uppercut through the center. He knows he's fighting a pressure fighter. Talked about it in the fighter meetings. He hooks to the body, gets a little wide with his punches, though.
Nice little check hook there from Foster. Sneaky shot right before he tied him up. Oh, good heavy shots here. Foster on the inside.
This is the range Bonitez wanted.
Wow, smart move there by Bonitez to be able to switch that around.
Yeah, he had to turn around because Foster's smart. He landed and then he started smothering, So good on Bonitez to find the space, but this fight at close range could get interesting. A little clash of heads there as well.
That was like the Uno reverse card.
Yeah.
Yep. Switch him right around.
You talked about it, Chris, that Foster's advantage really is at more medium range.
Yeah. He's a mid-range fighter. He's very crafty. He's technical. He's athletic. But the inside, man, Bonitez, that's where he wants to be.
And Bonitez is also deceivingly quick as well. He gets off some snappy shots. He kind of, he's not your typical Mexican fighter who's, a lot of times they come in and pressure you and try to just break you. Bonitez actually a lot of snap to those shots as well.
Comes to his 2 losses. He made no excuses in the fighter meeting. That wasn't my night. You don't really have anything else to say about it.
Yeah, Paulie, you'd mentioned you had called Bonitez when he fought Zucan a bunch of years ago on our air, and I actually called him for when he fought Robicio Ramirez. And I mean, this is not the same guy that I saw. Basically, he didn't have this intensity about him. He didn't have these mannerisms to him.
Yeah.
Does this look more like how you saw him against Zucan?
Yeah, with Shuey was really impressive because I remember that show was more.
Nice right hand.
I remember that show was more about Zucan, and it ended up being that Brandon ended up beating him pretty well handily at that.
And for Robici, he was essentially food that night. Highlight reel KO for Robici Ramirez. Good body shot. Ooh. That was right in the pit of the stomach as Foster was punching.
Yeah, Foster hasn't punched since, and he's been on his bike as he gets away. Maybe on slight recovery mode here. May have felt that body shot. Now initiates a clinch. Still hasn't punched, so
probably feeling that one.
Yeah.
But being smart, he's actually smothering and not showing it at all.
Did a great job of those short punches.
10 seconds, listen for the bell. 10 seconds.
This is an interesting fight, man. Let's see how it's going to be interesting to see how this one evolves. There's a bit of physicality, a bit of technique here.
Very, very even so far.
And every now and then somebody comes in with a question about their physical preparation. Both these guys definitely prepared.
Yeah.
You can see it in everything they're doing.
Yeah.
Take a look at some of that action from round number 2.
Also the third, he's tall. He's a big guy. So for him to make this weight, he's got to be in fantastic shape. And you can see it. There he laid a nice straight right hand right down the middle to that damaged nose. And here we're going to see that body shot.
Oh.
Ooh, right on the liver side.
Right where you don't want to get hit.
But Foster hit that well. But I did watch Foster as he went back to his corner. Before he sat down, he took a deep breath, controlled his breathing, and then he sat down. Smart veteran move there.
Let's stay calm and touch. Nothing big, okay?
This is a quote: I don't want to waste punches. I want to see what he has and improve every round. Those are the words of William Foster III.
He's still very much in a scrap right now, so it hasn't been an establishment by either man that they're in control.
Said he would take those first couple rounds, see what his opponent has so he can counter. Does have that counter punching ability.
Good body shot again from Bonitez.
Yeah, Bonitez really targeting the body anytime he can.
Another good right hand.
And a hook followed by a hook to the body as well.
Good poker face from William Foster III, though.
Yeah, he needs to keep it at about that middle range. If he can control that middle range, he may have the advantages. But if he starts to get a little too close range, Bonitez targets the body well.
Yeah, it's a little too chippy on the inside, and Bonitez seems to be targeting that body, like you said, but getting the better of it as well.
And right here, this range right here is more Foster's range. Sometimes Foster himself breaks that range and steps in too much.
Oh, see, and also I was actually just about to say this, and Foster was able to pin him. And Bonitez doesn't fight great when he gets backed up.
Yeah.
Definitely not as effective.
And maybe that's why Foster at times will try to get on the inside and push him back. And inside the clinches is physically, Foster does push Bonitez back. Oof, just missed a couple big shots from both guys, right, guys?
Guys are loading up a little too much. Yeah, I mean, this version of Bonitez is a very tough customer.
Yeah.
He looks very...
Yeah, he's determined to make this a fight. Foster, crafty, good body shot by Bonitez.
We can hear these ringside, man. They're heavy.
They are thudding body punches for the fighter from Mexico.
I'm so impressed with Foster's poker face. Doesn't show anything. Just right back to his smile, gets back to work.
Don't hold in there. Don't hold. Don't hold.
Nice short punches on the inside.
Good shot selection there from Foster. And I like the way he tries to smother after those.
Good right hand.
Woo! These two are scrapping here.
Yeah, Foster got the better of those exchanges, though. And a lot of times with those inside combinations, it's a matter of punch selection, right? Good position, good feint there.
Nice lateral movement and feint from Foster here. Yeah, I mean, when he gets that little bit of separation, you can really see his talent.
Seconds left to go in round number 3. Good round so far from William Foster III.
Ooh.
Welcome back. Round number 4 about to begin. A lot of action, especially against the ropes in that round number 3.
Yeah, it was a nice chippy back and forth between these guys. And I was saying that Bonitez doesn't fight that well when he gets pushed back, but he has these like random throwaway counters that he throws in the middle that are really dangerous. He landed a really good one at the end of the round.
Body, right?
Well, sometimes to the body, sometimes the head with the right hand. Usually the left hook to the body with the right hand to the head, but he'll take a half step back and then just fire off one of those.
Round number 4 beginning. Foster has taken some body shots. So far, you alluded to his poker face, hasn't shown it.
Foster's good at being physical on the inside, though. He uses that height and that size advantage to kind of bully Bonitez, using his arms, pushing him down, moving him over, pushing him into shots.
Foster ranked number 11 by the IBF. Look at the fundamentals. Runner-up at the Golden Gloves Nationals, PAL Nationals. Had the good amateur pedigree.
Bonitez doing his best to try to make it physical. Foster being crafty.
Started boxing at age 4, competing at age 10.
Work out of there. Work out. Work out.
Age 4, that's wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Foster does really good work when he has Bonitez back against the ropes, but he gets hit with single shots like that. Those are those tricky counter shots that I was talking about from Bonitez.
And that's where Bonitez has to make it count. Because if you're not going to make it count at this range, then, you know, at long to middle range, Foster seems to have the advantages. Bonitez has to make it work at that close range. Good body shots there by Bonitez as he makes Foster walk off.
And he makes those count.
I like the feints of Foster. I like to see him punch more of them, though. You know, sometimes he gets Bonitez biting a lot with them.
He overshoots his penetration step. And you saw him there. He gets sick just like that. He gets too close. Smothers himself. He doesn't get that power because he can punch, but he needs to be at the right range.
Good right hand there by Bonitez. Time and Foster coming in. A good body shot. Good contact here for these guys. Bonitez Ocham again with that right hand on the inside. The chopping right hand seemed to be something he likes to throw, and it's worked for him.
Smothering himself again is Foster. See, just stepping forward, not holding position. And Champ, you mentioned that Bonitez has tricky, fast hands. It's very explosive.
Yeah.
He lets those things go. He lets them fight. He believes in his power and his positioning.
Yeah, and he just lets them go violently all of a sudden, you know.
Bonitez, to his credit, 186 amateur fights in his career. Both these guys fought a ton in their youth.
Watch your heads. Watch your heads.
Good straight right hand from Foster. Another good one.
10 seconds.
Oh, man.
Cut
over the left eye.
Bad spot.
Could that be a headbutt, guys? We may need a replay here.
Referee has not indicated it's a headbutt. That's a bad cut.
Yeah, that looks like it's flapped over.
Yeah.
Eyelid over the eye.
Doctor already moving his way to the corner.
Bad spot.
Well, if we can get a shot of it, but the referee has not signaled that it was due to a clash of heads. If he doesn't, then it's caused by a punch.
I didn't see a headbutt, so that was a legal blow. The eye, legal blow. I'm gonna give him a second to think. I'm trying.
Doctor taking a look at it.
They're saying they're going to get the cornerman out now, the doctor to look at it, which is going to push off this next round at least a few moments. You see the doctor hanging over that left side, looking to see that eye, but now he's going to check him out one-on-one.
Yeah, the corner gets a chance to take care of it, and then the doc looks at it.
And the eye, it's very swollen, but it is a small cut. All right.
We will continue.
I'm sure they're going to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, doctor, that's what the doctor was telling the ref, right? You know, the hand signals. Keep an eye on it.
Yep, round number 5 underway.
We didn't get if it was a punch or a headbutt, right, guys?
I've not heard yet, no.
Well, the referee has not signaled that it was. If the referee doesn't see it, it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, could have been a punch, too.
It could have been.
Well, I mean, you have to assume a punch because this is boxing and, you know, accidental
Such
clashes.
close range, though.
I know, but you have to. But I mean, I'm just saying legally, like what am I saying? Officially, you have to assume a punch unless
you see otherwise.
Right. Unless you see otherwise, you're assuming it's a punch.
Good combination once again.
Oh, I usually assume headbutts when I see them go fight.
Well, that's because you're a fighter. But that's not what the officials can do. I can't just assume a headbutt if I didn't see one.
Yeah.
Because that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, by the letter of the law, if you don't see it, a headbutt,
it's a punch.
There wasn't one.
Right.
See that? Even this head scraping on the inside. Those cause cuts, man. When I fought Cotto, I didn't get cut from a headbutt. I got cut from a head scrape.
Well, he kept his hair short, right? Those are
never grew hair. If you notice, Miguel never grew hair again after that fight. He started with the baldy with my fight, and he just kept it. He said it was so effective. I feel responsible for that. I feel responsible for that. Miguel never grew hair again during his career.
Nice strafing right hand.
Yeah, Foster's having a good round. You got to wonder if that eye is affecting Bonitez.
And a placement right over the eye. Blood leaking down with 3 times that.
See, this style where he gets shifty, Foster, and he starts going side to side, left
punching
to
off the
right.
foot.
Yeah.
When you're doing that and you're punching off it, it makes you really difficult to time, and it also makes it difficult to see your shots coming, especially if there's blood.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if Bonitez is being effective vision-wise because Foster's having a great round.
Yeah, and also all 3 of Benitez's losses have been by knockout. He's been stopped in all of his losses. Talk about the Robeisy Ramirez loss.
You know, and another number I have to look at. Benitez, he only has 9 KOs in his 21 wins. He seems like he hits way harder than that. Yeah. These body shots that have been coming in, very heavy-handed. The counters that he's been throwing in the middle.
Good snap on his shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, good movement, side to side. Oh,
Benitez still throwing.
See that step around? He had the arm tied up. Foster then stepped around. Did that Uno switch again.
Good right hand again. Nice combinations. Talk about punch selection, Paulie. Foster's been doing that very well from the beginning.
Yeah.
As soon as that cut happened, the intensity came right out of Bonitez.
Oh, good body shots again by Bonitez. Still targeting, still coming forward. Still a fighter on the inside. He's going to make this physical as he can. He's not worried about his eye.
Cut, but still brawling as the fighter from Mexico.
Heads came together.
Yeah, heads come together, man. I'm telling you.
On the inside, okay? Your boxing looks good. Give me them double fingers.
And we are back. Round number 6. About to begin. We're halfway through this fight scheduled for 10 rounds. Take a look at that cut above the left eye of Brandon Benitez. So far, as far as we understand, it was caused by a punch. Round 6 underway.
Oh, nice. Double jab right hand.
Chris, what we saw in the last round, it might be affecting his vision a bit, his ability to see Foster when he moves laterally, but it hasn't affected his will. He's still trying to win this fight.
Absolutely. I mean, Foster had a great round last round. It could be a combination of being affected by that cut vision-wise, but also Foster just dialing in. You know, he said he was going to pick it up towards the middle rounds, and he certainly did. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, Benitez, you know, he's been in big fights. He's been in championship fights, so he's not the guy that's just gonna, you know, go, I'm cut, I'm gonna pack it in. You know, you can see there's this character in this guy, and he's still going for it.
Yeah, and of course, William Foster, 11 knockouts in his 18 wins. Not necessarily a one-shot knockout guy.
Yeah, but you know, you can get established with the cut here. You know, if you start working at it. I think Benitez's got a jab as well. You know, Foster's got a pretty, you know, astute jab. He uses a lot for measuring, but I think Benitez also can, on the outside, maybe use the close range. When Foster doesn't allow him to close range, he can use his own jab, like right here. You like to see Benitez a good time the right hand over the jab too, I guess, right?
Yeah, he did.
Foster goes back to the smiling. Talk about poker faces, gentlemen. Foster has one of those.
You see a lot of waiting from Bonitez at this range. That's why I'd say, you know what, he'd be well to set the jab up as well.
Good read there from Foster.
Playing about a shot to the back of the head.
A lot of pride in Bonitez. Gets hit with a left hook, stands up tall, comes right at you.
Stop!
Yeah, that face of Bonitez looking real rough.
The cut on the bridge of the nose, we believe that was caused basically in sparring, that he had just healed up because he had a little abrasion there during our fighter meeting. That opened up in round number 1.
Yeah, pretty much,
cut over the eye.
Immediately opened up.
Good hook to the body again. Bonitez still trying to target that body. There's Foster's smooth boxing, troubling him and troubling his ability to close range. And that, again, you see Bonitez's opportunities to jab here. You can jab with the jab, but Bonitez is not doing that. And I think it's allowing Foster to have comfortable moments when he's at range.
It's almost as though as the fight has worn on, it's getting a little fatigued. It's harder for him to get inside and use that inside boxing.
And that's why you should use the jab. It can open up a door for your way inside instead of trying to force your way inside all the time against this smooth boxer in Foster.
You know, it is, Bonitez is not as explosive on closing the gap like he was in the first 4 rounds. So you're seeing now Foster the third being able to control that middle distance. And that's where he's at his best.
10 seconds left to go in round number 6. Another round where Foster has looked absolutely fantastic. May 10th, we have another great card for you out of Kissimmee, Florida. Erickson the Hammer Luben, 26-2, 18 knockouts. Ardriel Bossman Holmes Jr. undefeated, 17-0. They were opponents in the amateurs. Been a little back and forth between them. And they've been in the same place and they've spoken to one another, but Erickson Luben said, I know my opponent is tough. I remember him from back in the day. I'm not taking this fight lightly. I need this win. It's going to be a great card May 10th right here on ProBox TV. Great night of fights. It's been a great night so far here in Maryland, just outside Washington, D.C.
Talent-laden card, man.
Absolutely unbelievable.
We've been introduced to some really, really excellent young talent here tonight.
At round number 7, William Foster III. He is in the blue and black. His opponent, Brandon Bonitez from Mexico. Silver and looks like green. But since a cut opened up over the left eye of Bonitez, as I believe in round 4, Foster's been able to move and stay at this medium range and basically outbox him.
Yeah, Jimmy, at this speed and distance, you know, Foster III, his IQ and his athleticism is really starting to show a separation in this fight.
Good control of range here for Foster. He's getting in and stepping out.
Oh, good counter.
Changing
and
range.
then gone. Not just a counter, gentlemen, but a counter then out.
Yep, changing range well and confusing Bonitez's ability to close the gap. Now Bonitez finally uses a jab there, but he's got to use it more here because, again, like you guys said, if the explosiveness of Bonitez starts to leave him as he fatigues, the jab can at least help him somewhat in closing the gap. Good body shot there by Bonitez.
Bonitez landed 3 good body shots in a series over a few moments.
Good cutting off the ring here as well. Again, you'd like to see the jab, but it's Foster.
Oh, good 1-2.
And look what it sets up. Sets up a right hand.
Oh, textbook shot there. Again, that mid-distance. Foster the third has a lot of advantages.
As guys get fatigued, the effort starts to, be less and less what you can show, and so IQ starts to take over. And right now, Foster's IQ a little bit higher here. A little bit more variation to his style, and he's smiling. He knows it. Good lead right
Another
hand.
good right.
But also, champ, Foster III hasn't changed speed or intensity. He's been this guy since round 1. Bonitez was a lot more aggressive, a lot more explosive early on.
Never set a pace you can't keep. Foster set a good pace.
And that's the thing. Foster now at this range doesn't have to really be on the inside anymore. Early on, Bonitez was able to close the gap because he was so explosive, champ.
Yeah, exactly. And it forced Foster to fight the fight that was where Bonitez wanted to be. Oh, good check hook there on the way out.
And you see again, he's able to get out. Touches and goes, and sometimes puts a little more mustard on those touches.
Yep, and especially when you got a face that's getting chewed up more and more as these rounds go on. You just have to keep touching him.
You see Bonitez, though, you see when Foster moves, Bonitez cuts off the ring. He's no slouch.
Oh, no. He's a very, very good fighter. He definitely knows what he's doing.
You know, we see way too many pressure fighters who just follow. But Bonitez, whenever Foster makes a move, you see Bonitez cutting it off. So Foster has to stay on his P's and Q's, and he has. That's another credit to Foster, because Bonitez makes him think. Nice spin around move there by Foster to find the center ring. The real estate battle is important.
A lot of pressure coming from Bonitez. You know, he's walking in the front door, but he's consistent with it.
That jab of Foster again. Jab again.
The boxing of Foster, once again, the story in round number 7.
Look at that. Beautiful in and out.
You're in amazing shape. Now you'll be able to keep the bottom.
And there's a smile on the face of a very happy William Foster III. Another round looks like it's going his way. Great boxing.
Last 3 rounds have been all Foster III. He's found that middle distance range. He's got on that jab. Bonitez seems to be a little bit slower in terms of his intensity and his ability to close the gap. And it's allowed Foster to really take control.
Foster smiling, no surprise. This fight scheduled for 10. Now in round number 8. We don't know. There's a cut and some swelling over the left eye of Bonitez. Could be affecting his depth perception. He's had trouble getting inside.
Oh, stiff, hard jab from William Foster III. Yikes, that was a good, hard shot. Stopped Bonitez right in his track.
You see those feints again. You see when your jab is good, your feints work. He's in a good rhythm here.
He's doing a good job of just making Bonitez miss. He's stepping out, stepping
That's
out.
A little slide, just at the edge. You want to be at the shoestring of the range. And he's starting to control him very well. Nice combination.
Uppercut.
Finish it with an uppercut, guys.
Those uppercuts did not make the face look good.
See again, Bonitez cutting it off. You see? Bonitez still attacking. Loads of body shots when he gets inside.
Those actually, all 3 of those punches actually missed.
Yeah.
Foster was able to. Oh, that was a good right hand on the inside from Bonitez there, but back comes Foster with that chopping right hand around the guard. Headbutts again, though. Heads came together. Good body work from Bonitez on the inside. Goes with both hands, digging to the body.
You see Foster's conditioning is good, because whenever Bonitez does get close, he's able to get to the body. But Foster not affected.
No.
But Foster's had a willingness to engage close range. Oh, nice right hand.
Because he knows he can time counters like that.
That was a hard shot. The knuckle punch, too.
That'll make Bonitez think twice before he attacks again. And you see, he's at range, but he's not attacking, so Foster can take control with the jab.
They've done a good job with that cut, by the way, in the corner. Excellent cut, man. Yeah.
That thing was swollen. I mean, it's dripping now. That thing was swollen, looked open and flapping.
Looked like maybe a fight stopper in the beginning, and done a great job with it.
It is actually a small cut, but it's a nasty cut.
Sweat and blood, by the way, raining down on us at ringside.
That was just sweat.
Job hazard. Oh, another quick right hand.
Yeah, if Bonitez finds and chases Foster all over the ring, but then it's Foster who ends up landing. Nice shot again.
That right hand can't miss this round.
And one thing is, Foster's eating some good punches. He's wearing them well. It looks like basically his face like it was in the first round.
I think he's also rolling with a lot of shots too, right, guys?
Yeah, very true.
I think the cleanest shots that have landed on Foster have been to the body. And he hasn't shown anywhere from that either, which has been really impressive. A little blood on the out. Is that from?
I think that's from Benitez.
Benitez, yeah. I mean, their heads are
side of the head,
coming
side
together
of the scalp.
quite a bit.
And Benitez leaking blood from the nose and the eye.
He tried to Benitez, but he's still trying like he's in this fight.
He is not giving it up.
I mean, he is in this fight. He's just getting pieced up these last couple rounds.
Good job once again by Foster. End of round number 8. Guy's just found his rhythm, found his right range. It's not that he's found it because he wanted it the whole time, but now it seems like Bonitez just can't get in there and disrupt it.
Yeah, Foster the third is doing a really good job of just staying one step ahead, one step ahead, one step ahead, and that's that's what boxing is. I mean, he's playing chess, but he's staying in control.
Cutman taking a look at the bridge of the nose and the eye. Round number 8 belonged to that medium range of Foster. Quick right hand in the corner.
This round for me was the story of the right hands landed by William Foster III. I mean, he landed some big, heavy, hard right hands. Bonitez wore them well. Regardless of his face falling apart, he was taking the shots well. But Foster had another really good round where he was able to use his rhythm, his timing, and his judgment of distance to control the space.
We're ready. Round number 9 scheduled for 10. Most of these rounds dominated by William Foster III, especially after a cut. I believe it was round number 4.
Been looking for that uppercut all night. That was a nice little pop shot.
Oh, beautiful 1-2.
Off that little fencing and parrying left hand, you see he's kind of mesmerizes you with it and then shoots the sharp shot.
Now, I'm realizing now Foster's really a rhythm fighter. Once he finds his rhythm, he's a really difficult guy to hone in on. He lands his shots. Beautiful shot, that 1-1-2 that he landed over there.
Let him go. Let him go.
That's the thing about a rhythm fighter. When you got a guy who's like really in your grill, rhythm fighters usually have trouble, especially early on. And then once Foster was able to slow things down a little bit, make a little bit distance, that rhythm shows up. Now you're seeing it. Keeps his head offline, puts the right hands on there, stays just outside, slips under.
Bonitez trying to keep him there, trying to cut him off.
But Bonitez is working so hard to land a single shot.
Yeah, and even when he lands it, Foster rides with it very well. Ooh. See, that's a good right hand, but Foster kind of rode with it. And at this point, Bonitez had to land damaging shots because he's not in the fight as far as points are concerned.
Another thing I like about Foster, he had an idea that he wanted to make work, that uppercut, that hook to the uppercut. He hasn't left it. That's something obviously they worked on in camp, and he's trying to make it work. Landed a few good times. Oof, then he switched it up.
Watch your heads, watch your heads.
Nice. Changed
Really,
levels over the top.
Slip, rolls, great defensive lateral movement, everything.
Very clever.
I'm punching off all of them. Bonitez landed a little body shot a few seconds ago, but again, Foster's taking them well.
See why this guy is top 15 for the IBF. Right now ranked 11th.
These are heavy shots. Good body shot.
Boxing world class tonight. Nice right hand.
Yeah, he's really putting some hurt on Bonitez right now. Oh, but Bonitez comes right back with a good right hand and a left hook down to the body.
Bonitez ain't gonna quit, man. He's gonna keep trying to.
Well, with Robisi, and he was completely outclassed and went out on a shield. He's not gonna lay down.
Good body shot, knuckle turn shot by Foster champ.
Still trying to land the body punches. It's been the most effective punches of the round. The problem is they pay dividends over a long fight, and we're already in round 9. Foster's never been hurt by one.
Jab off that feint. I'm saying I like the feints of Foster. He punches off the feint now. That's what I wanted to see. Feint and then shot that jab, shotgun jab after freezing Bonitez.
Like everyone, not to forget that William Foster III has a win over Edwin De Los Santos, who's a very, very dangerous lightweight. And this is now you see why. This version.
Who's going to fight for the title against Shakur?
No, he's going to fight
Davis.
Davis. Is he?
Keyshawn.
Oh, Keyshawn. Yes, Keyshawn, yeah. Too many Davises in this weight class.
So many.
Too many B's at light heavyweight, too many Davises at 35.
And look at this action from round number 9.
Look at that, just pawing with the lead hand. Jab, little slapping hook, jab 1-2 right down the middle.
Here inside of Live Casino Hotel, we go to the 10th and final round.
Crowd here in DC has been absolutely fantastic.
This fight went by quick. I can't believe we're in the 10th round.
Yeah, 10th round. All the fights tonight, very entertaining.
Yes, yeah. A lot of talent, good entertaining fights. William Foster is in phenomenal shape. I mean, he is really, this pace of this fight started very fast early on. He's found his groove. He's boxing really smart. Doesn't look tired here going into the 10th round.
And what does Brandon Bonitez have left? That is the question. And how hard will William Foster III go for the knockout? A fight that he probably has in the bag on the scorecards. Could have given Bonitez maybe a couple of the opening rounds, but
yeah, early on this was a very competitive fight. I think it was around 4 or 5 when really Foster busted out this brilliant boxing and smoothness. But Bonitez has been live all night long, and you got to think he's going to go for it here in the 10th.
Problem is, none of his punches, no single shot has really bothered Foster. A couple of good body shots, you know, but no one big one. Like, oh man, this guy's the power to turn it around. We haven't seen that yet.
No, not at all. You know, I'd mentioned that he only has 9 KOs in 21 fights, although he seems like he hits harder. Maybe the numbers don't lie this time.
Well, it's also so hard to hit Foster cleanly. So even there, you trap him, it's hard to hit him clean, and then he smothers you.
Yep, nice spin there. That's what being a ring general is all about. He's just controlling the space.
It's frustrating for a pressure guy, especially if a guy that's a pressure guy that's desperate now and needs a stoppage. Bonitez still putting good mustard on those shots, but
and Foster doing the opposite, taking the mustard off the shots, touching, moving, sliding, slipping.
Slide range, yep.
Look at that, picking his spots. Now we see why he smiles all the time. He's having fun in there.
Yeah, and he's in rhythm. You're talking about gets in rhythm. He is in a rhythm now. You can see it's the switch, the transition of weight from one foot to the other, on the change of direction. You can see it there smoothly, and he's punching off of it as well.
Remind me of Nicholas, who I call the flow master Flaz. Once he finds that flow, and it very much so, William Foster III has been in his flow these last 5-6 rounds.
It's like trying to hit a ghost, gentlemen. You'll see him May 10th. In Kissimmee.
Look at that. Look at that. See that little slide to the right and then comes back with the left hook? You would think normally a guy would slide to the right, throw the right hand.
Good left hook from Bonitez.
Woo. Yeah, that was a good shot.
Got the attention of Foster, although he's still moving well.
Corner of Bonitez is screaming for him to do more. Caught him with a good shot. They think he's hurt.
Well, Foster still has his legs on him, still moving very, very well. May have been a good punch.
I think that foot punch actually did affect him.
Yeah,
He's holding a little bit. He doesn't look quite as confident. He's not smiling anymore.
Problem is, Foster has built up a huge lead, more than likely. And Bonitez is going to need a knockout in this 10th round, and he has about 10 seconds left to do it.
We'll credit Bonitez. He tried the whole way.
He really did. He never gave up in the face of an outstanding boxer in Foster. Great performance from the silent assassin, but Bonitez, he showed a ton of guts. As you said, Paul, he never mentally out of the fight. He was trying to win from beginning to end.
He was, and he never considered himself defeated, but ultimately Foster the better fighter.
Yeah. I mean, but also Bonitez, he should walk out of this ring with his head held high.
Yeah.
He put on a
performance enough that we can put him back on ProBox TV, right?
Absolutely. He's gonna push you. He's gonna test you. I mean, he's been on our air before.
Interesting to see what the scorecards will be. Wouldn't surprise me if at least 8 rounds went to William Foster III for outstanding performance, especially after round number 4. We saw a cut, some swelling over the left eye of Brandon Bonitez, caused by a punch, perfectly legal. Great job by his corner, kind of keeping that cut from becoming a problem.
Yeah, they did do a very good job.
They did a great job.
That could have been a real issue.
Foster, look at his face. Looks like he just got out of bed. Wore the damage very well, although he did take some shots. Scorecards are collected. Lupe Contreras has them. Tell us the scores. Let us know. Lupe, it's you.
Ladies and gentlemen, are going the distance inside the ProBox TV ring. Judge Irizarry scores about 98-92. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, el juez Irizarry anotó 98-92. Y los jueces Chimenti y Bruni entregan tarjetas idénticas de 100-90. And judges Bruni and Chimenti scored about identically at 100-90. in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision, a favor del vencedor, por decisión unánime. And still, WBA America Gold Super Featherweight Champion, the silent assassin, William Foster III.
Him earn it, but as you said, Chris, once he got into that flow and understood the range and the rhythm, this was all his.
Yeah, William Foster, a very talented fighter. This is the guy that we have come to expect, but you know he took a couple hard losses in recent time, but he's back in our air and put up a great performance. It's a very, very, very tough Bonitez tonight.
Yeah, went for some body shots, tried to make it rugged on the inside, but man, the footwork of Foster is on point throughout this fight. Great combinations, great accuracy, as you said, Paulie, great shot selection on the inside.
I love when I see that. You know, shot selection for me requires a high IQ, and you can see Foster fights with a very high IQ.
He certainly did. He improves 19 wins to 2 losses. Great stuff from him tonight. Well, coming up May 10th, that's right, Erickson Luben on ProBox TV in Kissimmee, Florida. I mean, outstanding card, of course, a very special relationship between Erickson Luben and Gary Jonas, owner here at ProBox TV. They were on our air talking about it. This is what they had to say. Difficulties. Stay with us here in DC. A lot of great fights to come. Our co-main and main event on the way tonight. We'll come back to the DMV right after this.
Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th in the main event. The war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Luben, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those two bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
We are so looking forward to that card in Kissimmee, Florida. Outstanding main event, Erickson Luben. Adriel Holmes undefeated as a pro, but Erickson Luben has been under the spotlight his entire career. Outstanding amateur, looking to get back in that world championship level. That's what's happening here, too, in D.C. or DMV. We're in Maryland right now. Ringside, Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. The talent level displayed tonight. This is kind of we expected from these D.C. fighters, right? Lamont Roach Jr., his team. Whenever we talk to any of these guys, they all go, yeah, and they name 5 gyms in the area. They're kind of the hub that all work together to create great fighters. That's been on display tonight from the beginning, Chris.
I mean, listen, I had high expectations for the talent that we were going to see tonight. I'm still blown away. I'm super impressed. We've seen some guys tonight that are just next level in terms of where you would expect them to be at their age, at their experience level, the fighters that they're fighting. I mean, I'm very, very impressed with what I've seen tonight.
Well, one of the things about it is you can have expectations. You can have a great amateur career. What do you accomplish as a professional, and how do you handle the bumps in the road? That's what defines a professional fighter. Erickson Luben, of course, definitely in that category. Standout amateur, was expected to be a world champion very, very early in his career. A couple of road bumps. But with the help of Gary Jonas, he's looking to right the ship, but a very tough fight. On ProBox TV, they were on our air discussing their relationship. Here it is.
I think the timing's great. I think that we've talked about some of the things in the past, but right now, Erickson, I've never seen Erickson in camp for 6 months before in my life. Erickson's been in Plant City where we know it's not just a camp, but it's like an intensive. And he's been there committed to being there, and so he got into shape really the right way. And so his mind's right. His mind is there. He knows now. It's not, talent isn't the only thing. You got to mix his talent with his hard work. He's grown up. He understands that now, and that's what makes Erickson the most dangerous, because in all the years I've had him, he's probably can be guilty of thinking just showing up with talent alone would do it. So this version of Erickson at 29 years old, in his prime, that's a scary version.
Well, you know, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So, you know, I just learned that I can do both and just be pretty much unstoppable. So I just applied myself to working hard and being around boxing only, and, you know, living right and keeping my head straight. And I think it'll all show on May 10th, the progression that I've made in my life and in my career.
Was there a time or a fight where it clicked? Was there a moment it clicked? Was there an experience that made it click? Was it about a particular loss or particular moment where, once again, you decided to put it all together?
Maybe around the Fundora fight, you know. I think it was the moment they threw in the towel, I started thinking, like, damn, like, is it over with for me? And I just started to think, and you know, every time something goes bad in my life or in the ring or anything, I'm quick to call G-Man. I'm like, yo, G, like, I'm just getting advice from him, and we sat down, we went to go watch the fight, and he just gave me advice, and, you know, I applied it to my everyday living in my life.
I won't tell him what he wants to hear. I mean, and at that point in time, we didn't talk for another 6 months, 9 months. It was parted ways again. And really, but the end is I still didn't believe that he was doing everything he needed to do. He left that coach, and he gave up some of his environment. He called me. We got together maybe a year later, and he said, I've been thinking about it. And I know I haven't been doing things the right way. And there's no time. Like, we got to get this done now. So it was almost his way of saying, okay, I'm going to do it your way. I'm 29, this is my prime, I surrender, your way. I said, okay, well, if you really mean that, pack your bag and go to Plant City. And that was a while ago. And he's been doing everything right since then. So I've always wanted him to just win. I want him to be happy. I want him to be successful. I want him to have everything that life can give you. But you're never going to get there if you don't do it the right way.
Paulie, you heard Erickson Luben say all the right things, but the problem is you can always say all the right things.
Yeah.
You got to do all the right things. Is this the gut check kind of fight May 10th to see where he's going to go with his career?
Well, I think he's got to impress. You know, obviously Holmes, you can expect a hungry, undefeated fighter, right, who wants his opportunity. Obviously, we talked about that they were rivals in the amateurs. They fought at the nationals against each other, and Luben ended up winning that fight. So Holmes wants that revenge, of course, but in reality, it's also Holmes wants to be where Luben's been and maybe where Luben still wants to go. So you expect a hungry fighter in Holmes. He's undefeated, and he's on the cusp as well. But with Erickson, you got to beat him and beat him impressively in order to show that you're making a statement and entering a title fight after that, because this is a world title eliminator.
And with all the talents going to be showcased that night, Chris, you know, Luben might have the name, but there's going to be a lot of standout talent that's going to look really good, and he has to be amongst the elite of that class, yes?
Well, I mean, he's training with all those guys.
Yes.
You got the Najee Lopez's, you got the Thorell Blasval Saints. You know, they're in the gym together. They're constantly trying to, you know, competitively excel against each other, whether they're doing conditioning work or bag work or sprint work or whatever. Guess what? They're going to bring that to fight night, too. They're going to see who's going to put up the best win of the night. So I think we're going to be seeing all those guys, like I said earlier. We're going to be seeing these guys in world title opportunities in the next year to 18 months. Erickson Luben, obviously, a lot sooner. So he's kind of leading the charge for these young guys. He's got to go out there and do what he needs to do, get this win, and move on to the next title contention.
Well, talking about title contention and the next level and the heavyweights, always looking for the next big thing, literally and figuratively. Well, that's what we have in our co-main event tonight, the heavyweight division. Rafael Apeori, 6'8", 18-1, 17 knockouts. You know, perspective is kind of lost on television. That is a big dude behind us, telling you right now.
That is a big. I remember yesterday at the fight being like, look at his hands. Dude, this guy's huge, man. Big and he's just a big, tall, strong, impressive man. I mean, super athlete. I'm really curious to see what he can do with another large heavyweight, because Stephan Shaw is no small guy either.
The man in the red jacket there is the Road Warrior, Glenn Johnson, a guy that all of us sitting here at this desk saw knock out Roy Jones Jr. Great fights with Antonio Tarver. Outstanding light heavyweight fighter.
And one of the classiest gentlemen in the sport today.
Great human being leading his charge. There you see him, Stephan Big Shot Shaw. 20-2 as professional, 15 wins by knockout. Chris, you've called his fights. You said you see the talent, you see what's there. But a couple big wins, and it's right there in the title contention.
Boxing IQ, athleticism, size for this current heavyweight crop. You know, he's got it all. He just needs to put it together underneath those lights. And tonight, he's got a big opportunity in front of him.
He has a big opportunity with a big opponent. All of it mixed in together for our co-main event of the evening. Looking forward to a heavyweight brawl. Both these guys looking to, once again, get into title contention. Let's take a look at the numbers in the tail of the tape. Stephan Shaw, 33 years old. Apeori, 35. Heavyweights can do it a lot older. Height, 79 inches. That is 6'8" for Apeori. 5-inch reach advantage, and look at the size. Unbelievable weight for Apeori. A lot of physical advantages. Can he use them? Let's get started.
From Live Casino Hotel, Hanover, Maryland, this is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Lamont Roach Seniors No Excuse Promotions, and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This is the co-main event of the evening, set for 10 rounds. In the heavyweight division, este es el duelo coestelar de esta noche, pactado a 10 vueltas en la división peso completo. Los jueces son, the judges are David Braslow, Nick Commenti, along with Bernard Bruni. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters the ring wearing black with silver, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con color plateado. Esta noche, en su 20º combate a nivel profesional, y busca ajustar cuentas con su rival, y un récord de 18 victorias, solo una derrota, 17 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring in his 20th professional bout, looking to settle the score with his opponent in an outstanding record of 18 victories against one lone defeat, 17 of those victories coming by way of KO. Representing his homeland of Lagos, Nigeria, and fighting out of Miami, Florida, Rafael Apeori. In the red corner, wearing white with red and black en la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con rojo y negro. Su peso oficial, 238 libras. His official weight, 238 pounds. Tonight, this heavy-handed heavyweight enters the ring with 20 victories against only 2 losses, 15 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, este peso completo con la mano pesada entra al cuadrilátero con 20 victorias, solo 2 derrotas, 15 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Repping the St. Louis, Missouri, Stephan Big Shot Shaw. Our referee, Eric Irizarry.
Gentlemen. All right, you're a little high over here, okay? So punches right here and up will be good. Punches right here and down will be foul. You're fine right there. Right, you receive the instructions in the locker room. Obey my commands at all times and protect yourself at all times, all right? Touch him up.
We are ready to go in our heavyweight co-main event of the evening. See Stephan Shaw in his corner. He is in the red and white. Rafael Apeori, the black and white, standing 6'8".
32 KOs between these two guys. 32. Oh,
and that's why Apeori starting right out.
That was the punches.
I watched Glenn Johnson in the corner before the opening, but he goes, "Do not wait. Go right after him."
Yep. Well, remember what he said in the fighter meeting. Glenn always trusts us to establish the punches.
Guys, if we see a 10th round, I'll be really surprised.
Scheduled for 10, I was about to say. Good left hand. He has rocked Apeori already. This is over. He is out. Round number 1.
2 up high was Apeori.
Dynamite in the hands of Stephan Shaw. Man!
You're not going to see a bigger KO than that.
Apeori was 2 up high, felt like a tree. 2 up high, and Shaw, good shot selection. Doubling up on that left hook. We're going to see some replays.
Trying to keep him from rolling out of the ring.
That was vicious.
Apeori up high, and he pulled square and back when he stayed up high. I think Apeori's asking if the fight's over, and yes, it is.
Apeori came out like a basketball player, not a boxer. Too tall.
Yeah. He tried to establish the punches. He landed a decent right hand to start.
A good right hand right away.
But Stephan Shaw, power in both hands. Bam! Looking for a way to get back on track here at ProBox TV. Paulie, I think that's how you do it.
Yeah. That's a statement win over Apeori. Was a pretty good fighter and had talked respectfully about Shaw the whole time. So it's not like he underestimated Shaw at all. See the right hand, you see one hook and you see 2 hooks right there. Now he's wobbling. He's got to get low. He's got to maybe even clinch. He said he's going back and he's giving the space to Shaw. So Shaw comes up with another hook, and Apeori still up high, so he gets hit with that big hook again.
And also, you saw Apeori. He used that long arm defense where you pull straight back. Lennox Lewis did that against Hasim Rahman. He thought that was going to be able to protect him. But Stephan Shaw's not a short arm guy either. He's tall. He's long. He was able to punch through the reach of Apeori, and that's
and sometimes you want to get away when you're hurt, but the best thing is to step in and smother. Especially when your opponent knows you're hurt. He's extra aggressive, so if you step in, you're able to cause a clinch and maybe rest.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't have the experience in at high level. His other loss against Makhmudov, it was only the 2nd round. He hasn't really dealt with being hurt.
And that was a wrestling match as much as a boxing match. You remember, it was awkward, really awkward fight.
But Shaw makes a real statement here with this win, and he's been a talent, and people know he's a talent. But he needed a win like this to sort of set himself back on that track to get a shot.
And he's
again,
got a
big hook,
real knockout on a huge platform.
You see Apeori's eyes rolling up into his head.
And Shaw, all the pressure of back-to-back losses, trying to get back into it. Man, he took it out on Apeori tonight. The victor go the spoils, and he's now getting emotional thinking about all he's been through to get here.
Yeah, and listen, we were talking about the athleticism of Apeori all night. How about the athleticism of Stephan Shaw? I mean, he went out there, he looked smooth. He got hit with a big right hand right away.
Yeah.
I like the way that he came right back. He's like, oh, okay, you're going to hit me? All right, I'm going to hit you back. I'm going to hit you harder. And that's the kind of mindset you need in the heavyweight division, and especially for Shaw. Shaw's been in this position where he didn't take the bull by the horns. Tonight, he did.
Against Ajagba, that was another loss in the career. He just wasn't busy enough.
Yes, he did not take it.
I'm throwing punches tonight. Didn't even get halfway through the first round. Man, Luben, make it official.
St. Louis. Inside the ProBox TV ring, this bout concludes in a sudden and dramatic fashion with an official time. 33 seconds of round number 1, damas caballeros. Dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, este duelo concluye de forma dramática con un tiempo oficial de 33 segundos del primer episodio. El vencedor por knockout, your winner, by way of Stephan Big Shot Shaw.
Big Shot. He earned that name tonight. Man, chopped down the redwood that was Rafael Apeori 30 seconds into round number 1. Man, what a display, gentlemen.
Shaw found that big shot, and he found it early. And he followed up with another big shot, and that's all it took.
And this is the kind of win that may get him a big shot at a big name. And now, having had the prior experience, you know, he felt like he got there and then didn't really perform the way he needed to. He kind of froze up a little bit. Now, having had that past experience, earning another big shot here, I think with a win like this, we can expect him, I think, to perform the next time he gets a big opportunity and not freeze up.
And I'm going to have to celebrate for Shaw later by having a big shot of tequila because he needs to get back in the gym. So I'll celebrate for him.
Yeah, it's that's selfless of you. It's a really, I mean, you will take that.
I'm at a new stage of my career, so I gotta understand where I'm at.
And where does Apeori go from here? You know, really a lot to think about.
This is a knockout, in my experience, that sticks with you.
Yeah.
I mean, he was asking what happened, had no idea.
Yeah. And you know what? And like I said, he was, every time we spoke to Apeori, anytime he brought up Shaw, he was always very, very respectful. He knew the level Shaw is.
He understood what was in front of him.
He always kept repeating it. So it's not like he can underestimate him. It's just, you know, he just got caught cold.
Got caught cold and didn't have necessarily the experience to successfully, as you guys pointed out, use his defense. Didn't smother the punches, didn't move, kind of reached out, and Shaw able to get around all of that range.
Didn't know how to fight hurt. You know, it's something you learn, but you can't learn that in the gym. You gotta learn it on fight night. It takes a lot of experience to be able to have the wherewithal to understand when you are compromised and how to survive.
And you know, when it comes to the heavyweight division, like, you know, fighting hurt is hard to do with guys who punch like Stephan Shaw. Like, you know, you get one.
Yeah. Maybe. What's my old saying about heavyweights? Nobody has a chin in heavyweight.
Nobody has a chin in heavyweight.
All it takes is one.
Right. Especially the way Apeori was up too high, got caught, and he kept getting caught being up too high. Never really made the adjustment.
Yeah, but Stephan Shaw right now reveling in this moment. Another knockout that sets his career on the right path. He moves to 21 into 16 knockouts on his pro career. Ate that right hand immediately right after the bell, but that was about it. Once he had Apeori moving backwards, it was over.
Jim, you know, you talk about Glenn Johnson saying he wanted to establish the punches. Well, Apeori attempted and tried to establish those punches.
Yeah. Went in there, tried to make it a fight, but
he established a punch.
Yes.
And then it was Shaw who established the punches. Yeah.
We're trying to get Shaw over here for an interview.
Yeah, we'd love to talk to him if he can make it. Of course, a lot of people congratulating him on a fantastic win. Knockout in the first 30 seconds of round number 1. But we've been looking at ProBox TV for a while for that heavyweight to kind of carry the flag of ProBox TV. Yeah. We have great fighters in a lot of different weight classes. We didn't have that standout heavyweight. I think we may have just found the guy that ProBox fans can get behind.
I'll say.
Listen, I mean, what an entrance.
Yeah.
You know, on a great platform as well. So.
Yeah, this idea that Stephan Shaw knew really the gravity what was going on, right? He knew that I have to win big, I have to show my punching power. When you talk about Chris, you'd seen him fight before, you always have the talent, but, you know, could he quite get over the top? You don't get a ton of opportunities to do that.
He understood the mission tonight. He needed to go out there and not only win, but do it impressively, do it emphatically, make a statement. I mean, you can't make a bigger statement than that.
Yeah, and Apeori, it's one of those things where, one of the things you talk about all the time, Paulie, because you had an amateur career, is that you build fundamentals slowly. It's hard to learn this job on the job. It's very difficult to learn as a pro, especially a heavyweight. Chris, as you always point out, that the margin of error is, you know.
Yeah, and you go up the ladder, and that's why at the highest levels is usually guys who've been at a high level in the amateurs. They're usually the guys that succeed in the pros.
Well, the doctors are checking out our fighter. Of course, Stephan Shaw, First Thing News, check you out. In the meantime, that's right, May 10th, Naji Lopez, standout light heavyweight. looking to stay undefeated and advance his promising career in the light heavyweight division. He is a ProBox TV staple. Get to know the young man. Here he is. Check it out.
Tell me about that, the brand of ProBox TV. Because I'm looking at you, you're at light heavyweight. We got Lester Martinez at 168. You got Weljon Mondoro at 160. Nicolas Flaz at 147. Blas Valsane at 154. Akatsugi. You have so many great fighters under that ProBox banner.
All young.
All young
phenoms. I mean,
the old man in the black is Angelo Leo. He's the oldest guy that you just
30.
mentioned. And he's 30 years old.
Oh, the old.
But he's also a world champion.
World champion.
And he just happens to be a world champion.
But also, you know, the reason I didn't put Angelo Leo on that list, he's graduated, right? The world champion.
30. He's old already.
Yeah, he's out of it.
He's old news.
Lamont Roach went from ProBox to the title opportunities, one of the biggest names in boxing right now. Why ProBox? A lot of people watching right now are like, okay, these are great young guys, but you know, there are bigger names out there promotionally. Why ProBox? Why was it appealing to you, man?
At the beginning, I feel like it was just a decision from my manager. Told me to meet up with these guys, meet up with the team, and it was just like a great fit from Gary Jonas to Mark Ferre in the gym. I feel like it was just a perfect fit. And at the beginning, Gary gave me a blueprint of what he told me what he was going to do, and everything he said he was going to do, it was coming to fruition. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like ProBox is like the next biggest boxing platform. Being in the same stable, I feel like ProBox got almost like I don't really know how it is in Top Rank, like the Top Rank gym. I guess everybody at Top Rank trains over there and stuff like that. But
No, they don't.
Not
Guys,
really?
Guys are in their own camps. It's not like camps are built around a single fighter.
Yeah, I feel like the Top Rank gym is more the brand Top Rank.
It's an outlet for fighters to use when they're in town.
Mm-hmm.
But guys who like Angelo Leo trains there. Like he's not a
right.
fighter.
So I feel like, and you got, like you said, it was a list of ProBox fighters. They don't train with us. They ain't in the camp, but the few that does, me, Blast, the Valles,
yep,
Hammer, you know what I'm saying? We just found that space where we felt like
that comfort zone, man, the niche, right?
That shit not comfortable though, probably.
but it's comfortable. It's comfortable if you want to achieve your goal.
No, 100%.
You know what they say about boxing? You got to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Right. And we all sharpen each other's sword. Like even just not even just training together, just talking about boxing. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just watching fights together, stuff like that. I feel like we found that, and then, you know, Coach Mark Ferre. All of us, to me personally, it don't get no better than that.
And Najee Lopez sounding so confident heading into his showdown May 10th. He didn't just talk about himself, of course, but also the whole ProBox TV camp. All the guys pushing one another to be better. Guys like Blast Valsane. Of course, Dominic Valle, that whole team ready to go. And another man who is ready to go tonight, that's right, in our co-main event, Stephan Shaw. First off, congratulations, man. When you picture how great a fight can go, does it look kind of like that?
Yeah, it's we don't get paid for overtime, as you guys know. And, you know, I just did my thing, and I was just ready.
Talk about those emotions, because, you know, you're celebrating afterward, and then in the corner, it kind of hit you. We saw kind of the emotions of the moment. What were those emotions? Where were they coming from, man?
Well, I work hard, and I really love what I do. I really take it. I really want to be world champion, and I work hard.
It's a celebratory thing, man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's a happy night for you.
Absolutely. It's very happy.
And you know what? A win like this puts you back on the forefront, because you've been sort of, I like to use the word enigma for guys like you, where everything is there, but you haven't quite put it together yet. So I feel like a win like this really shows, hey, man, maybe this guy is ready to put it together, because it's a statement win that can probably catapult you into a big fight, possibly. But also now you have the experience of knowing what made you come up short before, and knowing how you're going to put it together the next time you're there. So I think it's a happy moment for you, because, you know, the win is big. It's a statement, and I think you're not far off from getting possibly a good shot at somebody.
Thank you, Paulie. And that's how I felt. That's how I felt going into the ring. As I told you, I came up short before, and it's just about pulling the trigger. And
you pulled it tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You found that big shot. I know your nickname is Big Shot.
Yeah.
And, I followed your career for a long time. And you've got a kind of career where, listen, there was a lot of hype around you. Everybody was excited about you.
Yes,
we talk about the boxing IQ, the size, the athleticism. You got it all. You talk well, everything. You got the whole look. And then, you stumbled a few times.
Yeah.
But now you got a platform, a big platform. And to do what you just did,
yes, sir.
Man, that's going to be viral now. That's going to be everywhere. You made a statement, not only a statement win, but a viral moment that's going to get you right that next thing. And listen, everybody loves somebody who comes back from defeat.
Yes, sir.
You've been down.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen you at the losses.
Yeah.
I know how much this affects you.
Yes.
I've seen you at the wins. I know how much it affects you.
Yes.
You're right there, man. It's really good to see you handle this the way you have. But I gotta ask you, because he came out and he hit you with a right hand right away.
Boom.
I'm reading Glenn Johnson's lips right before the fight, and he goes, "Don't wait, go right after him, hit him right away." And I was like, "Oh, I wonder if he's going to do that." And sure enough, he did.
And he did. He came out there. That's what I told
They
him.
surprised you for a second?
Kind of.
It was a damn decent shot too.
It was a good shot, but I got a great chin.
Yeah, we saw that.
I have a.
But sometimes you could be called cold, like
Yeah.
he did. I mean, he ended up getting called cold instead.
But like I say, man, I'm a warrior. I'm a true lion. I'm a true fighter. I've been doing this all my life.
I think you had a bit of a chip on your shoulder tonight. You wanted to prove something.
Absolutely.
You wanted to prove something because I feel like what level you're on, and the way you spoke to us yesterday in the fighter meeting, and based on this performance tonight, and the way you approach this fight, and I feel like you want the rest of the world to also understand that, and the only way they're gonna understand that is if you keep doing this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, last question I have for you is the future. Looking at this, I mean, does it open up all the opportunities that you thought about? Your dream was not just to get in here, but to make a statement. You did exactly that. Yeah. Next step for you in your mind is?
Hopefully, man, I can get a big call to fight one of these top guys that's on the rebound, and or whoever. I'm open. I don't turn down fights. I never have in my career, and I'm just ready for whoever. I really do this. I really love this. And if you don't love this like I love this, you're in trouble. And I'm ready to make statements, and I'm ready to take over the heavyweight division, and I'm ready to be world champion.
Well, the first step, though, in your evolution has to be watching our main event. Short Dog is about to come up.
My man.
Right, that's right. Jordan White about to do things in the main event, but welcome to ProBox TV, my man. Thank you so much for everything.
Good. I'm thankful for everybody at ProBox. It feels good to be on another platform, and I appreciate you guys, and I can't wait to be back. Hopefully we can bring one to St. Louis, man.
And man,
we're on the road. We're on the road now. Why not?
Yes, sir. Why not?
You keep performing like this, people will all look forward to seeing you back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Pro. Thank you.
Stephan Shaw doing fantastic things. We have fantastic things still to go. That's right. Short Dog. That's right. That's what they call him. Jordan White from here in D.C. 18-1, 12 knockouts. Taking on Matias Romero from Argentina, 29-3, but those 3 losses to the best of the best in the division. So what can he do? Jordan White, one of those Chris and I talk about all the time. He can fight. He's going to be a star because he has confidence. He has the looks. He has the style. And he believes in himself 100,000%. But don't take my word for it. Hear himself. He'll talk about it. Here he is.
As a kid, I was the smallest kid on the field, and I played middle linebacker, and I hit the hardest. Everybody, my dad kind of gave me the nickname from a kid, but that kind of solidified it. Being the smallest kid on the field, hitting the hardest, and I'm playing middle linebacker.
But you got that dog in you.
I got that dog in me. Everybody at home, they know what Short Dog brings, and they know what Short Dog is. This will be more of the statement for the world. Letting the world see what I possess. My power, my skills, my speed, my ring IQ. So it's definitely going to be something for the world, not for home, because everybody at home know what I'm bringing. I definitely have a very decorated amateur career. I probably fought maybe 165 fights. I probably lost 12. I was probably 19 years old. I had broken my left hand in sparring. We were sparring probably 6 to 8 months prior to that. We were sparring, and I broke my hand. We took some time, a little time off, but not enough. Al Heyman was kind of he was kind of stalling us out a little bit. We wasn't really fighting as frequent as we would have want to. He gave us a fight on the table, Adam Lopez. You know, I was still recovering from my left hand being broken. And if you guys rewatch the fight, you'll probably see it also. The first round, first jab I threw with Adam Lopez, I broke my hand. So I fought that whole fight with a broken, all 6 rounds with a broken hand. That was my first 6-round fight. My first step-up fight. It was a storm that day. We wasn't really supposed to even be there. Me and my dad caught 2 trains and 2 buses to get up there. You know, they told us it was impossible to even make it. We made it up there. Like I said, man, the first round, I broke my hand. And I fought the rest of the fight with a broken hand. I know the world probably don't know that. Adam probably don't know that. But, you know, I was definitely calling for Adam for that fight, you know, to fight again, because I feel like without a broken hand, I would have won that fight, no question.
You heard it, that one loss to Adam Lopez. He's looking to move on from that tonight. Has looked fantastic since then, 14 in a row since the sole loss of his career, but he's our main event. That's right, short dog Jordan White taking on Jose Matias Romero from Argentina. The crowd here has been fantastic all night. Expect them to roar for their hometown fighter from DC. It's been a great night of fights, and we are ready for our main event of the evening. It is going to be an absolute war in the super featherweight division. The ultra-talented Jordan White taking on Jose Romero, Argentina versus DC. It's going down in our main event when we come back here on ProBox TV. It's been building all night. Don't go anywhere.
Kissimmee, Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th in the main event. The war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Luben, faces IBF #7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blastmouth Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those 2 bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
We cannot wait for that card, May 10th.
Kissimmee,
But right now,
Orlando.
we're getting ready for our main event here in DC. See him making the walk there. Jose Matias Romero, 29-3 from Argentina. 10 knockouts in those 29 wins. His losses, Isaac Pitbull Cruz, Robesi Romero among them, 2 of the best in the world. This guy has taken on top-level talent. Counter striker, great with the jab, those good combinations, can fight angling and moving backwards. That's going to be important tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a very scrappy. He's going to have to use, you know, his awkwardness, his trickiness, his cleverness to set traps all night long, because Jordan White is a power puncher with good boxing skills.
He says he is 100% ready to go. Great training camp. He says he is going to be the aggressor tonight. I asked about that. I said he's generally a counterpuncher. A lot of times Jordan White can be a counterpuncher as well. Who's going to lead the dance? He said me. I'm going to be the aggressor tonight. I'm undefeated at this weight class, and I'm in the moment. I've learned from fighting those great names.
Got to be careful chasing a puncher, though, Jimmy. That's a tough position to be in.
Short dog, incredible check left hook. He can put you out with that thing. But Paul, you talk about all the time being in the room, right? This guy at one time was in the room fighting top-level guys.
Yeah. But to stay in the room, you got to win at that level, and that's the only thing. They'll invite you in the room, but if you don't win, at least once, you get thrown back out the room.
Out of the room.
Yeah.
You know, a good win that we haven't talked about is Rene Teles-Giron, who's fought in our area a few times, who's another guy who fights actually very similar to Pitbull Cruz, comes forward, attacks with both hands, can punch to the head and to the body. So Matias Romero has a win over him as well.
Yeah. And we see he gives guys like that trouble. The issue is Short Dog is not that kind of style. You know, he's a bit more crafty.
Yeah, the DC style, we talk about it all the time. Lamont Roach Jr. embodies it. Slick counter-punching, good footwork, good at staying in the pocket. Outstanding awareness and defense. Gonna need all of that tonight. Short Dog White, power in both hands. Fighter from Argentina, Sergio Maravilla Martinez, Carlos Monzon, great Argentine fighters. Sergio, I gotta say, one of my favorite styles of all time. So much fun to watch.
So athletic. Marcos Maidana, Lucas Matisse, Omar Weiss, another very good Argentinian fighter.
Guy, yep.
And here is his opponent. Crowd now going crazy. Jordan Short Dog White, 18-1. Devastating puncher with outstanding defense as well.
Crowd is looking healthy, looking excited.
Yeah, they've been coming out for their guys all night. DC area rich with boxing talent.
Fantastic venue here. A lot of great seating. People have come out.
Live casino in Maryland. We've had a great time here. Everyone's been fantastic. Is it fair to say a step up in competition for Short Dog White? Because Romero's been there amongst the best. Take a look at the numbers, see what separates these two main event fighters on our tail of the tape. The DC fighter, 38 years old, 68.3 inches, slight height disadvantage, reach almost exactly the same. Not a lot separating these two fighters physically. It's going to be out tactics. Let's see who takes it over. Lupe, let's get it started.
We continue with the action inside of Live Casino Hotel, Hanover, Maryland. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Sr.'s No Excuse Promotions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds, super featherweight division. Este duelo, 10 vueltas, división peso super pluma. Los jueces son, the judges are Eric Irizarry, Nick Commenti, y Bernard Bruni. And now, ladies and gentlemen, live from the DMV, we're going to find out quién es el más macho. The ProBox main event is on now. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters wearing black with gold trim, presentando la esquina azul. Vestido de negro con vivos dorados, su peso oficial, 129 libras, his official weight, 129 pounds. Esta noche, este peleador que solamente ha probado la derrota ante rivales de categoría mundial, entra al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con 29 victorias. Solo 3 derrotas, 10 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this fighter, who has only tasted defeat against world-class oppositions, enters the ProBox TV ring with a record of 29 victories against only 3 losses, 10 of those victories coming by way of KO. De Córdoba, Argentina, José El Che Matías Romero. In the red corner, wearing blue with red trim en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con vivos rojos. Detuvo la báscula a un peso idéntico de 129 libras. He tipped the scales at an identical 129 pounds. Esta noche entra al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV y busca continuar su racha de 14 victorias consecutivas con un récord de 18 victorias. Solo una derrota, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring looking to continue his 14-fight winning streak with an outstanding record of 18 victories against 1 lone defeat, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. Ripping the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., Jordan Short Dog final instructions, referee David Braslow.
Fighters come to center. All right, gentlemen, given the rules in the dressing room, protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. These are a little high, I'll let you work in here. These are good. Touch them up, good luck.
Yeah, a little problem with the graphics earlier. Short Dog White, 27 years old, right in his physical prime at 18-1. And you heard it, 14-fight win streak. And has power in both hands, but when it comes to taking on the better talent, that belongs to his opponent. Matias Romero.
Ready? All the way back, all the way back, all the way back.
We're ready to go. Our main event underway. DC versus Argentina.
There we go. Ready, guys?
Round number 1, we are underway.
His nickname may be Short Dog, but he's not small for this weight class.
He is not.
Tall and wide shoulders,
He's
long
a big
arms.
dog for this weight class.
Yeah, he's a big dog for this weight class.
That is Short Dog White in the blue and red. His opponent, Matias Romero, in the black and gold.
Yeah, take notice of the posture of Jordan White. He is heavy on those feet right now. He's being a puncher right now because he can do both. He can punch and he can box. Right now, he's looking like a puncher.
Yeah, he's on that front foot, trying to establish that jab, trying to take control of the center ring.
Outstanding boxing pedigree. You saw in the interview, talked about his amateur accomplishments. Outstanding amateur from the DC area. Great puncher as well.
He uses that jab well. Double, tripled it up. High, low. Touches the gloves. Looks to go past.
Yeah, so far Romero sort of in a studious stance right now. You know, not opening up, using the ring.
And we saw against Isaac Cruz, he can use that length and throw punches at the guy coming at him, but that was a much smaller guy throwing power punches. Wasn't taking on much of a boxer like he is tonight.
Romero looking like you said, champ. He's collecting data right now, trying to figure out what he's got in front of him. Because again, White can give you a lot of different looks.
Short Dog has 6 first-round knockouts. And that check left hook has been a money punch for him.
Again, that stab jab downstairs serving well as Romero with a bit of a high guard.
Wondering who would lead the dance so far. It is Jordan White.
Yeah, sharp jab so far. Yeah, looks for that check.
Ready with that check left.
He really pulls the trigger nice on that thing. Always ready for it. It's always ready to fire.
The man won 9 national titles as an amateur. Talk about that pedigree, the fundamentals. He has built them up over time in his pro career and as an amateur.
Good fundamentals, good balance, good awareness, uses the jab, works behind the jab, has that check hook. Punch a little bit with that right hand as well. All around, well-rounded fighter.
Erickson Garcia, he had a check left hook knockout against him. Only loss of Garcia's career, and that was a oh my God knockout. First round.
And Garcia actually defeated William Foster III, who fought on our air a couple minutes ago.
The bell.
Not a lot of output from Romero in the first round. A lot of data collecting, as you said, champ. See if it leads to anything in round 2.
Feel that round, really, for both guys.
Our main event is underway. Round number 2 about to begin. Looking in the corner of Jordan Short Dog White. Good first round from conservative. Good first round. Established the jab. Led the dance. Looking for that left hook.
When you got a guy in front of you who's not looking to do much, That's what you're supposed to do. Get out there, get behind the jab, assert yourself, establish yourself, control the center. Jordan White did a good job in the first round with someone who wasn't willing to dance.
Round 2 scheduled for 10. Against Robesi Ramirez. Romero just had trouble with the speed and the southpaw stance. Couldn't really effectively counterpunch. Got knocked out in that fight.
Really nice hook off the jab a few moments ago from Jordan White. It's very, very smooth the way he turns that jab over into a hook. It's the second time I've seen Romero look at the clock.
Yeah.
Looked in the first round, just looked again in the second round. A little early in the fight to be doing that.
Yeah, man, unless he's trying to budget the way he's going to tackle the ones that he try to steal rounds.
I mean, he didn't attack at all in the first round.
Well, that's what I was just going to get. The first round, he maybe he quit that game plan. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and trying to see maybe if he wants to start in the second half of the round or something. We'll see.
Oh, nice jab.
That was stiff. Wow. That actually stiffened his knees a little bit. Doesn't bode well because if Romero wasn't throwing any punches before, if the jab hurts him, he's really not going to engage.
And also, to your point, Chris, about looking at the clock, you're thinking about punch efficiency in round 1.
But you're also in the guy's backyard.
Right.
So you're going to steal rounds? No, you gotta win.
Let's see, he's starting to step in a little bit now. He's starting to hold his ground a little more. Let's see.
Well, he just realized even if I don't throw punches, I'm going to get hurt, so I might as well throw punches.
Yeah.
There's that left hook, doubling it up.
He unfurls that thing so quick. It's coiled up like a snake, ready to fire.
And I like how he's also targeting the stomach with the straight right hand as well, and not just the stab jab. So he's stabbing with the right cross as well. And that's pretty much the easiest opening that Romero's been giving so far because he just has a high guard, barely throws any punches. So get to the body is probably the most sure thing for the moment.
Yeah, with that high guard. And actually, Romero's pretty square.
Prime Floyd Mayweather with that check left hook. He was stifling opponent's offense. They just didn't want to come toward him. Great weapon.
You don't see the thing. I mean, he hides it well. Also, he's obviously got a stiff jab too. He wobbled Romero a few minutes ago. I know Short Dog is a nickname from his childhood. If I was giving him a name, I'd name him the Viper. The way that he uncoils that thing.
Good body shot again.
Yeah.
Time.
Romero's starting to get busy at the end of round number 2. They're locking eyes.
Yeah, I mean, he's wondering, dude, you going to fight or what?
But also, if you looked at Romero's style, a little bit of a counterpunch, but he does generally throw a lot of volume. Yeah. And if he's going to win this fight, he has to out-volume White.
It's grit, but no grit tonight. I don't know what he's doing.
There's going to be activity. It's going to be from Jordan White. There's that jab.
I mean, that thing was solid, beautiful, right on the money. There we saw Romero try to open up a little bit. Didn't land anything, but also we saw White come back with that double left hook.
Let's go, check us out. Wipe that corner, please. Wendy, make sure they wipe that corner.
Ready to go, round number 3. 2 rounds so far dominated by Short Dog White.
Without barely breaking a sweat, mind you.
Yeah, Romero needs to be careful. He's diving in with left hooks. Don't hook with a hooker.
Nice head movement by Jordan White.
Well, I like the fact that he blocked with his left hand and then came back with a jab with the same hand.
I'm looking at Romero. He keeps trying to catch the jab of White between his gloves, like a sandwich, and trying to hold his arm there. Done it a few times, but usually when you do that, you're trying to come back with your own right hand because you know the left hand is not home. He just does it to catch it. He doesn't even try to throw off it. It's kind of a dirty move, and referees don't usually catch it. But you're supposed to punch off it.
Man, what's the point? If anything, it's essentially a cross block. You're dropping your left hand to get hit with the right.
But he's sandwiches.
That's what I mean.
And then the guy's hand gets stuck there, so you can actually hit him. But I remember Cotto did it to me. I threw a right hand to his stomach, and he caught my arm with under his elbow, and then tried to throw a left hook at my head. You know, I remember that, and I always remember that and kept that in mind. This guy's done it a couple of times already, but he's not throwing anything back off it.
Romero just landed a nice right hand there.
Good 1-2 combination for the fighter from Argentina.
Different body posture now. Romero is holding the center.
Yeah. A little.
Just reading in the first couple rounds.
Cutting off the ring. Let's see.
Yeah, but certainly displaying more physical confidence. Oh, big left hook! And down goes Romero. Man, what a shot!
Two things you don't do. You don't follow a puncher. You don't hook with a hooker. Romero did both.
His corner's trying to signal him, take your time.
Nope, he's pounding his gloves together. He wants to fight.
That might not be a good thing.
His legs are not underneath him.
Under a minute left in round number 3. This could be a quick one.
As soon as Romero opens up, that left hook's coming back.
Oh. Rip into the body, another left hook. The combinations are flying. The fighter from DC.
Romero trying to stay upright in these last 20 seconds.
A lot of times, though, when guys don't have their legs, they'll put themselves on the ropes. Seems like Romero is just putting his back on the ropes. See? Going straight back, right to the ropes.
Got out of the round, though.
We will see a round number 4. Oh!
One knock. You're not looking at the motherfucker get that sloppy. First one's a knockdown, the second one's after the bell.
Round number 4 about to begin. Didn't think we'd see a round 4. The way round 3 ended.
Explosive with that hook. Such a good timing shot.
Yeah, Romero went to the body with the right hand, came back with the left hook, and White just put his own left hook right in the middle.
It looked like another knockdown at the end of round 3. It was called a slip by the referee. Or maybe that he went down after the bell.
Yeah, it seemed like the punch landed before the bell, but it seemed like he went down after.
It's the shortest minute of your life. When you've been down and around, you need to recover.
Well, depending on what kind of shape you're in, recovery-wise, but...
Also rocked at the end of the round. That doesn't help anything.
Yeah, send him back to the corner with something to think about.
Now, how does Romero get over that in terms of trying to win the fight? You know, he tried to step up a little bit and he got hurt and dropped. So does he go back into the shell here? How does he turn things around?
I mean, he got rocked with a jab in the first round anyway, so our second round, not throwing is not helping.
As you said, Chris, trying to hook with the hooker in round 3. Got him also clipped and dropped.
He changed his body position. He started stalking. You know, he's not the puncher. He's following the puncher. You don't want to do that. Especially a guy who can punch while moving on his back foot the way that Jordan White can.
Fundamentals are all over the place too. I understand when once in a while you don't step in with the jab, but he never steps in with the jab. He never pushes off his back foot. He just kind of sticks it out. See?
Yep. And then you see White steps in.
He's actually looking to step out sometimes while he's throwing it at the same time.
12 knockouts in 18 wins for Jordan White. Looks like he's measuring a little bit in round 4. Doesn't look like trying too hard to test the chin of Romero. Romero got aggressive in round number 3. Once again, looking at the clock.
At least one time in each round, he's looked up at the clock. Firing back with a little intensity now.
He never steps in. He's like, if it lands, it lands. If it doesn't, it doesn't. He doesn't follow Short Dog backing up, so he's never going to really back up Short Dog this way. Maybe he doesn't want to get caught leaning or lunging. Shot there by Short Dog. Jab on the second punch of the combination.
Romero doesn't look like he has his mouthpiece in.
Well, they checked it before the start of the round.
I remember that, but it still doesn't look like it's in.
10 seconds left to go in round 4. In a measured round, considering how round 3 ended. May 10th, we roll on into Kissimmee, Florida. Erickson the Hammer Luben takes on Ardriel Bossman Holmes. Holmes undefeated 17-0. Luben, outstanding amateur. So much expected of him in the professional ranks. Fell short to Charlo. That loss to Fundora that he said made him basically analyze his entire career. Looking to get things back on track. Not just that, this IBF title eliminator, but Darrell Blast Valsaint. We have Naji Lopez on that card as well. Nicolas Flaz. Incredible night of ProBox TV talent. Don't miss it here on ProBox TV. In a measured round number 4. Will Jordan White open it up in round 5? Had him hurt in round 3. Were you surprised Chris didn't go after him a little bit more in round 4?
No, it's not really his style. He's not. A lot of the finishes that you see from him, it's a KO. It's a one-punch shot. He knocks the guy out. He's not a big follow-up stalker guy. He's obviously much more of a boxer, and that's why you see he's either KOing a guy in the first round or he's going 10.
So I guess we're going 10?
I don't know. Matias Romero doesn't seem to be taking these punches well. And the more he opens up, or the more he tries to win, he gets hit.
He hasn't tried much, though, I'll tell you that.
That's for sure.
Yeah, this is a volume guy. Yeah. In fights, you said, Paulie, every time he's come to the States, he's been in it. He's looked good. He's been competitive, at least.
Not tonight.
Gone for it, but tonight, a real lack of activity.
I mean, could he be? Is it that he's getting shut down by the power punching and counters?
I mean, he's not even reacting to feints because he has no intention of punching at all. Like, you'll react to feints when you're trying to punch and at the same time get surprised by the false attack of your opponent with a feint. He's not even reacting to feints because he has no intention of punching at the time.
Matias Romero does not travel well. that should be an asterisk on his box record.
Still looking for his first win in the United States, undefeated in his home of Argentina.
Ooh. Also undefeated at this weight class at 130. He's only lost at 35 and 26.
As we say, something's got to give. Either his first loss at 130 or his first victory in the U.S. But he seems content to do just enough to keep White off of him with that jab. The threat of the right hand.
Heavy shots downstairs for Jordan White with the right hand. It almost seems like Jordan White is waiting for Romero to throw so he can find the openings.
Well, that was the question heading into this fight. Both guys generally counter punchers, kind of who would lead, and so far it's been White, but
In this round 5, he's been a little hesitant to do that.
He's giving ground now. He's allowing Romero to come forward.
Oh, good right hand.
Good right hand there.
Kind of awkwardly gotten himself back into this fight in round 5. Ready to begin round number 6. We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10. If you weren't watching, Matias Romero hurt badly near the end of round number 3, but
got a little bit of a get right round that last round.
Threw some punches in round 5. Could be a comparison round, but certainly looked better.
Landed a good right hand. Got the attention of Jordan White in that round.
Yeah, Jordan White initiating a lot less in round 5.
Time in. Let's go. Box.
Oh, both fighters seem determined to fight. Start of round 6.
Maryland, a nice right hand.
Yeah, good exchange there by both guys.
I think Romero's decided, well, if I'm going to lose, I might as well throw what I got.
He's getting some success. Last round, he landed a good right hand. He just landed another right hand.
But as you said, not punching wasn't helping him.
No, and it's not like, he's landed these shots, and it's not like came right back. It was like, all right, I'm going to get that back. No, he took it and kept going. I always say, when you let your hands go, good things happen. You're seeing that here. Romero starting to let those hands go. He's starting to walk his man down.
Is the risk of him walking into another check there, though?
I mean, he's done it for 2 rounds now, and Jordan's not doing a whole lot.
And the short dog have to also, show that he can create offense off of his own initiation and not just off counterpunching. That's something that we're seeing a lack of here as well. Is it's sort of up to him to initiate a lot of this dominance if he's going to start to dominate, because Romero is starting to creep in.
The left hook that was so effective in the first 3 rounds has been less of a factor since then.
Oh, there it is.
Good right hand, good left hook again.
Romero's taking the shots a little better now, though.
Yeah, he's warmed into the fight.
Now, one thing about Romero too, there was no sweat on him in the beginning, the first couple rounds, and even now has not broken a good sweat. So he might have been caught cold early on. That's why those punches affected him so much.
Back into the corner now, right in front of us.
Nice right hand, right down the middle, splits the guard. This is where you see the scrappy infighting from the Argentine. He's finding those holes.
And not an easy guy to deal with, right? A little bit of awkwardness. Scrappy, like you said, champ. Kind of hangs around and a little bit pesky. Doesn't give you much to work with either.
Yeah, he's not pushing in off the jab. He seems content to throw it flat-footed. 10 seconds left to go.
White just abandoning the jab early on. That was such a good weapon.
We are back and ready to go. Round number 7. I think you said it perfectly, Paulie, in that Romero's been pesky. Just enough to stay in the fight, fast with the jab, the occasional right hand. And your point, Chris, on the other side is White has gotten away from the jab that was so effective early on in the fight.
He set the tone early on. It was very dominant. It really handcuffed Romero from doing anything. Now he gave up the jab, and Romero's not walking him down and landing good shots, especially the right hand through the middle of the guard. That's the thing about a counterpuncher like White, who stays in the pocket and is looking to trade left hooks. You can hit those guys. They're there to be hit. He's not a guy who's going to make you miss by stepping out of range. He's right there.
Having some success early with the left hand, both the hook and the jab.
Here's that double jab there, backs off Romero, puts him in the corner. White using those feints to get inside. Oh, roughhouse tactic there. Short dog acting like a big dog, pushing the head down, being physical.
That was a linebacker playing football. It's part of what gave him his nickname. He was small, but I hit hard.
Ooh. Nice right hand.
Good left hook again.
Counter again.
Once again, Romero is hurt. Up against the ropes, and right now, Jordan White taking his time.
Yeah, every time that left hook touches him, the legs of Romero just go.
Minute and a half left in round 7.
Romero still rocked, looking at his corner.
A short left hook again. Trying to fire back is the fighter from Argentina.
Yeah, champ, I think you nailed it on the head. White's not really creative with his offense.
It either comes to him or it's not really existing. And a shame because he got a really good jab, so he could be very busy with that.
Romero trying to clear his head, but still eating punches. Under a minute left to go in round 7.
You see what I was saying earlier, Jimmy? He's not like a finisher. He hurts you. He'll try a little bit, and then he'll back off and go back to the counterpunch position.
Another round in which he is hurt, but
he's actually bleeding from his nose, this short dog.
Yeah, short dog, some blood out of his nose.
Nice
Romero
combination
unloading
from Romero.
punches. Good defense from short dog White.
Got his legs back.
Can't say he isn't tough. Every time he's been hurt, he's done just enough to stay in it. 10 seconds left to go.
He's landing here at the end of this round.
Scrappy as all hell.
Oh, good right hand to punctuate round 7.
Busted up the nose and glassed up the eyes of short dog.
Once again, hurt in round number 7. We're here to see a round number 8. This is how it happened.
Again, it was that left hook as Romero opened up. As soon as that left hook lands, you see the legs of Romero go. Big shot.
But then the remaining in the round was actually a good Romero round.
Yep. Came back, landed some really good right hands.
Combination, and then some right hands.
We've seen White drop other fighters with that left hand. It seems like every time Romero takes it and it's kind of still there and still fighting back, it's pretty surprised. Doesn't quite know how to capitalize on it. As you said, Chris, goes back to his boxing.
It's not really the boxing, because if he went back to the jab, because he has a good power jab, I think that would be a good idea. But he goes back to full counter mode, where he's just waiting for the left hook.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. At the high level, you can't look for just one punch. You got to know how to navigate your way through fights and control them with various weapons, and then, of course, set up for your power.
And also, if you're going to be a strictly jab fighter, you gotta throw a lot of jabs. Yeah. He's just not busy enough to control the round, do enough damage, because he has a damaging jab. It's a power jab. We saw him rock him earlier.
It's smooth, it's sharp.
It's very good.
Actually, it's kind of a shame he doesn't use it more.
Yeah.
Because he could probably set up counter-punching opportunities with it, because once you establish a sharp jab, you start to lighten up on the jab, so you draw guys to you, and then you can counter them with your check hook.
Ripping body shots up against the ropes. Yeah, seen these rounds for the most part go his way, but Romero has been answering back at strange times with the jab in the right hand. Left hook there.
It makes me think, you got guys who got, good left hands, right? They're a good jabber, they're a good hooker. But if they fall in love with that hook, they kind of save the juice of that shoulder for the hook. And they get rid of their jab. Arturo Gatti did this for long stretches of his career because he always had a good jab, but he'd get away from it because he would just load up on the hook and wait for the hook and wait for the hook.
That was desperation times.
Yeah.
Short Dog's winning. He doesn't have to be.
I know, he doesn't need to. He can go to that jab. But he's got a stiff pounding jab too. He can bust you up with that thing like that.
And right there, he could counter with it. If you can, if people think you can counter with just power, you can counter with the jab too.
The jab is not just a setup punch. It can be a weapon. It can do damage.
Oh, good body shot there by
Romero. Takes the body shots well, though, because there's some heavy shots that have come in from Short Dog, and Romero comes right back.
Yeah, and Romero's been more confident to try to stalk White this round.
White has been content to circle on the outside a bit. And as you said, Paulie, wait for Romero to initiate.
For a guy who's been hurt as much as Romero has, he's very gritty. He's in there. He's not.
There's Argentine.
He's not shying away.
They still got it, Argentine. Yes, stalking.
Relax, deep breath.
Round number 9 ready to begin in our main event. So far, a fight controlled by Jordan White. Short Dog from here in Washington, D.C. Mateus Romero has been hurt multiple times, but able to stay in the fight. Answered back just enough to show his grittiness. Jordan White in the red and blue. His opponent from Argentina, Jose Matias Romero, in the black and gold. So you said it before the fight started. Paulie, you were like, Argentine fighters, they're gritty.
Yeah, they're not easy to put away.
Jordan White has had success with that left hook. Has scored a knockdown, hurt him in round 7. Nice right hand.
Good chopping right hand around the guard. More blood from the nose of Short Dog. I got to assume that's from the right hands of Romero because he hasn't really thrown many jabs to land. Like you said, Champ, he backs up on his jab a lot.
Yeah,
it's that right hand though that he throws with some sting.
He's gained more confidence in that right hand this round, in the second half of this fight. I think once he started drawing blood out of the nose of Jordan White and realized he could land it a little more, and there wasn't a lot coming back from White. If I was Romero though, I would keep putting combinations. There was one round where at the end of the round, where I think it was the round where he got hurt, and he put a combination together. White won't throw back on the combination. White will throw back on your single shots at times and catch you with a hook over the top.
Now, look, Romero's really stalking.
Yeah.
Backing.
He'll be cutting off the
short
ring.
dog
That's
off.
one thing. He's not cutting off the ring.
Yeah, a lot of blood out of the nose. Jordan White hasn't eaten a ton of clean punches, but
Yeah, and Romero is not cutting off either. In terms of cutting with punches, he's not cutting off the ring with his feet. He's not cutting off the ring with his punches. Oh, good body shot. Oh, really good body shot. Right underneath the elbow. Romero took it well. I mean, he takes body shots well.
he's taking the left hook well as well. He's been hurt a couple times, but able to stay in this fight. We did not think we'd be seeing a round number 9 early on when Jordan White was doing his best work.
That's the thing about Romero. You know, he's not a big puncher, but he's very snappy. He's explosive. Oh!
Another big left hook.
And followed it with a combination to the body as well. A little more substance behind the just looking for the hook there from Jordan White.
There are big chunks of blood coming from the nose of Short Dog.
Yeah, he is certainly not breathing well. 20 seconds left to go in round number 9.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Jimmy. Like, possibly, did he break his nose earlier in the fight, and that's been causing him not to be as active?
That's a good point.
Even with a guy who obviously has been hurt multiple times.
Romero staying scrappy. One more round to go.
Romero has clawed his way back into this fight.
But once again, Chris, are they comparison rounds? Like, he's doing better than he was, but have you given him any rounds?
Yeah, no, it's you know, but he's made it competitive. Is my point. At least he's
Inside of Live Casino Hotel, 1 more to go. This is the 10th and final round.
Yeah, to your point, Jimmy. Comparative rounds. Are you giving him the rounds? No, but he's gotten back into this fight where it's actually competitive. Early on, it didn't look like he even wanted to be here. He gets hurt early. Didn't look like we were going to go many rounds. And now we got him backing Short Dog up with his nose gushing blood. So
Let's go, seconds out.
Now, what is left for this 10th and final round? That is the question. As they touch gloves in the center.
And will Romero go for it? Because he probably needs a knockout, right? Or
yeah, I would,
almost certainly.
I would assume so.
Once again, I don't know if you could give him a single round.
Not to mention he's the
it's a round or two where he might have out hustled Short Dog at times, but not
enough to beat.
Not much to, not enough to not need 17 knockdowns.
Right, exactly. But will he give Jordan White just enough aggression to hurt him and finish him? That is the question. He's got to open up, got to get a knockout to win this fight, but Jordan White has proven to be the superior power puncher throughout this fight.
Or as Paulie said, maybe 17 knockdowns to tie it up.
Just even it up.
Oh, good body shot there from Romero.
Stop. I got it.
Pesky, what a good word.
But I'll tell you what, though, with Jordan White, he's the kind of guy he leaves you a little bit to be desired. You see there's so much to work with. There's so much potential there, and he gives you just this little sliver of it, and you're like, oh, man, there's so much there,
A couple of those early rounds, he looked like a world beater.
And just in his past fights and in general, you know what he's capable of, and he just gives you just the tip.
Just a little bit more and we're good.
Such a tease.
Right?
Oh, good counter jab there.
But, I think in order to get to that world-class level, he's going to have to really understand and learn how to put it all together. Yeah. And the thing is that he has it. Some guys just don't have it. You got to put it all together, and it's not there. Short Dog, he actually has it. The question is, will he mentally put it all together? Good shot there from Romero.
Now, these are the situations you see Short Dog when he does that high guard. It's very passive when he's on that high guard, and you see opportunities for Romero to let combinations go. But will he do it? Will he pull the trigger? Will he go for it?
About a minute left to go in the 10th and final round. Romero is the one who needs a knockout.
He's the one getting backed up right now, though.
This DC crowd very much behind Jordan Short Dog White.
Oh, good body shots.
Romero waves him in.
Good job rolling that right hand.
Oh, good overhand shot. Romero rubbernecked with it a little bit, but still got hit with a good punch.
If nothing else, Romero has a chin.
And Jordan White also going for it in the 10th round. Where was this before, you know?
Yeah, this is the most aggressive he's been offensively.
10 seconds left to go.
Quite some time.
Jordan White. Once again, Paul, you see the little things he needs to improve, but a good performance against a very gritty fighter tonight.
A lot of nice tools shown by Short Dog, but as you said, champ, it's a little something missing in between.
You gotta be able to connect them together, you know? He's got all the pieces are there. In his career, he's gonna have to learn how to put them together in order to achieve the world-class status that I think he's capable of and has the talent to do.
Well, 27 years old, he will almost certainly move to 19-1 with this win tonight, but as you said, Paulie, little tiny things he needs to improve. And was it the setting up his offense when his opponent that wasn't throwing, he just kind of waited for the counter?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you gotta also know how to create your own offense at the high level.
And Chris, as you said, over-reliance on that left hook. It's a great weapon. Does he over-rely on it?
It's a very good weapon. We saw it on display tonight, but by itself, it's not going to be enough at the world-class level. It's a very good punch, but it takes more than just that. And he's got a great jab, too, and the jab was really on display tonight, too. You got a good jab and a good left hook. You can do a lot. You know, you can be a world champion with that, but it's the in-between that Top Dog needs to work on, or Short Dog, excuse me.
The Short Dog,
Short Dog wants to be top dog. He's got to fill in the gaps between the jab and the hook.
Exactly. In order to become the top dog, you got to do those things.
Well, from all accounts, it was a dominant performance. How dominant? We'll know from Lupe Contreras. As the scorecards in his hand, he will make it official for our main event here in Maryland, just outside Washington, D.C. How well did the hometown main event fighter do? We'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 10 rounds, Judge Irizarry scores about 100-89. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, el juez Irizarry anotó 100-89. Y los jueces Chimenti y Bruni entregan tarjetas idénticas de 99-90. And judges Chimenti and Bruni turn in identical scores of 99-90. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision, los tres. A favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. And still an ABF champion from DC, Jordan Short Dog White.
No surprise, he moves to 19-1 on his career dominance displayed in the scorecards. He hurt Romero, knocked him down once, could not quite get the finish, but you see the tools are there. 27 years old, puts it all together, gentlemen. He's right there up amongst the elite. Is that the consensus here?
Yeah, I mean, he has elite skills. He is there. Like you said, there's some things that are left to be desired, as the champ said, in terms of putting some things together, but
they're there, Chip.
They're there.
Yeah, sometimes you look at a guy and you're like, okay, he needs to have this. I wonder if he has it. I don't know if he can learn it. But in Short Dog situation, you see they're there. That's why it's frustrating to watch him. You're like, man, it's all there. You know,
he showed flashes. He showed flashes.
But you got to put it together if you're going to be at the top.
But he's one of those guys that overnight, one day, just us together, like, oh wow, we got a world champion on our hands.
Yeah.
Is it
the potential's there?
Is it the idea as well that more dangerous guys you can't let hang around if you get them hurt?
Yeah.
Is that a little bit, because he did kind of reset? And like, well, dangerous guys, maybe bigger punchers.
Well, even this guy bloodied his nose.
He got hit with some shots.
Let those other guys hang around that maybe shouldn't be hanging around, and could be dangerous.
Yeah, but there are more dangerous punchers for sure in the division. Going to make you pay for letting them hang on. But tonight is the night for Short Dog White. DC fighters looking absolutely outstanding tonight. It was an incredible night here at the DMV, but the talent was on display. We discussed it in the open. before it began. Now, this is kind of the center of the boxing universe, but we saw that tonight. Paulie, so much talent here in D.C. And they look great. They showed up in front of the crowd tonight.
Yeah, they did, and I like the support they got. You know, those ticket sellers, and you know, the crowd really gets excited for their local guys, and it's going to be fun to watch these guys continue to develop.
Excellent night for D.C. That's right. Jordan Roach moved to 4-0. David Whitmire looking fantastic, moving to 10-0. But May 10th, another fantastic card. Erickson, the Hammer Luben versus Ardriel Bossman Holmes. 17-0 versus 26-2. An IBF title eliminator. But don't forget that. Also, Naji Lopez, Darrell Blast, Val Saint, Nicholas Flaz. So much ProBox TV talent on display in Kissimmee, Florida. Check it out here at ProBox TV. Get your tickets now. Sit with us ringside. It's going to be a great night, just like it was a great night tonight in Washington, D.C. William Foster III showing his boxing. Incredible display over Brandon Bonitez. And in our co-main event, have you ever seen a sequoia fall? Well, we did right there. Apeori knocked out 30 seconds into round number 1 by Stephan Shaw. And in our main event, Jordan Short Dog White, boxing, power, great left hook, had his opponent in trouble, but we saw a round number 10, a lopsided, unanimous decision. And we'll see you next time, May 10th on ProBox TV. We'll see you in Kissimmee.